he made the Egyptians running down on Nubian a racist argument. Like it was them against the black race. I'm like, bro, like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't co-sign that shit, bro.
No, but wait a minute. His arguments changed. They had to beat him down and say they was Africans, yo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's like that's why I'm thinking even when that shit go down, like niggas have to separate it. You can't just be attached because like if you attach to the Chief X, then people argue with you like you Chief X. Like you got all the art, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Niggas argue mixed in with each other, bro.
Yeah, and Corey know that shit, man. Corey know he fucking that all up the way he do that shit. Come on, yo. He put that shit on some hateful shit, yo.
Yeah, you know, you can do that shit, and then you gonna try to have you gonna debate somebody trying to make it a race thing. Like I ain't saying that black because they ain't black because they ain't had nappy hair or Negro. That's crazy.
I know, yeah.
That's insane. Show me one nappy headed north. I'm trying to do that. That shit's wild.
Yo.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Hold on. I'm trying to get it. You hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it go live, man. What you should have said, done. Redirect to YouTube. The hell is on? All right. Okay, we in there, yo. We tripping. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. We in there, nigga. We live.
All right, for sure. Let me get Q of DQ. Give him time to get in the building.
All right, let me make you host. Oh, what I'm doing? Get you the host here. Yeah, we got him now, yo. We got him now, bro. Uh-oh. That shit. Uh-oh, bro. Now it's over with, yo. We got him now. All right, we good. Let's go.
All right. Let me find a DQ real quick. I got all these damn all these goddamn tanks and shit. I'm deleting shit. Trying to sort my damn. There it is, right there. But
tanked up, nigga. Tanked up.
Yeah. All right, boom. Let me just say.
Got that Tamika in there.
Yeah, peace to me.
Oh.
I'm gonna take a little second to get this John hooked up. Man. I gotta do it at Discord, but I gotta do it where I only share sound and not the damn Discord. This should be it right there.
You know what I'm saying? I want to say give it up one time to the Abbott, y'all.
Let's get started.
He creates these experiences that
on back.
Everything that we see. He don't just stop at a record. You know, he brings you more than that.
Shout out DQ.
And I wanted to grab the mic from you tonight when you was walking off and say, give it up, So this time I'm doing it in front of all your friends, right? Give it up. Absolutely. To Bobby.
Yes. For Bobby.
Look, I said I bomb atomically. Properly, chopping these purple chronic leaves, finders fees in my pocket, like my Honda keys. Sauce on my nugget, ways piling these. Manhattan was happen, chop a lot of cheese. Now how can these bird over feather, flock of geese try to stop my chakra heat when I'm rocking beats? Socrates, Pythagorean theorem. In fact, I can cure him for whack interference. Now pull my sake, please. I'm just getting my name up, blowing my name up like I smoke up with pain pumps. Every other week my car was parked at the airport. My life is so unique that you don't know what I'm there for. So therefore, need to go and love who you care for. They say health is wealth and you niggas is dead poor. Talking a lot of shit, but the kid done read more than your average Christian, Muslim, or feds more. Get to the bag, I say. Steady making haters mad, I say. I listen when my grandma say you better get your shit together. Then we steady getting jet lag, I say. Headed to the bag, I say. I listen when my grandma say you better get your shit together. Bomb atomically, properly, chopping these purple chronic leaves, finders fees in my pocket, like my Honda keys. Sauce on my nugget, waves piling these. Manhattan was happen, chop a lot of cheese. Now how can these bird over feather, flock of geese try to stop my chakra heat when I'm rocking beats? Socrates, Pythagorean theorem, in fact I can cure him for whacking the ferrets. Now put my sake please, confidently and respectfully, per use, respecting me intellectually, finding words in my residue to represent my weaponry, treat the beat like a recipe. Fried cabbage and 808s is my favorite treat. Only take a seat when I'm in categories to save your speech. Only thing you accepting is straight defeat. My presence accepted by the elites. Gods of this rap shit can hear a God whenever I speak. So we gon' get to the bag, I say. Steady making haters mad, I say. I listen what my grandma say. You better get your shit together. And we steady getting jet lag, I say. Headed to the bag, I say. I listen what my grandma say. You better get your shit together. Bomb atomically, properly, chopping these purple chronic leaves, finders fees in my pocket, like my Honda keys. Sauce on my nugget, waves piling these. Manhattan was happen, chop a lot of cheese. Now how can these bird over feather, flock of geese try to stop my chakra heat when I'm rocking beats? Socrates, Pythagorean theorem, in fact I can cure him for whacking the ferrets. Now pour my sake please.
Yeah, man. You know what it is, man. Pseudo Killers on deck, man. Right black at you, man, on Friday, man. So y'all know what it is, man. Sosa in the building, man. I got Unc Ryan Shotgun, man. What's going on, Unc?
Hey, man, Black African Power, man. You know what it is, man. You know how we're doing it, man. Pseudo Killers on deck, man. It's all good, community skeptics. Hey, you know we got that interview with that expert tomorrow, man. I think that's gonna be live. That's gonna put a little punch into the conversation. Good to sit back and learn something, man. And yeah, I appreciate Sosa World, man, all day, every
day. Yeah, for sure, man. We got Rebecca Wang coming tomorrow on Community Skeptics, man. Y'all be sure to tune in on that. What time we shutting off? About 7?
Yeah, about 7. We're gonna set it off about 7.
7 o'clock Eastern time, man. We got Rebecca Wang, the Egyptologist, man, PhD. And she gonna give us a good breakdown on the conversation we have. Give us a expert lens on the things that we talk about. And we're gonna see if we're aiming the right direction or we got it. We got it wrong. You know what I mean, compared to how they see it in the field of Egyptology. Mm-hmm. What's going on? Talk about out in the building. What's going on, fam? You might be on mute, Tuck, if your sound coming in.
What's going on?
Ain't much, man. So, yeah. So you campaigning for Egypt to be celebrated in Black History Month. That's your thing. That's your thing. Egyptian history is a part of Black History Month.
Right. Absolutely.
So you want to see Sepeneferu and Hepateptah talked about on Black History Month. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to
all that. Why
all
not?
of it. I heard that.
I ain't never heard no white people that don't come from Rome denounce that though. You know, just Black people. I don't know what's wrong with Black folks. Rome, free, all of that. White people claim all of that. So Black people claim Africa.
difference between Black history and African history.
Italian, it is. But what kind of? Well, what kind of? You talking about Black American history? That's what you're talking about.
That's only Black is, nigga. Shit, anything else? Nigga had their own name.
Sosa just called them Nubians Black. It ain't the only Black. We were just on the other show. I heard you, Sosa. I heard you.
I said, if the Nubians are Black, if that's your argument, then what color are the Egyptians?
Some of them was Black too. Some of them was Black too.
Some of them were Black. So what color was the other one?
That horrible picture that showed. Yeah, some of them was Black too.
What color was the other one?
Say it again.
I said, what color was the other ones? He said someone was Black.
Mediterranean niggas. It was Mediterranean niggas.
Mediterranean? What color is that? Like, so it is white?
Yeah, I don't know what y'all be saying when they say that either. I don't know what they mean either. I was just joking. But yeah, I be wondering that too.
Okay, now we getting somewhere. Okay, so some of them Black, some of them not. Okay, so then which one we gonna celebrate?
Like some of us Black.
Oh no, okay, okay, listen, okay. Some of them Black, some of them not. Some of them Mediterranean niggas, right? So which one we gonna celebrate during Black History Month? How do we limit? How do we separate the Mediterranean niggas from the Black niggas?
Look at shit. See, these are the answers y'all really want. These are the points y'all really want to argue.
Look at shit.
I be hearing y'all talking. So I say the Egyptians is Black like us. Then y'all got a leg to stand on. Otherwise, y'all just been ambiguous too. Y'all just saying they neither Black nor white, but that ain't really saying nothing. So I'll give you.
They don't say that.
They don't say that. They don't say it the way you just said it. That ain't what they said.
Yeah, I know they don't say it the way I just said it, but that's what they want to argue from, huh? They want to argue from you saying, yeah, we connected to the ancient Egyptians. They us and King Tut is my great grand. These are things I want to argue from, but nobody will come out and say it. So I just come out and say it so you can get it out. Go on and get it out. So which ones is Black? This is what Sosa trying to do for me right now. Which ones is Black? Queen Ty, she Black. So now we celebrate.
That's confusion. No, it's confusion though. The whole thing is
confusing.
But why though? It's a reason why it's
confusing. The whole thing is confusing. Race is confusing.
It's a reason. Right. That's why they don't do it. Because it's confusing. Why are we trying to do it? Who don't do it? Man, they stopped. It was pseudoscience, yo. Seriously. You ain't know that?
Yeah, like craniology. Yeah, I get that.
Look at the shit that made racist. So the shit you're buying them talking about is pseudo, yo. They don't even talk about it like that in the field. Matter of fact, whenever we talk to these experts, they be looking at us like we crazy, yo. You're like, huh?
Because they use race a little bit though, like
that's fine.
In the doctor's office and stuff, you can have a history of like the cholesterol. So they use race.
I got an anthropology book. That's why I get mad at everybody, because if I say buy an anthropology book and it's $4, just buy the $4 anthropology book, get an old one in 2019 or whatever the hell, $4, and then look up the shit and see what they saying. Damn, that's all it take, yo, to stop arguing each other like we ain't got no damn sense. Is you gonna find out somebody?
It's not a race, though. Race
it's not a race. Okay. You got 3.5 billion base pairs, nigga, and you can't tell that there's no distinct difference between what you perceive to be white based off of your eye, the way your vision, bro. They can't find it. That's what I'm telling you. It's pseudoscience. And the thing to top it off, it fueled racism. You know what I'm saying?
Are you lactose intolerant, huh? Are you lactose intolerant? Most white people are.
No, that's not helping you neither. I'm telling you. No, it's not. No, okay. I'm saying no. I'm trying to show you that you got endocrine. You lactose intolerant because it allowed you to drink the cow's milk. Okay.
Who is predominant?
I mean, not like. I mean, no.
Lactose.
You had a gene. Yeah. Well, you had a gene that allowed you to drink the cow's milk further into your age, but you had Africans to drink cow milk too, so they got the same gene too.
Yeah, anybody if they're working with that cattle,
what about
they got that. They most
What about
The
the sickle
cattle
cell
culture.
trait? What about all that?
The what?
What
No,
about
stay
bad
right here.
Jewish
Why you
mothers?
gotta run around? No, yo. See, this is the problem. We're having conversations. We can't finish one thought. It's like it's a ring around the rosy. Like we really not. We just trying to win.
That's what it is, huh? That's what it is.
I don't want it.
Cutting
Ain't.
off the foot to fit the shoe, huh?
I'm trying to
Cutting
get you,
off.
huh?
We cutting off the foot to fit the shoe.
I'm trying to get you, huh?
Jamaican
No,
proverb,
don't get
right?
me. I don't want you to
That's
get
nice.
me. I'm trying to.
Like my foot.
I like my feet. Yeah, yo. I'm trying to. I just want to let you know that malaria too. You got Asians, yo, that got a gene to stop you to help them dying against malaria, yo. Like, so that's not not good. But the point is though, bro, it's pseudoscience, and they matter of fact, they enslave people. But I don't have a problem with the word black though when you apply it to African Americans because we have accepted that, we have endured it, we have embraced it, and we black African power around this motherfucker, yo. But when we talk about ancient cultures, I don't think it's fair to make them racist. One, because to have a racialized term, I mean, you start separating races, and that's not how they did business. They separated people based off of culture, based off of language, and based off of these deities, yo. Like the Romans did, the Greeks. Like, how about the
We still
Greeks,
do that
the
too, though, huh?
Romans?
We still do that too, though, huh? That's the
Yeah,
part
but
of the
we
race.
don't
That's the
say
part of the race.
you'll never whole race though. Don't nobody say that no more. But the conscious
Like
community say that
Mexicans,
now.
what? What? We don't.
No, I'm telling you, yo, that if I was to take the blood of or the genome of some Mexicans, all the shit we think we looking at on a DNA test, yo, is come on, yo, like it's reasonable.
Yeah. I'm with you on that too, huh? Because that's crazy. Because how DNA gonna tell you about a culture? How would it do that?
Can't tell you about a culture. I can
It
tell you
can't do
about
that.
an area, and then how many people we got now, Jim? Whenever you look at the DNA test, you been having niggas from all over the world, yo. So now what? Now you say I'm a percentage of this. I'm 30, so that make you we don't even understand this shit we reading. I'm telling you, bro. That's why we're gonna have a geneticist on too. We're gonna do all that.
Y'all be in Dozy. Y'all be having a geneticist on, right?
And Gozy never said he was in geneticist, yo.
I don't even. Yeah,
Said that.
don't gotta say it. You don't gotta say it. He used it to make.
He don't gotta say it. He
to make
just
the
is.
argument.
I don't gotta
You don't
say
gotta
it.
say it.
Nigga talk about
No, you
genetics.
don't
He a
gotta
geneticist. That's how y'all.
say it.
Nash don't.
Uncle
Nash don't gotta say he used
anthropologist.
Yeah. You are
I'm
anthropologist.
not gonna even talk
That's
to
why they
you.
can't get that out their head. They can't get it out their head where you say you not one. They keep saying it.
I'm not gonna talk about neuroscience. You nigga think
I'm
neuroscience?
just saying he was one. He was making a joke though. You wound some type. You gotta chill out.
No, I'm saying no. I'm not talking about you. Talk, jeez, why you wild too tight
Round
right
too
now?
tight. Round.
Yeah, you is. Yeah, you is. You talking about me.
That ain't what I'm. No,
Fucking ready
talk
to
not.
argue.
My main
Fucking
problem
ready
is
to argue.
I
Jeez,
come out
talk.
and say it.
Damn,
I come
talk.
out and say what I'm saying. Most people
Talk.
is dancing around. I come out and
Talk.
say what I'm saying.
Talk.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about you, bro.
I said, yeah,
Jesus Christ.
I said
I'm
Huck
not
was a
talking about
science
you, bro.
enthusiast. Yeah.
I heard what you
I'm a
said,
dude.
but I'm not talking about you. Talk. I'm just saying that's why it's
Yeah, you
hard to
is
get it
kind of
out of
talking
their
about
head.
me. You is.
It's hard to get
It's
it out
hard
of
for
their
me to get out my
head
head. Yeah, and
because
Dozy is a geneticist. I'm gonna keep saying it. He used genetics to make every one of his arguments. That's all he used.
Hey, we appreciate him goes, but I don't think he would agree with you. Can we disagree? So we don't
Of
gotta.
course not. Of course
Yeah,
he
so we
wouldn't.
gotta.
But
Yeah,
then he gonna make then
we
the
can
next
disagree
point
to
he gonna make a
disagree. We can disagree. That way
okay.
we don't have to battle on
I got
if
you.
it
I
goes
got
as
you.
geneticists or not. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
I might get a
right.
little too much. You know what I'm saying? We got
Yeah,
concrete
he got
Corey.
me paperwork.
What's good, baby? You know what I'm saying? From the bite of Benin. What's good, man?
Funny as hell, yo.
Definitely the bite
Telling you.
That's funny as a
representing
motherfucker right there, yo.
the bite of Benin
Yeah, the
and
way
the
he
bite
say
of
it.
The Benin.
The way he say it, though. He say it the
There's
best.
something wrong with him, yo. It's
One more
funny as
time, Corey.
shit,
One more
yo.
time, man. The bite of Benin for the people, bro.
Something
yeah,
wrong
the
with
bite
him.
of Benin and the bite of Biafra. You know what I mean?
Hey, but Corey, but you was doing good though. You was doing good breaking down that picture. That was acting like I was crazy before you came on there. like my line,
because
like my eyes would
I
be
like
blind.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at art, you always want to pay attention to the details, right? So I look at the lines and the circles and shit. I see lines and circles and triangles when I'm looking at art. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think they had just as much sense as we got. You know what I'm saying? Now, I think you wrong about whether it was race based or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it had anything to do with like race in the way that we see it today. You know what I mean? I think what it was the Egyptians was very nationalistic. You can even see in their practices that like marrying outside and shit, like, you know, out marrying foreigners and shit.
Outside of what, Corey? Outside of what?
That's outside of Egypt, outside of their nationality, outside of Egypt.
Right.
That was a taboo. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, and not to say that it absolutely 100% didn't happen. No, but I'm just saying, you know, they looked down on that. You know what I'm saying? So and you can see it in the genetics, because if you look at the rest of the North Africans, right? Egyptians are distinct from all the other North Africans.
No, they did it definitely along the king's wives. No, not the king, the pharaoh's wives.
Yeah, I'm talking about the population. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure about the population in general, but I know, like,
man.
Come on, what I say is that the Egyptians didn't hate the Nubians because they was black. They hated them because they wasn't Egyptians.
You can see, because I look
at
things. I don't look at things.
I say, where did you read it at? I'm just saying where you read that at. I want to read it.
Let me explain how I'm arriving to it, brother.
Oh, you ain't read it, you're arriving. All right. I got you.
It's a collection of different things. I don't have to read a sentence to arrive at a conclusion. Right? You can arrive through different avenues.
Yeah, at least not every time.
This gonna be good. This gonna be good.
Then again,
this gonna be a classic show.
It's crazy because y'all every other aspect in your life you would do this, but just when it comes to Egypt, you know, you don't do it. But I just look at
could it be this an ancient dead culture?
I ain't gonna never get to explain how I arrived at it. So what I'm saying is, I can look at like nationalism in a broad spectrum. You know what I'm saying? Like this ain't the only the only demonstration of nationalism that we see, right? And so when you see the rhetoric and the propaganda that they put on the walls, you have to know that the community, the population, the people, the citizens, right? This is representative of who they are. They put, you see what I'm saying? These people, the population is okay with that. Otherwise, the royalty wouldn't propagate that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, you got to have the people behind you, and that's, so when you see the nationalism, when you see a demonstration of nationalism throughout, not just, it wasn't just one dynasty, or, you know what I'm saying, or just one king. When you see that throughout Egypt's history, the nationalism, then you draw inference from there. You see what I'm saying? Like, the people wasn't against nationalism, but the royalty was all down for nationalism. Shit just don't work like that. So that's what all I'm saying.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I don't think you have to read a sentence for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're horrible.
There has to be a methodology, though. Not gonna have to say it.
I mean, you didn't see that through. I just said I looked at it throughout their history, bro. You don't see that on the walls. That ain't a good enough
Nah, I think it
methodology
is.
for you?
Shouldn't have.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Tear you up for that.
So you
Corey.
don't see nationalism in Egypt?
Tear you up,
Yeah, but nationalism
throughout the history.
Yeah. Well, in its inception, you gotta look at nationality. Nationalism is not going to be the same in ancient time as it gets when you get to more modern time.
I didn't say that, but there's foundational pieces to nationalism.
So you have to account for that, though. But I'm saying if you make that claim,
there's going to be nuance, but there's foundational pieces to
that's
nationalism.
what I'm saying. I get it, but I'm saying if you make that claim, like, I'm definitely going to want to know the methodology you go about making that claim. I don't want to just be saying
what claim exactly. What are you saying exactly? What claim?
You saying that it was a taboo for, let's say, an Egyptian, not the outside of the royalty, to basically have relations with somebody
and so when you look at their DNA,
hey Corey, Corey, can I get in on this though, yo? You made a long statement of irrational statements, right? So let me clear it up before we move on to the next one. So what I would say to add to the discourse is that if that is the case, all the evidence on the ground shows that the Egyptians did a horrible job of separating themselves from intermarrying with other groups, because the data says something totally different. Now, they had nationalism when it came to their artwork and their consistency and want to speak the same language and wear the same types of clothes. But as far as messing with foreign women and other women, my God, that's all they did, bro. We gotta come on, yo. So I've never read anywhere where the Egyptians said that, hey, don't marry no foreign. That's not true. You made that up, and I end my statement.
I love because he always take a straw man. He build that motherfucker so nice. Then he drag it out in the field, and he proceeds to bludgeon the hell out of it.
What I get wrong, Corey? I thought I had.
Corey, I want to put it in
chat GPT. The royalty didn't. I said the society, because listen.
Hold on. I didn't say nothing about royalty. I didn't mention royalty one time.
You just said you didn't.
No, I did.
It wasn't. They didn't enter the royalty. They was you thought they said
I
it
didn't
was
say
all right?
that. No, I didn't say. You said royalty. I didn't mention royalty.
Everything I heard, Corey says the opposite of what you're saying. Because
yeah, Corey, I didn't say about no royalty. Corey, I said based off what you see in the genetics, based off what you see in the scars they found. You know what I'm saying? I said the only thing that was consistent was the artwork, yo, as far as keeping the same basic look. But yeah, I said
them hoes marrying their own cousins and shit. Man, come on. I don't.
No, that wasn't like that's not predominant.
Nah.
Fine. They married all.
We had to find.
They married all. They did it. They did it.
We had to find.
Anybody that came into Egypt, they was making love.
Yeah,
they didn't give a damn.
Yeah, they did. They didn't give a damn. If they let you in, nigga, like America, nigga, nobody would give a damn.
I lost it. I lost that one.
Yeah, you tried though. You good try.
Yeah,
it was a good one. It was a good, excellent attempt.
It's crazy.
That's why I said you need to show it on paper then, because it's so bizarre. That idea you came up with was so bizarre. Then you would need to show some historical data that the Egyptians actually did. They barely know about Egyptian culture.
Y'all don't be understanding.
You sharper than me.
Through these conversations, I'm not gonna even lie. Like when y'all look at the genetics, right, and shit like that, y'all look at shit in isolation. Just like these sentences. You know what I'm saying? This is why it'd be hard for motherfuckers to get these sentences and shit, because they look at shit in isolation. They don't look at it in context in light of everything else. You know what I'm saying? You want me to show you one sentence that says, "Oh, they did." You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't.
You got to look at everything in light of everything we know.
No,
okay, so
when I heard the expert, when they talked about
even today.
No, but listen, when they talked about Egypt in different areas, right?
North Africans slightly differ. The Maghreb and all of that Maghreb is different than Egyptians. That's what I'm saying. There's the Maghrebi.
That's because of where their locale.
I'm saying this.
They're at the goddamn corridor. So yeah, you would expect that. But when I heard them talk about, they talk about even when the Egyptians would control Nubia, Egyptians would go into Nubia and they would live down there. They would become a part of Nubia. Like, you know what I'm saying? When they controlled that area, they would go down there and engage into the whole shit. Like, I've never heard them say that they did.
Well, as far as what
I
I see in history, I'm just gonna say this. I'm not gonna say there's no anomalies and there's not there wasn't somebody who went down there and
I'm not talking anomaly.
I'm not gonna say all that.
But see, you strong.
As far as what I've seen, as far as what I'm seeing, Egyptians are very, very proud to be Egyptians, and they want to stay Egyptian. They don't want to be like everybody else. They want to distinguish themselves. This is what I'm seeing in history.
But hold on.
And they
distinguish themselves from everybody else.
It up.
That's what I'm saying.
Making it up.
And if y'all haven't seen that, Sosa, that's cool with me. You don't have to argue. That's just my point of view. That's it.
All right. But you ain't you got an argument, but you won't let nobody mount a kind of argument.
No, I've already stated. Y'all just saying.
No, I'm trying.
I'm wrong. He's wrong.
Trying to make it.
They lie. They like being like. They like mixing and mingling with everybody. That's what y'all saying.
No, what I'm saying is.
I'm saying I didn't see that, and so we can just
that would be somewhat akin to racism. I'm saying because
I'm not bringing that into the conversation
because other people
anachronistic.
Yeah, so now if you're talking about other people, maybe other cultures coming into Egypt who become Egyptian citizens. If you mean like that's what you're talking about, then maybe I can agree like that because other societies coming to Egypt.
I don't know how. I mean, all I mean is what I do. What I'm saying. I mean what I'm saying.
I'm gonna move on.
They liked it to keep themselves distinct and unique from everybody else.
Well, I'm gonna just move off because I ain't.
That was it. That's all. You can bring I've seen.
You don't got nothing I can bring to the table that we can scrutinize. Hey, see, my chat GP do the same shit again, bro. Our system have detected unusual activity. Tell you this Black Egypt conversation, bro.
Actually, y'all got the burden of proof. Y'all saying
Corey, you made the claim. You made that claim, Corey.
I made the claim. Y'all made the counterclaim. I said the Egyptians. I said the Egyptians. They were the world's first nationalists. Is the first thing I said.
We agree.
And then I said they liked to keep themselves distinct from other people. I said, as a matter of fact, if you look at the genetics, if you look at the genetics, then you can see that they kept themselves distinct from other populations in North Africa. That's what I said. So y'all said no. Now y'all prove it.
No, that's not how it works.
Say something crazy.
That's not how the burden of proof works.
I would say if I was to disagree with somebody, I would say no, because look at this here.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
It's an extraordinary claim, yo.
I would say that according to what you're saying, you would find that only with the Coptics. Based off what you're saying, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm just saying like them the only people that was like kind of like sticking to themselves, not wanting to mix with nobody. As far as what
I'm finna damn
that ain't the whole of Egypt. So
stop using ChatGPT, bro. You need to give me too much. I'm starting using Perplexity. Shit crack. Paying for it and then gotta damn fight them about goddamn.
What you got to say about that?
I don't have nothing to say about that. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
Those are hot dogs. These just hot dog. I want to get Ngozi opinion on that. Chef, what's good, though? In the middle of working. And I need that pop affiliated.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of work. So y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Chef.
Yeah, I always.
You basically said they had treaties on not mixing with nobody. That's what you said, Corey.
There you go. You might well just take some lighter fluid to the straw, man.
Then you said. What the hell was you saying then, yo, for 25 minutes straight? What the fuck was you saying then? Let me shut up.
I ain't saying nothing.
Explain it again. Explain it again.
I already explained it, huh?
You beta is what you say, you beta is what? That shit funny the motherfucker, yo.
But then that they wouldn't even work.
You know what though? It be
What was you
seeming
saying?
like everything I say seem wow, right? Then we look into it, then we walk it back to well, maybe it made a little bit of sense, right? So maybe y'all just didn't hear Sheffrin when he told me about the Bite of Benin 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And then I brought it back up, right? And so that might have been new. That might have been new information. But listen, my genetics come from the Bite of Benin, bro. That's where I'm from. Like, I mean, I've shown that. I've shown that many a times, bro. I mean, like that's wow. If that's wow, bro. If me saying my genetics come from the Bite of Benin is wow, right? That's a wow. But I don't want to say where other people say their genetics is from. That's not the wow thing. Pull it up. I mean, like everything niggas say on internet. If y'all notice, right? I don't sit here and be like, skip it. So I just go pull everything niggas say on the internet. I just pull the shit up. And I'll be like, okay, he made sense right here. Or, oh, no, this nigga was wild as hell right there when he said that.
Yeah, perplexity. I can.
You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all got Chat GPT, y'all got all this. I got it right
here. It said the ancient Egyptians did not have a general issue with marrying. I'm sharing my screen. The ancient Egyptians did not have a general issue with marrying other ethnic groups. Marriage is within the royal family and among common people, often including close kin, such as marriage between cousins or uncle and nieces, which were fairly common in Egypt prior to the Greek period. The practice of marrying within the family included both brothers and sister marriages was particularly noted among the royalty, and that was thought to strengthen the king's claim to the throne. Additionally, there's evidence that foreign dynasties such as the Hyksos gained power in ancient Egypt, not through invasion, but by marrying into Egyptian royalty, suggesting that the inter-ethnic marriages were a means of political alliance and integration. This indicates that the ancient Egyptians were open to intermarriages with other ethnic groups, at least in certain contexts, and especially when it served political or social purposes.
They talk about the political shit. I'm talking the royalty shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Like like I said, these motherfuckers was practicing incest. Come on, man.
You're switching the conversation now. Hell,
you made ready hit the link. You made ready get on your ass. No, they were gonna let that shit slide.
But
Street Super. Hold on, Corey. Let me get the brothers in the building, man. Street Super, what's good with you, fam?
What's up, brother? How you doing? Peace and love. Peace and love to the panel. Peace and love, everybody. How y'all doing?
Everything's good, man. We chime in on the aspect of the regular citizens of Egypt having issue with interethnic relationship. Basically, they didn't want to have relationship with other ethnic groups, people that weren't Egyptians.
I think that it's paradoxical. The elites didn't because they wanted to maintain a specific lineage, especially amongst half siblings. But the citizens, based off region, could have differed. The Egyptians were known even in ancient times before the dynastic period for taking foreign women. Populations nearby, even with the Hyksos, it wasn't a mass or major invasion the way they thought it was, according to recent studies. So the Hyksos came in peacefully in the 15. You start to see them around the 15th dynasty. I'm sorry, the 12th dynasty before they take over in the 15th until almost kick them out in the 18th. And it was more of a confederation buildup when they start to learn how to build those chariots from populations near the Black Sea. When they start to learn to build those chariots in a sense of using it for war later, this is when you start to see the Hyksos start to really dominate. But they was already living in the Delta for a very long time in Avaris. So it wasn't a major takeover the way people think. But the Egyptians was already known for taking in foreign women. You could see it with the Battle of Megiddo with Tutmosis. He brought in a whole lot of foreign children. He took in women. You see it with Ramesses II taking in Mitanni queens or Mitanni Harlem women, harlots or whatever. You can see it with a lot of groups of people when they took in foreign women. The mitochondrial DNA that you find in Abusir, some of that's non-African, and most of it was non-African, but a lot of those mitochondrial DNA signals was already there for a long time. Like U6, you found it there. W, you found it there. X, you found it there. That was there for a very long time. U6 been in North Africa for almost 15 or 23,000 years. And you can find it with the Abiro Marusian article that came out in 2018. And it said 65% of the DNA was close to early Near Easterners, Zutzana, and 35 to 40% was close to Hadza Yoruba-like from an early phase. Then you have Anatolian farmers coming in. So the population was already mixed.
Mixing and mixing and mixing. So
mixing
why
and
would
mixing.
you Egypt and then say we're not doing it no more? Correct.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, it was already mixed before. Yeah, even before the inception of a dynastic period of Egypt, they was already looking totally different than people that we descend from, or even the Nubians, because even in North Sudan, they wasn't homogenous. So if you look at like the skulls of the Nubian A group, that fits more in line with the Nakata, they were slightly more distinct than the Nubian C group. And so it's like none of this stuff was homogenous the way people think in those areas, especially in the Levant. Populations from the early Cambrian phase of the early Levant, before the Neolithic phase. I'm talking about way before the Neolithic or the Chalcolithic, which is the Copper Age or Bronze Age. Populations was already going in and out from the Levant to Egypt for a very long time, especially with the Cambrians. So they got an article coming out. I have the abstract, and I'm gonna bring it up whenever we talk to when I talk to Jabari. But I don't even have to bring it up for that. I'll just bring it up on one of you guys' shows.
Yeah, he said he ain't talking to you. He said he ain't talking to you.
Y'all followed all of that? Y'all followed all of that?
Yeah. Let me add something in this real quick. So Homo sapiens say that's based off their nature. Human beings mix. It's what you're gonna do. You're gonna mix. Now, groups will pop up and lie about doing it, right? But I ain't never seen a human population that didn't have a certain amount that mixed. It had even white people that claim to hate black people, they mixed all the time. Yeah, even you Wapians that claim yeah, they did it all the time. Yeah, so be worried if people saying I ain't doing it, I ain't gonna touch that. No, you're lying, nigga. Shut up, right? You chill, because that's what humans do. They mix, right? We have our preferences, and some people have preferences that don't match up with other people's preferences and women. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. So to think that ancient populations did mix is crazy. So yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, but the thing, yeah. So the thing is, even white people, they don't have a straight line in origin because they come from three base populations themselves. We know about the Yemenayas who brought them the Indo-European language, the Anatolian farmers that went up there, and the old Mesolithic hunter-gatherers. So even them represent a combination. But you know about the term endogamous. So it's a difference when you can find these people who created a unique cluster through time and a specific time period, they become endogamous amongst their levels of marriage. So the elites at one phase only married amongst half siblings at certain times. But the citizens, if you were living in a nearby region, that's why the genetic signatures of population in Egypt and to this day may differ in percentage. So if you go towards the Delta, you'll find populations that's more closer to people in the Levant and Palestine and Lebanon. If you go towards the south, near Luxor, you'll find populations that have closer signatures to populations in Aswan. You go further in Aswan, which is also part of Upper Egypt, you'll find populations that have certain signatures more higher and northern Sudanese-like signals. And it's still like that to this day. Egypt was a country. So it's not a consistency when it comes to the segments that's being used or what's being sequenced to say who they were. You feel what I'm saying? It always ranges, and it's going to be like that because this is a transcontinental country. An entrance zone for humanity and an exit zone for humanity. That's just what it is.
All right, let me bring Brother Reggie in the building, man. Welcome to the show, Brother Reggie. What's going on with you, fam?
Peace.
Chime in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, great. My Zoom wasn't working yesterday. So I think believe it or not, both Corey and my brother Ngozi are correct. I think that you should listen to them. I think that at a certain period of time, which I can show, the ancient Egyptians were really interested in keeping what they called a kind of royal bloodline, right? Where this bloodline could descend to earlier periods, and they came up with terms. I'm not going to. I could say the term like Kemetiu, right? The terms like that, where they were interested. Well, I think the what you have to be careful about is the changes in history where we can actually see. So Ngozi is correct about the foreign rulers, the Hekakasu, right? That period, who they were in the north. That region is called the Tamehu group. Tamehu, not Tamu. Tamehu group. And they were the North Africans that have been there forever, never really moved, right? And that particular group was absorbed by the southern groups that had become in power, right? From the Norma period. And so we have Christina Clorier, which we often use her work, where we see the populations coming from the south and then including the north. And so, yes, there becomes a mixture among certainly among the people. But we have a very interesting period with Ramses III, where he imported the offsprings of the nine bows and raised them by the tens of thousands. So we have the inscription. So after Ramses III, during that period, we have a whole lot of mixture because he's raising in Egypt or in the place we call Egypt, tens of thousands of children from the nine bows. I could show you the text, right? So now after Ramses III, we have an entirely different Egypt, right? And that goes into, and then people think that the periods before there were more gradual mixes. Yes, there was foreign wives and things like that, but there was always a hereditary son, right? And then yeah, they had foreign wives, but they attempted to control it for a while. But Egypt is on a how can I say it's on a footing of mixing, right? And so don't beat up Corey because Corey was correct. It's just that Corey he doesn't know where to go with the text. Now,
So I'm gonna ask you the same question,
you
Reggie. So can we get
experts,
that text for us, please, bro?
any of you experts,
Can we get that text, Reggie? Can we get
yeah,
that text, please, brother? Yeah, get that text for us to say they
Yeah.
get
So the
mixed. Go ahead.
so the
Get that
question
text.
is
yeah.
sometimes yes, sometimes no, right?
Yeah, I'll get the text for Ankh so you can borrow
Appreciate you, brother.
research, right?
Oh, it's your research. I don't want your research then. No, I want it. I don't trust your research.
My research.
I don't trust your research, bro.
No, my
No, I don't.
research is my source.
That's not your research. That's the source.
Yeah,
yo.
no research includes the sources to make my point. Don't tell me what research is and
So I'm
source.
saying you gotta make if you gotta make the point, Reggie, then
I'm gonna make it. No, I'm gonna make the
point.
point with my source. I'm gonna show you the direct source.
No, you have not showed us that you're competent in being able to do that, Reggie. So just give me the text and I'll
I
find
haven't
some.
shown. Wait, check this out, my dude.
I didn't. Why you get? I didn't.
Hold
There
on,
you go
Black
with
History
that.
Month, man.
My
Happy bit of
dude.
History Month,
There you
man.
go
My
with the Black
dude.
History Month. Shit. There you go.
Reggie.
Come on, Reggie.
It was
I'm gonna
Come on,
show
Reggie.
you the source.
Reggie.
Stop with the
All right.
Thank you,
hyperbola
bro.
and all of that.
Thank you,
Let
bro.
me allow you to share your screen,
Yeah,
Then
thank
you
you.
say my dude, you ready to cuss me out? My dude.
No,
Come
I
on,
ain't
yo.
gonna
Come on.
curse you out, I ain't
Yeah.
gonna
We
curse
keep
you
it.
out. I'm just gonna
The
slightly.
people want to learn. You know what I'm saying? The people, I want to learn too. So
All right, so I'm
we got the class. We got
I can share my
the
screen.
chalkboard up. Yeah, you should be ready to go.
Okay, thank you so much. Tell me when the screen is up.
Go ahead, it's up. Go ahead, screen share. It's black though. You ain't sharing something.
I don't see nothing.
Yeah, it says it's loading. It's loading because it's gonna cut you.
Cut that nigga, Reggie.
Yeah, screen sharing. All right. So this is in the
Make it a little bigger for him, Reggie. We can't see him. So
yeah, okay.
another.
This is okay. I don't want to make it too big so that it goes off the screen. Can you see now?
Yeah, sure. Y'all can see it.
Okay, the mortuary temple of Ramses. Source.
So it's a
Research me. Find
so
source.
it's a
Right?
mortuary source.
Mortuary temple of Ramses III. Source. Right? He
Uh-huh.
goes, let's start here. Its granaries overflowed with grain and wheat of the fields, right? While its cattle was unabundant as the sand of the riverbank. I taxed it, right? Upper Egypt as well as Lower Egypt, while Nubia and Dejai belonged to it with their tribute, for it was filled with captives, whom thou gavest from the 9 bowls, and their offspring, whom I raised by the 10,000s. There it goes.
Are you serious, Reggie? That's why I can't do it, yo. So can you please continue to talk to this human being, please, yo? Because that ain't what we asked for, yo. Seriously, man.
Why we call him human? Why we? Man, I thought that was a human being. He's our brother.
That's my
He's our
dude.
brother.
If you call me my dude, I'm gonna call him a human being.
Okay, so my
dude, brother. What's going on?
So my dude, my point was that there's a large incursion of foreigners brought in by Ramses III that changed the population of Egypt. I have a direct.
Asked before though, bro.
No, there was my point. I don't know what your point was. Your point, you don't have a point. You talk about evolution. We're talking people admix. That's so general. I'm giving
so can you help them
a specific period of time where
hold on, let me say this.
Time.
All right, Reggie, let me make this quick point. First of all, you messed up the whole discourse.
This is how you steal a source. So
I'm not still no source, Reggie. Listen to me finish my
source in, and then you act like
I didn't say nothing about your tens of thousands of people that you claim they brought in. I
didn't claim it. I didn't write it.
I never asked you to source that part up. You made a clear statement about how right Corey was about them having the treaties against mixing, and I was like, "Yo, just can I read?"
No, I didn't know what I think in
you went with the part that supports me.
No,
Reggie, don't go for it because nobody said.
No, Corey. What he's saying is that what Reggie.
Nobody said anything about a treaty.
Yeah,
no, not a treaty, not a treaty. But what he's saying is that the argument that you gave Reggie supports Unk's argument. So he wanted to argue. He wanted the argumentation that supports Corey's argument.
Right.
That's what he's asking.
You understood that, man. Come on.
That's what he's asking for.
No, the argument that supports Corey's argument. The thinking of the 11th and 12th dynasty of making their bulls more pure than they were before. So that
this is a black bull. This can't be the black bull. We read the black bull.
No, but when they're talking about the black bulls, they're talking about the people. So
see what I'm saying? See yourself into Corey.
That's your brother.
So when they're talking, when I give you the text, you have to understand that ancient Egyptians talked in metaphors.
Y'all run down so many rabbit holes, boy. I'm telling you.
So
he ain't
trying to help you, Corey.
He's trying to help you, Corey.
He's trying to help you.
Everybody's argument ain't the same.
No, I'm saying we got Ngozi opinion on the subject matter.
The problem. So here's the problem. And listen, I can go and do it on my show, but I thought I'd come on King Sosa, right? And let one of the key adversaries, the key ops, come on, right? Because I'm a key op, right? I'm saying that we have the text to make the point. So the point that I made is, one point was the fact that they imported tens of thousands of children They didn't kill the children. They imported the children of the foreigners in there. That would change, that would begin to drastically change and made them Egyptians. That would begin to drastically change the population of what the ancient Egyptians would look like in the Ramses III period. However, prior to that,
Really, yo. How many children was it, yo, that made them look different, yo? Let me see, yo. And how you know the people ain't even look like them in the first place? That's what I'm saying, yo. Like,
because the 9 bowls, if you look at the Book of Gates, they show you what the people look like. Don't play.
So the 9, all right, hold on, whoa. The 9 bowls, you told us
What
something
happened to
good
my
the other day
wrench? I
about the
took
9
away
bowls.
my wrench. Somebody snitched on me. I had a wrench.
No, you took.
You
ain't got no wrench.
I don't got the
Wrench.
powers. I can't take it with your wrench, rest. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I killed your wrench many moons ago. You've been dead because you.
No, I had a wrench the other day.
I don't know how you got.
Maybe on the community of skeptics.
Oh, community of skeptics. I might have had a wrench.
So
right.
Yeah, everybody.
Okay, let me go make sure I take
I like the wood grain. So
hey, Reggie, have you read the article? Reggie, have you read the article that's coming out? They tried to present it in 2023, but it's coming out in 2025. And I think they talked about the DNA that was sequenced from an Egyptian it was from Upper Egypt, and I think it was from like the 6th or early dynasty. And it said how the earlier Egyptians was close to Neolithic Levantines or Neolithic farmers or Neolithic Levantine farmers, which is pretty much the pre-pottery Neolithic culture, which was a combination of Natufians who mixed with a segment of or a group of Anatolian farmers at that time, not the same Anatolian farmers that crossed through, but the pre-pottery Neolithic culture. And I think the zone was Netfu, not Nekun, but Netfu. I got to find an article. It's the abstract.
Edfu or Edfu?
Listen,
I didn't read the article.
no. It starts with an N. I got to get the abstract. But here's the thing: when they sequenced the DNA, it matched up with Neolithic Levantines, or not really fully Natufian like. And a later component in the north comes from those Neolithic Iranians, right? But here's the thing: even outside of that, the population that was in the west of the Maghreb already had another layer of Anatolian farmer that drifted through Gibraltar 6,000 years ago. This is before Egypt. So if you put it all together, you can see that they were already a hybrid culture in a sense of a combination of mix way before a dynastic period. You see what I'm saying? Even you read the book called Pre-Colonial Africa by Dr. Anti Jork, right? We talked about this. I found it kind of confusing that he talked about in a melanin dosage test, he used the Ramesses to say how Ramesses was black. But in the book Pre-Colonial Africa, he said that the Ramesside dynasty was foreigners. They were Hyksos. They were Asiatics. So I got confused on that.
Well,
you know that.
Well, I can go. Let's go back to this part that you were saying with this article. No, I haven't read the abstract. You say it's new. We'll take a look at it. But I would say that when people are mixing, you can't see it by you may not be able to see it directly by phenotypes. You may not be able to see it because it has to gradually occur. There's sexual selection and all the other things that occur where there's more of a population where it becomes more specific. But in the time period that you're talking about with the Levantine, what is the time period that you're talking about?
Well, the pre-pottery Neolithic culture, which is a combination between the Tufian and the Anatolian farmer group, they start to drift around 9,000 or 8,000.
Right,
This is before they go to Europe, or even 10,000.
Right.
And you have pre-pottery Neolithic A, B, and C group. The combination is the Neolithic farmers. And the Neolithic farmers and here's the thing, the Natufian was already a combination. We got to follow all of the mixtures. So the Natufian is a mixture between Cambrian groups and a population that came out of North Africa called the Mushabians. The Mushabians were an earlier combination of something that descent from the Kubanians. And the Kubanians already had a segment of populations that already were going in and out from the Levant to North Africa for almost 23,000 years. So they leak out. They leak out.
I don't have a
slightly mixed.
Listen, I do not have a problem in that time period. What I have more of an issue with the period that goes directly into the formation of Egypt. So that particular period, we're talking about the Nakata period, right? And we're talking about combinations of people from the Western Desert and from the
North
Sudan.
Africa.
Right, right. And then they walk to North Africa. And so by them going into
It
North,
was already mixed though, yo, for they got there, Reggie.
it was, what
Right,
do you,
because before the look, Reggie,
It
if
was
you
mixed.
look, hey Reggie, let me ask you this, Reggie. I'm gonna ask you this, Reggie. Before the
show me a
Nakata, you
source,
have
Mom. Show me a source.
hey
Show me a
Reggie,
source.
I don't
hey,
gotta
Hey
show,
Reggie,
man. Come on,
hey
yo.
Reggie, hey
Everybody know
Reggie,
they
hey
was
Reggie,
good.
hey Reggie, hey Reggie, if you would like,
Hey, Gozy, can you just sign off on that, yo?
yeah, what I was
So I
trying to
know
say, if
I
you
ain't
were,
crazy.
no, yeah, I definitely agree with you. This they were already mixed because here's the thing.
Why show a source and
Hey Reggie,
We don't want to show. We don't want to show you. You're gonna
hey,
misread it. We
hey,
don't want to show
hey,
you.
hey Reggie, if you
yes.
look at the Nakata, before them you had the Badarians, and then before them you had the Tajans. If you look up Shamaka Keita, he talked about the limb proportions of the Badar. He was saying that they were already mixed. He said they were a combination of indigenous Africans, or what we call tropical adapted, and some layers of North African. So they were already mixed even before the Nakata. Remember, in the North you had the Mahdi. In Upper Egypt, you had the Nakata, so they were already mixed
Okay,
way before.
but listen, I
Is
have a
it?
problem in Gozi. The Badarians,
I'm sure I can. I
uh,
got it.
What is that noise?
And that good guy. I'm finna mute you real quick while you handle your business. Go ahead.
yeah. I've looked at the Badarian data, and I know that there is mixture with the Badarian with the Badarian data, because it clearly just shows that they are mixed with different groups, but they're mixed with the North African populations that moved in and was there for thousands of years. They mix with the Western Desert population, and then they would mix with the Nubian populations. So, but the Nubian populations that are coming up, right? Because they're in Badaria, they become the leadership of the group, right? So when that particular happen, and they're bringing their groups up, so there's a large incursion from Nubia, from Nubia.
Right, but Reggie, let me ask you this. But coming out of the Western Desert, you get the article. This is sources. People in the early Green Sahara, people were already even mixed in the Sahara. So when they came out of the Sahara and they leaked into the Nile, they wasn't what people think, in the sense of they were already slightly mixed, because you had R1BVA8 that crossed through Gibraltar and hit North Africa, and it came through. You could find a basal branch of R1BVA8 in pre-Sardinian hunter-gatherers before coming into Africa. You have E3B, who was still remnant around the later clade of EM7A, who was still remnant around. You got
Right,
the
but
EM2,
they were
so they were already mixed up.
right, but
Crazy.
they are indigenous Africans mixing with indigenous Africans, right?
Non-African, they was mixing with non-African populations that came back in.
No,
Remember, Anatolian farmers already crossed Gibraltar.
no, you can't show that.
In the Sahara, yes, I could. Yes, I
Sahara,
could.
they were mixing
Let me
with
see if I can. Let me see.
population.
I was gonna use this, but let me see if I can find something right quick for you. Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
Hey,
don't,
but hold on. Let me add something here. Let me. Okay, y'all in deep time right now. Let's move up a little bit. I just want to correct the statement that the population, that the Hyksos was a population of people. They wasn't a population of people, yo. So you use that as one of your calling cards to say how the Egyptian population started getting mixed or something like that with the
no,
Hyksos in the
yeah,
12th
you got it
dynasty.
all messed up. You got it.
I
You
didn't
got
get it. No, you said that. I'm saying they was
Hicks
not a
those foreign
population, yo.
populations. That's
I mean,
Nubian.
but I didn't cut you off though, yo.
But
But yo, I let you have a discourse, yo. So do me the same. Come on, yo. I'm saying the
tell the
Hyksos wasn't a group
truth.
of people.
Tell the
Man,
truth.
Reggie, bet $100 right now that the Hyksos was not a population of people. Everybody hear you talking. Bet the money, yo.
I'm not. You're making that argument.
I'm not. I'm saying, but you said out your mouth that the Hyksos came in and changed the population, yo. You said that. So you to change the population would have to be a group of people, and I'm saying it wasn't.
Okay, so you see what you're laying it with?
Not to land with anything. I'm trying to let you know that Hyksos
Okay,
wasn't a
you're
group of
seeing what
people.
you're laying. I didn't say that the Hyksos was directly a population. I said those groups came in, right?
Those
And
groups. So when you said Hiscos,
Hyksos,
use the words.
oh, can we just slow down? Can we be friends again?
We friends. Well, go ahead, get it right though, yo.
Who are the Hyksos?
They
I'll
just
tell
they,
you.
they just a leadership group. That's it. Some foreign kings. They called the Nubians that too, the kings, the chieftains. That's it. The people was already there.
All right. Do
Reggie, what does Soteron say?
Oh, y'all just switched
Yeah.
so the Hicks or the Nubians, Hyksos too. Can it be Hyksos?
Yes. Yes. Because it's
So
just foreign chieftain. That's all the word means.
right. So the
Foreign
group,
chieftain. Anybody's not Egyptian
the
and
Libyans, could
is
they
a
be
leader.
Hyksos?
Well, I don't know about them having that particular thing, but I know they applied it to the Nubians and those which you would consider to be in the Delta.
Okay, and the Amo groups, are they Hyksos? Can they be Hyksos?
It's just it's a foreign chieftain, yo. Foreign
Hey,
chiefs.
hey,
That's all it means, yo. You read the glyphs,
So
yo. You supposed to
so
know that.
all of
Look it up.
so the so
you see
so
this?
the wait, what are you putting on the screen? Let me just see.
You see this abstract right here? You see this right here? This is before Egypt. This is populations in the Sahara. It says right here, it says a northwestern African lifestyle transition from the foragers to food production around 7,400 years ago. But although the spark change remains unclear, archaeological data supports the conflicting views that migrant European Neolithic farmers brought a new way of life to North Africa. The local hunter-gatherers adopted the technical innovations that later view are also supported by the archaeogenetic. Here we will fill the key chronological archaeogenetic gaps in the Maghreb from the Epipaleolithic to the Middle Neolithic by sequencing the genome of 9 individuals. It says notably, the trace of 8,000-year population of continuity, isolation to Upper Paleolithic to the Epipaleolithic to some of the Maghreb. So the whole point is that the populations in those areas was already mixed in the Sahara before even going into the portions of Egypt or the Nile Valley. And I have a lot of sources.
In
Gozi, yes, sir.
I read very quickly too. You spoke very quickly.
Yes.
You were saying how to try to reconcile the two different views. But Ngozi, a key point to that you read over real quickly was the amount of specimens that they actually used to make this point.
What?
Right. But I get that, Reggie.
How many specimens in Ngozi?
It depends on a region. It can differ based off region.
Say in Ngozi.
From which one? The one I just read?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go back.
How many specimens? You should know that. You shouldn't go back.
Crazy, yo. So Reggie, you basically saying there's a such thing as an unmixed African. That's the point you're trying to make, though?
On 9 specimens, you actually made.
No. Is it your point that there is a non-mixed African? You can't even comprehend what Ngozi's saying. If you're sitting there thinking there's a non-mixed African, then that's why you're arguing with that man right now. So I'm gonna get straight to it. Is there a non-mixed African, since you want to leave the Hiscos part of it, is it a such thing on planet Earth as a non-mixed African, Reggie?
There's no such thing as a non-mixed African. That's not.
All right, I'm done. I'm done.
You didn't make
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Ngozi.
I like
to
have
Thank you, Ngozi.
Bring your article back up, Ngozi. Bring your article back up.
This is just the abstract, but hold on, go ahead. Hold on.
Bring it back up.
It was 9, but it doesn't mean anything. Hold on one second.
It's fine. Bring it back up. See,
there you go.
He wants you to have 100,000 specimens. Like any damn DNA test got that many. You know what I'm saying? Go get 100,000 swabs. Come on, yo.
But you need 100,000 attestations of black, huh?
Hey, but you know what's crazy though? This is what's crazy. The same DNA that was coming. The same DNA that was coming.
Okay, so it says right there. Wait.
Hey, Reggie, I want to
also key chronological archaeological gaps for the Maghreb from the Epipaleolithic to the Middle Neolithic by sequencing the genomes of 9 individuals.
Correct. What's wrong with that?
And we hold gaps by not by
Reggie,
9 individuals.
But Reggie, look, let me finish. Let me just
say
Reggie,
They ain't tripping off
I mean, hold on,
ASCR.
no. That's the trick. But listen, even before this, if we go back to the Ibero-Mauritian, hold on, let me just say this. Even before this, from what they seen to show that there was some Anatolian farmers that crossed through, regardless if it was 5 or 6, it's still showing a non-African signature that's not that didn't come from there, that mixed with the indigenous population. But guess what? If I go to 2018 article on the Ibero-Mauritians, they already showed a high affinity of Near Eastern DNA because the U6 mtDNA that was there. They were already mixed.
How come that's fine? So why did Ankh just see how y'all play? Ankh just beat me up and talking about is there a non-African mixture? And I could say that that was a trick question. But you're able to say non-Africans, and Ankh doesn't say anything, right? Where's Ankh with his hat? Did y'all just see what happened? I hope that y'all just saw what happened, but Uncle left.
No, he says that any such thing as a non-mixed African.
He couldn't do right. There's no such thing as a non-mixed Africans. And so what is Ngozi talking about?
He's talking about Africans that are mixed. So no Africans non-mixed. They all got mixed.
They've been mixed. So if we go to 2018 studies, the population of Ibero-Mauritians, who starts between 30,000 to 10,000 after the Capsians dominate them later, the Capsian culture, they were already mixed even before these Anatolian farmers came in, because 65% of the DNA based off the Ibero-Mauritians connect to Dudzana, which is connected to populations that crossed in from the Near East a very long time ago. So what I'm saying is they were already mixed. So the people in the Sahara wasn't just homogenous. They were already mixed even before going into the Nile. And when they go into the Nile, they're meeting up with populations that's Natufian-like. I mean, you can find like the seated women statues that crosses from Syria all the way through North Sudan and Upper Egypt, going back 7,000 years. It's connected to the pre-Proto Neolithic culture. So what I'm saying is there's an ancient mixture that kept occurring with similar populations over and over and over again.
I think that okay. So you're going to have a debate with Brother Jabari on this, right? And you're going to have to show some sources, right?
Absolutely.
And so it doesn't look like right now, or you don't have a good reason because you want to have a good debate, right? But you don't want to surprise him, but he should understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that you are changing the populations of the Green Sahara to make it look like it's more outside of Africa than it is inside of Africa. But then you have the black mummy that's going to hit you right in the head, right?
Yeah, we got the black, but you got the recent studies. You got the recent studies from the Takorit zone. That's the same. That's a little bit older than the black Libyan mummy. That shows also some admixture, not the black Libyan mummy.
I don't mind admixture. See, this is the problem, Ngozi. Brother Reggie, he don't mind.
The conversation we're having is about mixture, though. That's the whole point of it.
Right. So I don't mind admixture, right? But what I was really getting to was these populations, right? Now they mix within the. We were talking about the Bedarians. They mix with the groups of the Bedarians, and so we have an idea of the mixture of the Bedarians. They did have sub-Saharan mixture.
Okay, Reggie. Now, Reggie, I want to talk about that sub-Saharan component. I want to talk about that because I do agree. Even with the Koran skeleton that you found, you do have a Nilotic element that was always lingering around. Because I have something on the Tunisian Amazigh and origin.
Or was they just lying around?
No, they were always drifting, lingering around, and they were mixing they were being absorbed into the other population. That's why let me just say this. That's why to this day.
Because they are the most indigenous. These are the people who are not
but Reggie,
outsiders.
But Reggie, listen.
The outsiders in Ngozi.
No, Reggie, listen. Let me just say this. Even to this day, if you get a modern Egyptian who could be lighter skinned or dark, I don't care about that. You are going to find some Nilotic DNA in them. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be there. Whether it ranges from 4% to 5%, you're going to find it in them because it was already lingering around. You can find that with the Wadi Haflin skeleton. That's why I'm going to also bring anthropology. I don't think
Jabari stands a leg against me. He's playing. I mean, I'm gonna let the audience think that because people have, that's their favorite. But when it comes to just dealing with real academia, looking at anthropology and DNA, he don't stand a leg, because my whole point of this is to prove that the people in Egypt and in North Africa has a continuity and consistency based off even the populations that came back in a bit later and integressed. Whether you say that they were colonizers or whatever, they still were mingling with similar populations.
But they're being absorbed. You see, it's in Africa. It's being absorbed into African populations. Our populations that
Reggie, would you
that's Africa. You're making African populations, right, who never left, who never back migrated. You are trying to make them the minority.
No, Reggie, let me ask you a question. So since you accept that they got absorbed into the indigenous population, right?
Yes.
So that means, and that's true. Do you accept that the modern Amazic, who's also partly indigenous North African, and he do have some layers of DNA that comes from out of Africa, but adjusted in those zones because it's been there for so long. Some layers of their DNA came back as early as 23,000 years ago. So that's older and longer than before the Native Americans crossed the land bridge.
I don't have any problem with that.
So would you consider?
Why continue? All right, I don't have a problem with that. And the Amazighi populations, believe it or not, is a newer population in the context of what we're talking about, right? This is pretty much after the fall of Egypt, right? Where people were scattered and they reconnected.
But Reggie, right? the Egyptians was already depicting the Libyans looking a certain way in early dynastic and pre-dynastic periods. So, and they were looking distinct in certain in their morphology than populations that was in the Egyptian zone.
I'm sorry, Ngozi. Be very, very careful with that. Who they might be depicting a particular king or particular.
So this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean, Reggie. This is what I mean,
They're
Reggie.
not depicting the whole peoples because.
No. Hey, but I know, Reggie. Let me just say this. This is what I mean, big bro. They show two types of Libyans. Some Libyans were dark.
Thank you.
Right? And nobody's denying that. And some
Libyans were brown, some were light.
And so what I'm saying is when you see the differences and you see this lighter population who was already lingering around, that goes to show that the population that was coming from the western part of Egypt was not homogenous. They were not homogenous.
No, now we're talking a different time period. Don't talk about the western.
Let's go back.
Don't talk about that with the Amazighi populations.
So let me just say this: the Napata Playa that starts in North Sudan and it comes out of the Sahara, because you could find those same capsules in the Sahara leaving a trail. Even the Tumulis or the Tumala, which was the predecessor of the Mastaba, which means bench in Arabic. And then after Mastaba, you have what they formed the pyramid or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that that's from the southern layer of the Green Sahara. But there's things going on in the northern layer. When you start to find pheasant cave art and Tassili cave art lingering from the Green Sahara, that's one portion of the history of the Sahara. But what's going on with the other layers? Because in one phase of the Sahara, you find these dark-skinned people with cows. And in another phase, you start to see these red-skinned looking people that's starting to drift with like wraps on their head.
And you see them together.
Hey, Ngozi, can I ask a question though?
Go ahead.
So is there a specific, because when y'all say the whole time, when y'all say Western Desert, I'm always thinking about like Libya. So like is there a specific area that they're calling the Western Desert? Because now, because I noticed y'all always talk about like northern Sudan when y'all talk about the Western Desert.
So the Western Desert, all of the Libyans, or what they classify as Amazigh, or as Arabic call it, the Maghreb, going west, all of those people are coming from the western portion of Egypt. The Siwa Oasis, where they also have a large influx of indigenous Amazigh people there. Once you cross there, all of those people would have been considered Libyan, if you want to use that term. Today we say Amazigh, but the insultive term is Berber. Berber means barbarian. I don't like calling them that. I like to call them Amazigh. But all those people are coming from the western part of Egypt, starting at from Morocco all the way to the Oasis, crossing through Libya. You start to find these people
So we
that's distinct.
technically call
So
them.
how come though all the time though when like so when I hear like the arguments like when because I hear the Western Desert brought up, like it seems like the conversation goes towards like Northern Sudan. Like
So you know
am
you're
I
right.
am
No,
I
no, 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 you're right.
picking up that
No, no,
wrong?
no, no, you're absolutely correct, bro. And North Sudan was the meeting point because northern Egypt at one time was marsh. It wasn't a lot of inhabitants there. So a lot of this stuff is coming from, I'm talking about before the dynastic, a little bit before the
Right.
Nakata and the Tajans.
Pre-dynastic.
So what's going on, brother Sosa? Around 8,000 years ago, there was a situation that occurred. This is a little bit after the last phase of the Holocene. It was a super-Saharan pump where populations who were meeting out of the Sahara start to drift towards the Nile. And this is from Radzib Khan. I'm going to use that too. So you find them meeting up out of the Sahara, and the meeting stone was North Sudan. And North Sudan and Upper Egypt, none of those people were never homogenous. You had all types of people lingering around at that time. So that's why the Nubian A group and the Nakata group were very close to each other in morphology and different from the Nubian C group, who had other populations that came in aggressions. So what I'm saying is you always had a Nilotic population that was drifting, and you also always had these mixed populations coming from Sahara all meeting up.
Yeah, but they're mixed
in
black.
North Sudan.
They're mixed African, mixed. So you listen. They Africans are what they are. You really haven't
like
made
my light skinned Amazigh brothers. They still Africans.
I know your brothers, right? So wait, let's stop messing up time periods.
Go ahead.
Time periods of Amazigh periods is late. This is after. This is
So you have So you have the Ibero Maruja, you have the Capsian culture, and then you have the other people that came in.
Right. We have the groups of people around the what you call the ancient Egyptian period, right? They're the Meshwesh.
Correct. They're the Meshwesh. That was another name for them. Correct. The Meshwesh.
They're the Rebo, right?
Yes.
Those groups of people largely called the Ticino groups
Yes.
of people, right?
Yes.
Ticino groups of people.
Yes.
Those are those groups. Now there's a period that we were because we're going back and forth. Now, prior to those periods, now we're dealing with the populations in the Green Sahara, right? Now,
correct.
Populations of Green
the
Sahara.
The Kefians and the Tenarians and all that.
All of those type of groups, right?
Yes, sir.
They're African, right?
Yeah, they're African, but they were admixed.
Majority of
non-African.
So are you saying, okay, so this group of people that's becoming stratified, coming in from the Levant and possibly
Southern Europe,
right? Southern Europe, possibly, right? Those groups, you are making those groups the majority.
They were mixing up. They were all in the north, near the this is what I'm saying, Reggie. Near the Mediterranean, I'm trying to answer your question.
Yes.
There was already parallel evolution, convergence evolutions with the human population that was there. And you study evolution, you know biology and genetics good. You study science, you know about convergence and parallel evolution.
But I know history.
But okay, so here's the thing: the population in North Africa in a later phase were already shifted. That was similar or shared affinity morphologically.
How much, Gozy?
No.
When you did the 9 samples,
I'm trying to give you. Listen, let me explain. So if we take away when you go towards the Mediterranean, I'm talking about towards the further north, the Mediterranean portions of North Africa. I'm not talking about south of the Sahara, where you have intermediate populations. But when you go towards the north, you have a lot of populations that found refugium because these people are looking for food. They're looking for a place to survive. They're looking for a place to maintain their skill or wherever they came from. And they're mingling or mixing with the population or the indigenous inhabitants that was there. So when you go towards the Mediterranean further north, not where you find the Sicily cave art or the Fizzing cave art, or Hogger cave art. I'm talking about when you go to the north, you did have a large influx of some of those zones was isolated. Black Africans did not populate all portions of North Africa like people think. You see what I'm saying? You got to remember, our species
develop all over Africa, but you have different phases. Let me just say, hold on, let me just say this. Let me hold on. Hey, Reggie, hold on, Reggie.
With what data are you saying this? This is the
What data?
problem. You
So
just
the data that I'm using,
Africans walked out. Look, the Algerian Africans in West Africa, right?
Data. Listen,
right. Those they went to North Africa and they crossed and they left out.
So Reggie, let me ask you a question. Let me just say this: the Tyrians crossed through East Africa 130,000 years ago. You have to think. This is before a lot of the later variations. Because you got to remember, human beings. Let me explain something. Human beings spent more time in Africa to be more genetically diverse than populations out of Africa. These humans split from populations that was connected to priests and Dawi, or even in Mbuti groups. They diverged and split through East Africa and went into North Africa 130,000 years ago. So that means that this population that went into North Africa lacked a lot of the later derived variations that humans accumulated through time, right? And even when they remember, the Tyrians last between 130,000 to 30,000 years ago. You find the oldest clothing up there in North Africa. They just found footprints near the water, 2023, near the beaches in Morocco, going back 90,000 years. This article came out last week. So what I'm trying to say is that these Assyrians, who were the population who left out of Africa, lacked a lot of the variations that was derived later.
Why would I have a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem. I have a problem with you making the indigenous African population who never left out of Africa, right? A minority, right? Even in North Africa, then instead of making them the majority, to create a narrative that you don't have the data.
I have a lot. I have a lot of data. I'm trying to save my hand, but I got you. But let me just say this.
And I don't expect you to give up your data.
But let me just say this. Let me just say this, Reggie.
Show me the data until you show. Listen, we just in the dojo. Me and you, we got a stuff. You my brother, right?
Yeah.
I am not going to be in Jabari's shoes. I'm not going to be in Jabari's shoes.
No, I wanted to just say this to you, big brother Reggie. But what I'm saying is, I'm trying to give you I can't give an answer. That'd be pseudo of me to say what was the population in a sense of size and who was the majority, because it differs based off region. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that if I was a liar to the audience and even you, I can say, yeah, in this portion they was the majority, and it don't work like that. It differed based off region, just like the samples that they have in Egypt that they found is limited. We can't say if they found the sample that looked like this in one region, it's going to be the same in this region. That's why even in Sugarman studies from 2017, it said that it may differ if we go into Upper Egypt compared to the population that was found in Abu Sir.
Sure. My only point is, listen. I think I've said it. I've said it. I think I've almost said enough, right? To give you some ideas of if I was having a debate with you to make you push back and source up. It's just difficult for me that you're making the populations that are in North Africa, that they're stratified, you're making them the majority of the African populations. When you do know that, like the technology, things like the ochre painting in the cave art, you know where that came from. That came from the southern Africans. You know where that technology came from. And those groups of people migrated into the Green Sahara. You know that.
Hey, Reggie, can I ask you, you said something important earlier.
The rock paintings, the cave paintings, the etchings, that technology started in Southern Africa. I think me know that. Huh?
Yeah, Reggie. So Reggie, let me ask you a question. You said something very important earlier. You admitted. You said we talked about the black or the people that was dark skinned or black people in a portion of the Green Sahara, and then you also admitted to the lighter skin. You said who were they with? They got absorbed into the pop. So you're admitting the admixture was there because you said it earlier.
Right, but I'm not making the admixture. The difference between you is that just because there's admixture you're trying to make it formed into, or into phenotypical differences that people could see. And I'm saying that these are things, evolutionary things embedded in these populations that will come out. But these people have an African, indigenous African character, from herder and gatherers, tribal, right, to groups of people that are more pastoral, right? But all of this is happening in the continent of Africa. You're taking this little sliver of North Africa, a little slither of North Africa, and you're trying to make them the master race. That's what you're trying to do. And you're trying to ignore what was happening in Niger and Chad and Mali, right? In Mauritania. Yes, there's southern and northern population groups. I get that. But at this time, Ngozi, there's still brown-skinned Africans that have to survive in the sun, right? So the large groups of groups of people the new groups of people that will come from the Levant will come later in the time period that we're talking about. They're there. I'm not saying
define later, Reggie. What are you talking about? Be more specific. Get some dates so I can know where you are.
And this is a Tyrian. This is a Tyrian I'm posting too, brother Reggie. That was in early North Africa.
Interior culture, you're talking about 100,000 years ago. So
you see the picture of a reconstruction of one I'm showing. This is a Tyrian of ancient North Africa.
With the afro. Yeah. My man with the afro. So great. So there is.
Hey Reggie. The other day you and old boy said that Sonoran has said that Diop's information was lopsided in that conclusion.
You mean
Asar you and Asar Imkai.
Asar and Kyle read what the report said. They said that Diop and Obenga was just more prepared in papers and in points than the rest of the people. Sonoran just responded. He didn't submit a paper on the fact. He came in a heated argument, but he didn't submit a paper on
No, I'm saying he wrote a statement in the general conclusion. That's what y'all read the other day.
They wrote a statement, they gave his comments.
Yeah, comments or whatever, however you wanted to call it, whatever. Yeah, but I don't think you interpreted that right. I don't think that's what that was saying.
What a song Kaz here, you can have him bring it up. Well, I think I read pretty well.
I do too.
I think I write pretty well too. I think
you do.
Yeah, I get accepted into journals. I appear in conferences with scholars, right? I'm one of the few people that actually do with a non-PhD. I think I read well. So I don't think that Hassan Khan took it out of context. I just think he wrote it directly. I think that the problem.
No, see, you just we don't even have to talk about it. Sorry,
we'll send them part of the link. We'll get it. We'll get them the link.
All these people in the nutbags in the chat. Let me tell you nutbags in the chat. 1 second, I got to respond because Reggie's lying. I see all of this nutbags. I'm gonna say to y'all because I very rarely don't use this word, but I'm gonna use it with
the chat. Reggie, don't do it. We're trying to be chilling, Reggie. You can't do that.
Yeah, but stop them from talking about me like that.
Don't look in there.
I don't even see them saying.
Look in there, bro.
Yeah. Y'all don't see what y'all want to see, right?
I don't watch it. They say
this what we lying about.
Okay, so you don't watch it, but I'm gonna tell you, you people in the chat, until you're able to write a paper and get accepted, appear in a conference, both my middle fingers go to you and your freaking families, right? Both of my middle fingers go to you. Freaking family.
Black History Month.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. You will never see these people. And I don't even want to
Let's
mention
go
that
back to the scholarship, brother.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold on, Reggie. And hold on too. Let me
No,
get.
This is
I also got American Dream. Let me get. I want Kyle in here. I want them to see if they got a question. Kyle, American Dream. Look at Kyle, bro. You got when to weigh in. You got something on your mind?
No, I was just I was listening to the conversation, and what I've noticed just being a spectator on these platforms is that we go and cherry pick things out of sources. And I would say that if we're going to ever read the abstract out of any report, we got to also read the conclusion, because the abstract is just the purpose of the paper being written, and we got to dive more into the conclusion. And I'm not saying that the paper that Ngozi posted was wrong, because I've read that. If that's the paper that I think it is, and the conclusion agrees with the abstract. But I'm saying that a lot of times we go and find bits and pieces out of these papers, and we use those little nuggets to prove our points. And I think that that's disingenuous on the position of a lot of people in the community, because they're not bringing context. And the thing that we need for education to evolve is context. Like, what is the argument? And if just because they're expressing the other side of the argument, it does not mean that that's what that paper is saying. And I see that a lot from a lot of individuals that's pushing the Black Kemet argument, is that they look into these research papers, they pull out one little sentence, but they don't necessarily come to the conclusion portion and read what the conclusion of that academic paper says. And if you want to respond to that, Reggie, you're more than welcome to. And if anybody else has anything, but I think we definitely should dive more into the context, not just one sentence in the paper.
For sure, for sure. We got American Dream in the building. Hey man, yo, everybody, y'all, man, make sure y'all hit subscribe. Let me get this out, ready. Y'all subscribe. You haven't subscribed, man. Dropping a link for my channel, Sosa World, man. Y'all subscribe to Sosa World, man. Don't be dropping all type of going at impromptu times and shit, man. Y'all subscribe to Sosa World. Let me get American Dream question. American Dream, you got a question you want to get before we get?
I can't respond to that.
All right, go ahead, Reggie. And then American Dream, you up next. You got a question.
All right, I just want to respond to it. So all papers that are presented, even reports, they're put up for peer review for scholars to come back and to review what they said, and they get peer review. So no paper in itself is actually perfect and complete, because, for example, the DIOP, or the Schuneman report, which was much later, they're set for scholars to actually review. So we can see, we can look what this the data, we can look at how they came to the conclusions, and then we can look for other scholars. We first look for other scholars to have reviews on that. On the UNESCO report with Shekanta Diop and Obanga, there hasn't more the reviews that came after that, until this Black Athena stuff came, right, was positive, and what the UNESCO report is largely accepted, right? The issue of Kemetiu and all that stuff, well, I did a conversation yesterday on it, reviewing the word. So it's ongoing. So what we can do is, nobody's taking bits and pieces of things. What we're doing is examining bits and pieces that people say, and then we're just continuing in the work. That's what we're supposed to do. So I don't generally have a problem with what Kyle said, except for the fact of the matter is that new data helps us review older data. It's just simple as that. So and I know that because I do know the academic process, and so people are writing new dissertations saying that even great scholars that we think are great, that like, for example, Petrie's all of this stuff that they were talking about earlier, this whole Oriental, all of that has been trashed. Took years. Some people want to hang on to it, but you got the Oriental Institute renaming its whole body of information based on we can't do that no more. We got the Metropolitan Museum of Art and the Brooklyn Museum reviewing their old writings and redoing it for a new generation because of the new data. So I don't have a problem. I just think that that's part of the process. Sorry.
Yeah, well, can I let me respond? Well, let me ask you a question. So, would it be fair to say that the works of Diop at that particular time in the UNESCO conference that has also been scrapped by academia?
There was a click. I didn't hear that.
No, I'm saying like, so you just mentioned
No,
how
I just say that statement again because it was a noise and I couldn't hear your point.
No, yeah, I'm reiterating my point. That's all. So what you were saying is that once we come to a better conclusion and modern academia comes to a greater and a more accurate consensus, that we scrap those things. And can I ask you this? Would it be fair to say that the things that Diop was saying should also be scrapped based on the modern consensus?
The things that he was incorrect on, yes, those things should be, nobody should be arguing like Sekou, the Grimaldi man, right? Nobody should be arguing that. That's why I don't accept what Sekou says about when he champions parts of Dr. Job, that we can't champion because they did it before the human genome was reconstructed. So I cannot go with his idea cradle theory. I can't do that, but I can go with some of the stuff that Shekant Diop has done that stands. No problem. So I'm not a fanboy per se, but what he did was he took on the whole Egyptological academy, right? In that conversation, and then they came out with a better construction of the peopling of the Nile Valley and the deciphering of the Meroitic script. If it wasn't for that and those new ideas, look, we would be stagnant. So I give tribute to people who can forcibly fight their ideas with papers, and that's what Shekant Diop did. So I don't have a problem with what you're saying generally, because I listen, listen, I was at a time period, I was on my way to Africa to meet Diop, and he passed away. I was just that close. That would have been that close. But he did pass away. And then other people tried to continue to work. Some did good work on his work. Some people did bad work. Some people are what you call straight Afrocentrists, right, that exclude all data, right, and they mess up. And some people are try to mesh all materials and chronology, right, to come up with it. I think I tried to do. I think I try to do that. I think I try to do that in my work. But I'm not going to let anybody retake Africa, the majority of Africa, and make northeast Africa, right? The start, the how can I say that? The spark of the rest of Africa, when that is not true. Those people built nothing, did nothing, right? And then they waited for another population to come and to expand them. So what I'm just trying to say is there's no real innovation in that whole area, except for when the other populations were there. So I want to look at it as a whole movement of Africa, and not trying to create a spark for some people that came out of the Levant, who they got nothing in the Levant at that time period, right? That's extraordinary.
Come on, Reggie.
Let me get up.
I would accept Göbekli Tepe in Turkey and Syria as extraordinary, right? I would accept that. So I'm not I would accept that. I'm amazed at some of their material, but in the Levant, in the place where these people's gods were born, right?
No.
Hell no, they got nothing.
No.
Nothing.
All right, let me get American Dream in there, right? I don't think he's saying that that's some people. He's saying that it's just a combination of Africans and some mixed groups. That's all he's saying. American Dream, I know you got a question to make these niggas hot. What's going on, bro?
Peace. What's good, Sosa? Peace to everyone. Yeah, I do have a question, but before I ask, I just want to say bear with me. Chat GPT power was good. What's happening? GPT 4.0 defeats a GPT 3.5 every time. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I had to get that out. But yeah, so my question is, so I've looked at a couple of names for countries. I've looked up just like a really quick search. I do know that Jamaica, the word Jamaica itself means land of wood and water. Mesopotamia, I think Mesopotamia means the land between two rivers. And what I noticed about, the names of countries is that most of them, like a vast majority of them, are referring to the land. It was very difficult for me to find the name of a country where they were talking about like a characteristic of the people. There were countries that were named after a particular person, but I never saw any where the country was named after a certain characteristic of the people, like their skin color or anything like that. So, my question is, would Egypt be kind of like really one of those rare countries that named itself after a characteristic of the people? Because in my estimation, the probability that Kemet is referring to the land than to a characteristic of the people, just on probability, it's more likely that it's referring to the land, because the names of most countries are referring to something having to do with the land, some characteristic of the land, the terrain of the country, the rivers, the sea, whatever it is, but it has something to do with the land. So I guess I'm asking, do we know of any other countries, whether they're ancient or modern, that named themselves after a certain characteristic of the people? And would Egypt be unique in that it's kind of like the only one to have ever done that?
It's actually not the only one, and it's not even unique. Place names take place after events, people, colors, locations, happenings, gods. Place names are all.
Just give him some examples of the people. That's what he wants. We want some examples. Give me some examples of other countries doing it.
You want me to look up? Hold on, let me look up some other place names that got some people names. That got people names. Okay.
You said it like you knew it right off. No, what I'm saying is so common.
I don't know.
To be clear, I'm not. It's supposed to be describing. It's describing a characteristic of the people. Where the same way you claim that Kemet means black people is describing the color of the people. Is there any other country that you can point to where the name of the country is describing a characteristic of the people, whether it's a physical characteristic? Well, yeah, some physical characteristic of the people, because that seems very rare to me.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't. Okay, so it doesn't.
Native,
so the Nahesi.
That's not true. So don't say that. Just
because
he's not saying it never happened. He's talking about regularity.
Can you hear me? So the Nahesi. All right. So what is
Nahesi is about the land too, you're southerner.
No, you don't. No.
Got y'all.
Nahesi is a bird.
No, stop it. See, that's how you play. You know a little something, but you don't know, right? It means southern. Nahesi means southern. No.
They were referring to the southern people.
No, they were referring.
No, Resetjal refers to southern people. Nahesi is a bird, it's called the name of the people once they put the feather in their head. So no, that would be a strikeout.
So you know, and if I can, don't know enough. So
y'all still wrong then. Y'all still wrong.
We ain't wrong. We just about to
he said it's not always.
I was wrong and y'all double wrong.
No. Come on. Maybe a little toothy on your head. I don't see your avatar.
Reggie, can I make something clear real quick?
So you made a bad point. So now we get to address your bad point. So
I didn't make a point. I asked a question. Let me just
the point in your question, because you came with agenda. So you wanted to, so Asar was very clear. They are named after people, they're named after gods, they're named after elements within the country, right? So, or sacred things in the country. Egypt is important because we have the writing, right? So we have a better idea of what they say, so we don't have to go to folklore, right? So there are a number of places. So you have the Neighbor for the Nahesi groups of people, right? If you look at a later period with the Afri groups, the Ifri groups, they're named based on a sacred cave and a goddess of a sacred cave. They're named after that. So there's
Said cave, that's geographical. Now we want like
no, that's not. No, that's a thing. That's yes.
cave.
So no, see, geographical means an area. A thing
Well,
like
that's fine. We don't okay, we talk about like he's saying some of the way Kemet do it, like we the black people. That's what he's asking for.
So let's go Canaan, right? Canaan was for the purple, and they were called the purple
Who's that
people because
Canaan? What
they
you talking about?
hold on, let me finish. The
No,
Canaan,
I'm asking for clarity. Who are the Canaans?
I'm about to explain. Let me finish. So the Canaanu, who you would call the Canaanite of today, would make purple garments. But technically, goodness, let me finish, brother. Hop in when I'm done. So Canaan means purple, basically, to the Egyptians. They were basically called the purple people. Their place was called Canaan land. Ask in ancient times, and you can look it up, what did Canaanu mean, and why did they call them the purple people?
Did they
And
call
why
them
was
the
their
purple
name
people because the people was purple, or did
no, because the garments that they made were purple, so they were known as the purple people because they would always make the royal purple garments. So the Greeks called them a name, which translated to purple, and the Egyptians called them a name, which translated to purple.
Okay.
And their name is
And they
Canaan,
named
basically is purple.
But listen,
So yeah,
but did they name themselves? Like, okay, let's be specific. When we're
Right, because
talking
that's
about Egypt, right, and Kemet, they named themselves this, right? So we're not talking about somebody from the outside naming you. We're talking about those
absolutely
people naming
So
themselves.
Sosa, and so
right.
and
Great
even in
point. That's a
that,
great point, Sosa, and that's
yeah,
the clarity that
Sosa,
I
that
wanted
was
to
his
make.
kilter.
Huh?
And but
as
if we're
simple as
talking
that.
about their clothing,
I know.
they wasn't talking
love.
about a
You know
physical
what I would
feature of the
love?
people.
I would love.
Queen
Reggie,
Victoria,
Reggie,
Australia.
don't take a
because you
scholarship
know what?
swing at
We're
me.
Good.
so
Don't take a
busy in our
scholarship swing,
own.
Reggie. Come on now, it's Black
I would
History Month.
love some scholars to
See,
listen.
I knew it.
I
Reggie.
would love it.
Reggie, don't take a scholarship swing at me,
I
man.
would
Come on,
love
man.
it.
It's a good
I mean,
point,
the way
Reggie.
you jump from point to point, from period to period,
No, we want
for
specificity.
stars,
Like
air,
y'all giving
Specifically,
y'all
you get
giving.
more specific every time. I mean,
Yeah, because that's what he was asking for.
and he
So
got it.
no,
Now
That's
you
so
not
want
the
more
same.
specific than that.
so Kim was named. Kim is only one of the names of the place. It's become popular, Kemet, but yes, they named it Kemet. American Dream? Since you
Let's
made
give
the
him
point
another one.
about Egypt,
Let's give him
do you
another
know
one,
the
Saber, real
names
quick.
of? Do you know the names of Egypt? Do you know the names? Give me the names.
Name a city or three.
What are the names that they called the land?
I'm not sure of all the names. I'm only sure of the debate going on with Kemet. So I'm only really speaking to the name of Kemet and whether it's referring
Yeah,
to the
now you give a
country
man a
or to
pop
the
quiz
people.
because
All
he
right,
want to know about other places.
so let's give him
Can you still
another
hear
one
me,
then.
Sosa?
So
Hey,
we know
Sosa,
who
can you
we
still
did.
hear
We
me?
know we
I'm
did.
gonna y'all have mine.
Okay,
So
nice.
the
I want to
name
say goodbye,
Baharat.
everybody. I'm pretty sure you're happy I'm leaving. I want to say peace to
No,
everybody.
sit back, Saber, sit
No,
back.
I gotta go and get.
So,
I gotta deal with my sugar. So,
okay.
peace, family. Right? I'm not gonna get exhausted, have a stroke. Right? I say
Oh,
this is
that's
a lot of
dope.
books to read.
Jesus Christ, Reggie.
Right? It's a lot of books to read. Start reading.
I
Peace to you.
appreciate you coming through, Reggie.
Thanks.
Hey, Reggie,
So
maybe you can look into the question a little bit more for me. That would be great.
yeah, somebody needs to.
Nice
So
dig on
what?
the way
So
out.
now
Nice
we
dig on the
got
way out.
Baharat, right? The original name for India, derived from either two things: Dushyanta's son Bharata or Rishabha's son Bharata. Why they naming the country after the son? And what does Bharata mean?
That's okay. That's great.
Huh?
Nice one. Now, can you show me when the people name themselves like we the black people? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the sun, that's a good one. Okay. We'll accept that. Like we talk about like what Egypt did. We the people of the
Let's
black
go into
land.
your
We the
point
black
right
people.
there, brother. Yeah, let's go into it, family. So let's
Oh, you
where's the
saving
Zoom?
stuff? Don't say. Don't
I mean,
say.
yeah,
That's
let
the
me share my
last.
screen for you, brother.
Oh, you want to
This
share
way
your
we
screen,
get
man?
into it.
All right. Hey, I'm glad we back to being brothers. So how you doing, man? How you doing?
Absolutely. We always been family. We all good.
No, I just mess with you. Yeah, go
You
ahead. You
know
said.
it's all
And you
love,
know,
baby.
You said.
if I can, real quick, I was clear. I was trying to be clear that it's the majority of countries that are named after something having to do with the land, not all of them. So I'm not surprised that some of them have something to do with the sun. But you know, that's not the question that I'm asking. I'm just asking if Egypt is unique, rather, in your opinion, Egypt be unique in that they're the only ones naming themselves.
You're chipping out. You're chipping out. Egypt being unique. Egypt being
Yeah,
unique
we
and naming
caught
the
you.
country after themselves. You
We
heard? You
caught you,
heard?
brother. Yeah, we
Yeah, he's
heard it.
saying that
Go
Egypt being
grab some of
unique
them
as
names
how they.
from the country, just so you can kind of
Yeah,
familiarize
it
yourself with
would
the discussion,
Egypt
and we can get
be
back into it
unique?
for sure.
Yeah,
So let's
you
do
chipping out,
this.
but I think that we got your
Yeah,
question, Mary Jane. You
we
chipping out.
got you. So this is
You
this
went
is the
back to center
paragraph
now?
that's in question,
Oh
right?
shit.
Let's go to this real quick. And then let's go to what Sonoran says. And
Oh
let's
shit.
make sure we understood what Sonoran
You
said,
know they've
right?
been waiting for this right there.
I know. That's why I'm coming right to their doorstep and
All right,
knocking,
go
right?
ahead. Go ahead.
So watch this. It says a grammatical and semantic debate took place between Professor Jope on the radical, which he reads Kemet, derives from Kim black, and considers to be a collective noun meaning blacks in English Negroes. And Professor Abdelgadir M. Abdullah, who adopts um, who adopts the accepted reading of it as Kemetu in translation as Egyptians. So he also agrees. He says, and Professor, he agrees, reading of it as Kemetu and translation as Egyptians. The plural of Kemeti, Egyptian, the Nisba form, or the Nisba form from Kemet, Blackland, in English Egypt again. The latter reading and translation were affirmed by Professor Sonoran. So he affirms the latter translation to mean black and black land. But let's go to what Sonoran said in the book, right? Because this is what they was fearing doing, going over to what he said concerning this. And then this way, we could just get it from him, himself. We don't have to guess because he's going to tell us exactly what he means. Where is he at? Let me find it real quick. Is it 64? There it goes. So let's read what Brother Sonoran says. Then we're going to go to his book real quick in case there's any more doubt. So Professor Sonoran intervened in the course of a lively exchange of views on linguistic matters between Professor Abdullah and Jope. Professor Sonoran stated that in Egyptian, Kim, feminine Kemet, meant black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he thinks Kemet means black. We got it out the way. It must be an adjective. We'll cover that in a minute. Mm-hmm. He will. The masculine plural was Kemu. You see me, Smash, Saber, Reggie, Camji Verse, on down, Chris Withers, etc. We all talk about it. And the feminine plural, Kemet. The form Kemetu could mean only two things. Can only mean two things, fellas. Those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, what did he call it? The black country.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says,
hold on, skipping.
Hold up, bro. It was a derived adjective, nisba. This is what I was trying to tell Brother Unc. I let him go, let him get out of there, no trouble. Formed from a geographical term which had become a proper name. This kind of answers your question, American Dream, of how this happens. It was not necessarily felt with its original meaning. This is Frank Franson French. He didn't know the original meaning. So
I'm sorry, is this addressing which one of my questions?
This is the one talking about why they called it black country or how it forms black country. So let's read it again in case it didn't click. The form Kemetu could mean only two things: those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, the black country right here. Okay. And this is Sonoran speaking. This is your man's. It was a derived adjective nisba formed from a geographical term which had become a proper name. It was not necessarily felt with its original meaning. Let's go a little deeper into this because he's gonna get a little more explanatory for us. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetiyu. Now, Unc said he agreed with the latter because he misinterpreted the damn paragraph in the first place.
Well, we have to go to that paragraph where he talks about the latter.
Well, we just did. We're going to click back to it in a second. Yeah. So everybody in the chat, which one did he disagree with? Kemetiyu. What did he say? Yeah. Designate to call black people? Right here, the Egyptians.
Kemet or Kemu. Yeah, we got.
Thank you, my brother.
Okay.
In any case, they never use this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland outside of Kemet, whom they knew about from the time of the New Kingdom onwards. Nor in general did they use the names of colors to distinguish different peoples, except for Deshret, which he covers. Okay,
so where's it? So is there any issue with that part? Like, are we good right there? Like,
does everybody understand that the Egyptians, when we want to say black people, and when they call themselves black people, they call themselves Kemet or Kemu?
No, he said that if they would do it, this is how they would
he say said it. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetiyu.
Right. So he's saying that if they would have said it, like, nigga, if I would have came over there, I would have slapped you, but I didn't come over because I didn't come over there. But if I would have came over there, nigga, you know what I'm saying? So what he's saying is like, yo, if they was gonna say that shit, they would say it like this. But they've known about this from the hinterlands, blah, 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 and they never use color to describe. That's So
this is 64. So Kemetiyu is out, right? Now let's go back over here to the paragraph.
Kemetiyu is out for a designation of black people. That's what he's saying.
Let's go back over here to the paragraph in which we're referring to, in which we had the misunderstanding about. We need to discuss it. 75.
But hold on, we do agree that Sonoran is not saying that the Egyptians refer to people as black people. He's saying that if they would have did it,
they call themselves black.
No, he said that if they were to do it, this is how they would say it in their language. But
as opposed to saying
right, but he's not saying that that's what they did. He's not saying that the Egyptians walked around calling people black. I agree with that.
When we come back to this one,
I gotta know, do we agree with that before we move forward?
No,
we agree that Sonoran is not saying that the Egyptians called them people black.
That, brother.
Okay, well, go ahead. Let's go.
And so we're going to cover it right here again in this paragraph that was mixed up so badly the other night. It says a grammatical and semantic debate took place between Professor Joe on the radical, which he reads Kemet derives from Kim, black, and considers to be a collective noun meaning blacks, Negroes, and Professor Abdel Gadir M. Abdullah, who adopts the accepted reading of it as Kemetiyu. So he's saying that blacks would be Kemetiyu. Diop is saying blacks would be Kemet. And translation as Egyptians, the plural of Kemeti, Egyptian. The Nisba form from Kemet, Blackland, Egypt. The latter reading and translation were affirmed by Professor Sonoran. When we read what Sonoran said on 64, he's in between their discussion. It starts with that, doesn't it? It says,
whoa.
Yeah, he's covering this clearly.
So you're saying that the reference of the latter in that statement
this guy's scamming.
It's not about that. Yes, it's not about where we are. The latter is referring to another conversation that you.
This is concerning Joe. because right here it tells us we don't have to run anywhere. It says Professor Sonoran intervened in the course
He
of a
making this
lively
super hard, yo.
That's my brain
views
hurt
on
right now, bro.
linguistic matters between Professor Abdullah and Sheikh Antijob. And we know what the discussion was about because we just seen it. And who does he agree with when we read this again? Because he says the form Kemet you could mean only two things. Those of
He
Kemet,
disagree
the
with both of
inhabitants.
them. He did. Hey, yo, he disagreed with both of them.
It says he
agreed
agrees.
with
What are you
Diop.
talking about?
Let him
Listen, he
explain. Let him
agreed.
explain.
He agreed with he agreed with Diop that Kemet means black. That's what he agreed with Diop on.
Said
right?
To
He
designate
disagreed.
black people. The Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, Kemet to you, like Abdullah stated, Kemet to you. He's making a distinguishment from the two different discussions that they're having. Does it mean Kemet to say black people, or Kemu to say black people, or Kemet to you to say black people? He does not agree with Kemet to you. He agrees with Kemet and Kemu.
Yes, sir. Yes. No. Listen, come on, bro. You're doing this on purpose. So look, he disagreed. The dude Abdullah had tried to say that Kemet didn't mean black. So
read that part.
Right. Sonoran came in and said, Sonoran came in and said Joe was wrong. But he then disagreed with Diop that any of them meant black people. And he further went on and said that if they were to say, Diop was saying they were saying Kemet to you mean black people. He disagreed with Diop on that. He said if they was gonna if they listen, he was saying if they would have said black people, they would have used the term Kemet and Kemu. That's what he said. And then he said that that the word Kemet meant black land, bro. It was a geographical term that was placed on the people. And he said they never used it. And the three paragraphs that we're reading, I'm not even looking at it.
Say
We
to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemet to you. Tell me where to go. We're gonna highlight it for the people.
No, bro, it's the three paragraphs. We done read it 20 times. You're trying to confuse people.
How?
We already know what it says. Most of these people can repeat it verbatim, right? So
which part? What you said some stuff he ain't saying in this book. Tell me which part I need to go to so we can highlight it for the people.
It's those three paragraphs right there, yo. It's those three paragraphs.
Which one you want me to read? Which one?
You already read them. We don't need you to read it again.
To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemet to you. He's telling Abdullah Job is correct.
No, man. All right, y'all.
What he's saying is that
I'm trying.
I'm trying to get clarity.
And this goes.
He wasn't responding. He wasn't responding to my question, though, right?
We already read your question. You didn't catch it. So we covered purple people.
It ain't there.
We cover black.
No, I'm sorry. He didn't respond. He didn't respond to your question.
Right here.
He act like he did. Hey, when y'all get a chance, let me jump
in front of you.
Okay.
Right? So you can't run right now. There's nowhere to run. We in the building.
So maybe I'm reading it wrong. I'm cool with that. So check this out, Asar. All right, I read the whole thing wrong. But it's clear that he was saying that the Egyptians, right, called their country Kemet because of the black soil. Are we clear with that?
I agree with that too. But
we're
looking
right. And so now. It wasn't so Sonoran wasn't agreeing with Diop's position. Are we clear with that?
He was agreeing because if we pull up, brother. If we pull up, because if we pull up here.
Hey, Sosa, you should there's somebody else here trying to say something, man. Let somebody else say something.
So Sosa,
they were trying to
that was Joel. That was Joel trying to say.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go to
they were
page
hammering
30.
This out for days. What's up, Joel?
I'm going to go to page 30. I'm going to need you to
Why you looking for
is Chef
I think Chef might be in the Bay Area. Instead of going on, I think Joe want to say something. What up, Joe?
What's up, my brothers? How everybody doing?
Man, everybody good, man. You subscribe to Sosa World, yeah, man. Link is in the chat. Are you hating on? You're hating on? Yeah, the hate is real. It's all good. Yeah, the hate never stops. You know,
Say you got to sing the
study it.
song. Love Sosa.
Oh man!
Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
so look, check this out, my brothers. Look, we know that them two brothers at that symposium. First I want to put this in context. We know what they was fighting against, right? They fighting against white supremacy that had like saturated the way people was thinking, right? And they going in there saying, hey, look here, man, you're not going to take Africans out of the development of early civilization. You're not going to take them out of technology. You're not taking them out of none of that, right? So that's what they fighting. So when they use these terms that right now we come forward, we know we shouldn't be calling people black. We know we shouldn't be calling people Negroid. Right? So I'm listening to y'all and I'm trying to figure out, like, what kind of fight are we having here? Like, this has been beat. They got
They kicked you out, family.
Damn.
That's too much truth.
He coming back.
Out, bro.
Hold up, y'all. I dropped.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Y'all hear
there
me?
you go.
Yeah, you back.
Yeah,
you
there
back.
you go.
You back.
Man,
old.
I got dropped like a bad habit. All right. So look, listen,
man.
I don't know how much y'all heard. Look, I don't know how much y'all heard.
Right? We shouldn't be saying black. I disagree with that part, but you was right about we beat that. Go ahead, keep going.
All right. Let me get it out. So they battling, right? And I appreciate them, man, because they did a good work. They did a good work. Now, as we have that conversation right now in 2024, right? We all know that these folks that we admire so much, right? And not only us, the world tends to admire what the people of Kemet did, right? We all admire them. Why can't we just let them be Africans? Why we gotta call them black? That's where I'm wrestling. And why do we have to like force ourselves as African Americans into what they did? When I hear people talk about them, they say, yeah, we did this. We used to bury like that. We did this on the walls. I'm like, who's this we? what are we doing? So basically, but the way we're fighting this, we are reinforcing a identity crisis. And I understand why we did it in the 60s. I get it. I can get it why they would do it in the 50s. I get it. But right now, they are literally petitioning people who write scientific journals to get words like Negro and black and Mongoloid. Like, get that stuff out of there. And we sitting up here trying to hold on to it. What are we doing? No, this sounds crazy to me. We winning the battle. We are literally taking one of the tools that white supremacy uses to throw stereotypes and to put us down. They taking it away from them, and we turning around trying to give it back to them. No, man, they wasn't black. And if they called themselves black, 9 chances out of 10, they were trying to say they were divine or that they were special. It was something special about them. That's why they were saying they was black.
Talk your
That's
shit,
why
bro.
they was doing that.
There you go.
I asked
Talk your shit, Joe.
let me get it out. Let me get it out. I asked the best metal netter readers we got in the community. Did they call others black? They got some jokers a little bit further south of them that's super dark. Did they call them black? Them two, and y'all love Smash, and some of us love Saw Imhotep. They said, nah, man, they didn't. I heard, is Reggie still on here? I heard Reggie say out of his own mouth, they did not call other people black. Reggie, you on here? Where Reggie at?
He's off.
He left. So that means that it has something to
What
do with
they
Okay.
got going
symbolic.
on is that
So it's
because
much more
Reggie
than being
it's
more symbolic.
reinforced
divine
it
and
too.
they thought
Reggie
of
said
black
they
as
don't
divine.
call people black. That's for
Stop.
the Egyptians only.
That's right,
So
because
why are
they're
we doing
divine.
this?
Because we black too.
You
We've
got it.
always
All right. I'm tapping
recognized
out. Go ahead. Say I'll say my
Yeah,
piece.
but
Go
to
ahead.
this point now, he just said, and you agree that the black was symbolic, right? It didn't mean literally
He just
black
said that
skin.
the Egyptians called themselves black.
Okay, so let me
Say it again,
so let
brother.
me
He might have he
hold
might have
on.
misheard.
Let me get this because like man, there's a bunch of different arguments. I gotta keep up with this shit. Okay, so you're saying that the Egyptians call themselves black symbolically, but it's not necessarily because they had jet black skin like a Nubian or so forth. If the Nubians all had, I'm saying all Nubians had jet black
Messy
skin,
word, the
but it
ancient
would
Egyptians, essentially, with
no, but
mixes
let's not
of
do that.
different
Let's not do
cultures
that because
too.
we're gonna mix it up. We're gonna mix it up scholarly. We just stay with the Egyptians. You're saying it's
Because
not.
Nubian's
It
not a
wasn't.
word. So if
It,
we're not using
I,
Hyksos, we
I
shouldn't
don't.
use
Let's just. I don't
Nubian's
know. I
not a
don't know the
word.
other. I don't know the names of all the different groups. So we're just using it as a marker, as a marker of delineation, so we can have the conversation, right? Let's just get to Egyptians. Forget about what I said about Nubian.
No, I got you. I got you. So let's read it.
Are you
This is why
saying
I
that?
came to this
I want to know
course.
your argument. Are you saying that the blackness, when the Egypt say that we're the black people, they're not saying necessarily skin. They're saying that they were just divine.
No, but skin is also part of that. Remember,
No,
they don't see the
but they're not saying that all the that the Egyptians, most of the Egyptians are Negro, like what Job was saying. Like
well,
he's saying that,
Negro means black thing in
yeah, no,
Spanish.
yeah, but
So we need to get
Job
to
is saying they're black, they're Negroes because he's talking about us, a phenotype.
family. We
Senegalese.
got what Job said. I'm about to read it. So we don't even need to add words to him. That's why I came over to this page so we could get to that. But what my man say, let's get to that. So over here we have what Job says. Because you asked real quick, my argument is that it's not just the skin color, it's the divinity of the nature which associated you with the divine. Hello?
Yeah. We take no issue with any symbolic representation. So we don't got to reinforce
So
that.
give
We
me
want
2
the skin
seconds,
joint.
sis. I'm talking to your brothers, the pseudo killers over here. Give me 2 seconds, sis, and call me. Can you call me in 10 minutes? Appreciate you. Thank you. That's Chief Naja right there. That's all, my good sister. So there's a couple things, right? One, when you talk about Asar, who is called the perfect black, you see the affinity for the color is different than you have over here. Don't bring your westernized thinking about the color black to Africa because it does not exist in that fashion.
Oh,
Okay?
it's anachronistic, what you're saying. You're saying
It
it's
doesn't
anachronistic.
exist like how you
Right.
see it over here.
It's
You've been
anachronistic. That's what
demonized
that
a
means.
lifetime in America about being black. Over there, they've been venerated a lifetime about being black. It's different. It hit different.
Hit different. Like, yeah, right.
Shout out to FYBJ, man.
Right, shout
It
out.
hit
Right. It hit
different.
different. Right.
So
We agree. It's
let's get
anachronistic.
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
exactly.
Go for it.
So
Let's start there.
let's read, let's
Yeah.
get into it, right? So the people could really see what the discussion is, because these are the important pieces that we're missing.
Mm-hmm.
The Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, and you can see it right here. I was going to bring it up in the dictionary. I'm going to blow it up even more.
Hold on. And he said that means Negro, literally?
Yes, because at that time, that's what we were being called to describe black. But he goes a little more in depth.
Yeah, so he's saying that Kemet means Negro. Kemet means black people.
Equals Negroes literally. You read it right here.
Okay.
In case anybody is in. So Sonoran heard him say that, right? Sonoran said Kemet. They would have said this. Sonoran knows exactly what's going on. This is the strongest term existing in the Pharaonic tongue to indicate blackness. It is accordingly written with a hieroglyph representing a length of wood charred at the end and not crocodile scales. He thinks it's not the crocodile foot. And it could be both. The word is etymologically origin of the well-known root kamet, which has proliferated in modern anthropological literature. The biblical root cam, which y'all hear ham, is probably derived from it, and it has therefore been necessary to distort the facts to enable this root today to mean white in Egyptological terms. So as the brother mentioned, they were fighting against that because it obviously doesn't mean hedge, which is white in Medu Neter. Whereas in the Pharaonic mother tongue, which gave it birth, it meant coal black. Let's go further because Sheikh Antijoke gets a little deep. In the Egyptian language, a word of assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting it in the feminine singular. So how do you form an assembly? You make it an adjective noun by adding feminine T, which you can see right here. This is the feminine T, this little bread loaf. We'll get to that in a minute. The adjective Kim, you see the chard and the owl, the chard is missing a little bit. It would look like this down here. Equals Kim, equals black. It therefore means strictly Negroes, or at the very least, black men. The term is a collective noun, which thus describes the whole people of Pharaonic Egypt as a black people. Sonoran heard all of this. He was in agreement with it, meaning Kemet, not Kemet to you, like down here. But Sheikh Antijoke and Abdullah actually agree with each other on this particular point. Let's go.
Who was saying Kemet to you mean equals the Negroes?
Kemet to you was from Abdullah. He said it meant black country.
But right there it says Kemet to you equals the Negroes. That's
this is Sheikh Antijoke talking.
Right. So Sheikh Antijoke was saying Kemet to you equals the Negroes, right?
Yes.
Does Sonoran agree with that?
Sonoran didn't agree with Kemet to you. He agreed with Kemet.
Right,
he agreed with Joke's first point, not
and
Kemet to you, which was Abdullah's point.
Right. So let me make clear what Chef was saying. That's what he was saying. He was saying that he agreed with Joke on one point and disagreed with him on the other point. So that's what y'all arguing over. So that's what he was saying. He was saying he disagreed here and he agreed here. That's what the disagreement.
But this wasn't Joke's strong point. This was Abdullah's
strong or not,
point.
but it was just he said that. That's what he said. He agreed on one and disagreed on the other. But go ahead.
The issue was that he was thinking that Abdullah said the other that he agreed with, and I was telling him no. Sonoran disagreed with Kemet to you. He agreed with Kemet, and that's why we went to his words because he said
no. Chef understands that. Chef understands. We don't have this conversation too many times.
Oh,
he knows that Sonoran agreed with the KMT part.
You know, Chef be in that kitchen cooking, it get a little hot in there. You know.
No, he already. We had to comment too many times. I know. Like I can argue for him. Like, we don't have this shit been going on so long. I can argue for the people that ain't even here. Go ahead.
So, in other words, on the purely grammatical plane, if one wishes to indicate Negroes in the Pharaonic tongue, one cannot use any other word than the very one which the Egyptians used of themselves. Furthermore, the language offers us another term. This is the other term that he did not agree with. Kemet to you, the Negroes, the black men, literally, because that's basically what it says. The Egyptians, as opposed to foreigners, which comes from the same root, Kem, and which the Egyptians also used to describe themselves as people, as distinguished from all foreign people. These are, and we'll end it on this other side because it's just about done. And notice he goes into the Nahesi down here, Nahas, to designate the Nahesi, the Nubians as people call them. Let's go up top though. Let's finish up. The only adjectives of nationality used by the Egyptians to designate themselves, and both mean Negro or black in the Pharaonic language. Scholars hardly ever mention them, or when they do, it is to translate them by euphemisms, such as the Egyptians, which didn't exist at that time, while remaining completely silent about their etymological sense. So you need to do the etymology because the adjective in the front means black. They prefer the expression Romech Kemet. They didn't have to add this Kemet, but they did. So they're calling themselves mankind, black people, or mankind from the black
country. Old phone non-glyph back there, that little shit.
Yup. That's that Nawit symbol.
You know what I'm saying? That's how much I heard this conversation. I don't even read the metal letter.
Yeah, I know.
This is
You can
crazy,
read it
bro.
now. The
Go ahead,
men of
bro.
the country of the black men, or the men of the black country. In Egyptian, words are normally followed by a determinative, which indicates their exact sense. And for this particular expression, Egyptologists suggest that Kim equals black, and that the color qualifies the determinative, which follows it and which signifies country. Accordingly, they claim the translation should be the black earth, from the color of the loam, or the black country, and not the country of the black men, as we should be inclined to render it today, with black Africa and white Africa in mind. Perhaps so, but if we apply this rule rigorously to Kemet, we are forced to concede that here the adjective black qualifies the determinative, which signifies the people of Egypt, shown by the two symbols for man and woman, and the three strokes below them, which indicate the plural. So in other words, he grammatically just defeated them. But let's go further. Thus, if it is possible to voice a doubt as regards the expression Kemet, Kemi, it is not possible to do so in the case of the two adjectives of nationality, as you see Kemet right here in the people, and the three strokes is plurality. Kemet and Kemetu, unless one is picking one's argument completely at random. So if your arguments are just random.
Hold on. Stop. That's look what he said too. It is remarkable circumstance that the ancient Egyptians should never have had the idea of applying these qualities to the Nubians and other population of Africa to distinguish them from themselves, and any more than a Roman at the apogee of the empire could use a color adjective to distinguish himself from a Germani on the other bank of the Danube, of the same stock, but still in prehistoric development. So he's also saying that they did not.
They didn't use it for the African hinterlands, as he said in yeah. So in the hinterlands, when we told y'all that hinterlands is for outside of Africa, outside of Egypt, outside of Kemet.
So
that's what they're talking
so even
about.
Jop, so everybody should be in agreement on that. Even Jop saying it. So
absolutely.
But now when we get to the last paragraph, Senaron agrees with Jop on Kemet. If they were going to do what you're saying, that this is how they would say it, Kemet or Kemu. We agree.
Exactly.
And he disagreed with he disagreed with Jacques on Kemetu, meaning the Negro.
No, he disagreed with Abdullah on Kemetu and Joe, because he's saying there's another term.
Yeah, and Joe. Could we just talk
Joe
about
brought it up because it's another term.
Yeah,
but
so he threw that out.
His strong point. He said it was Kemet.
Yeah, so he threw that out. So both right. So that's thrown out. And he said also, but he says nevertheless, right? What he said, they never. Right? He said they never use it for the hinterlands, right? Or did they use it for other people groups, right?
That is the
and he also, right? And he did not say he agreed that the Egyptians were doing that, right?
He did say he agreed.
He just said if they would have done it, this is how they would have said it.
Yeah, the latter reading and translation were affirmed. He agrees by Professor Sonaron.
We gotta go back.
He agrees.
Now that's why the latter will be in context. No. The latter is going to be in context of this paragraph that we're in. We can't go back. We got to stay on that paragraph. Here. No. We got to stay where the latter is, because whenever somebody says the latter, it's referring to the last statement that they made when they're speaking,
which was Kemet.
No, on that paragraph, on the page where the latter is being used, the latter is a reference to when a person's speaking presently. Like if I said, I had an apple, I had an orange, and I had a peanut. I really enjoyed the latter. Let's talk about the peanut. It has to be but it's within the latter is used in the present tense form of what's going on at that time, right? He's not going to use the latter in that paragraph to refer to something on 3 pages ago. Otherwise, you're not going to. It's going to be too confusing.
Going all over the place now. When he says the latter, he's talking about these forms.
I want to read that paragraph where the latter is at. Let's go to the paragraph where the latter is at.
It's right here. So a grammatical and semantic debate took place between Professor Jope on the radical, which he reads Kemet, derives from Kim, black, and considers to be a collective noun meaning blacks in English Negroes. And Professor Abdul Gadir M. Abdullah, who adopts the accepted reading of it as Kemet to you. So when Sheikh Anta Jope says the other form Kemet to you, this is Abdullah's point.
No,
Yes,
no,
Kemet
but
to you.
Kemet to you translated as Egyptians. He translated Kemet to you as Negroes.
Because Egyptians didn't exist at that time.
Well, he just,
So,
he said, Kemet to you, the people.
Yeah, they didn't exist. So they would say Kemet to you.
Yeah,
and we understand
but he said he translated
that
basically as Egyptian, basically as saying American. Like we know what he means when he said Egyptian.
So
like,
we got to go back up here. Derives from Kim, black. So when you say Kemet to you, this Kim means black. It's an adjective.
Yeah, but he's translating it as Egyptians, like one would say Americans. That's how he's translating it.
Yeah, the black people. If this place was called black people, this place is called Americans. So this place called America, so you're Americans.
Yeah, but I'm saying his translation, we're just getting clarity on his translation. He was trying to make it seem like Kemet, whether we agree with the translation or not. We just want to get his point. We want to understand what the argument that he's making.
Spray paint with you, Sosa.
I know, but he's arguing that Kemet, he's arguing that Kemet translate as Egyptians the same way one would translate as Americans. That's his argument. Whether we agree or not, that's what he's arguing.
No. Right? So Professor Abdul Gar M. Abdullah is agreeing that Kemet would translate as Egyptians.
No, that's what I said.
Meaning the black people that Sheikh Anta Jope covered. So
but they're in disagreements.
No, they're not. They're not on this point. They were in disagreements, but one is saying Kemet would be how you say it. The other is saying Kemet would be how you say it. And as we read from Sonaran, he stepped in and said if they were going to call themselves black people, it would be Kemet and Kemet. Remember?
Let him lose you that quick.
Oh my God! Listen, I just want to, bro,
lost you. So
now
y'all was talking about whether he agreed with the latter or not.
Yeah, that's what.
We ain't got to the latter yet.
I'm about to ban the argument just to get to the latter.
He did a 52 fake out on you.
I know.
I did a 360.
All right, listen. All right, look. That's all I call. Forget that. Let's start with the plural and just keep going.
Well, hold on. Yeah, let's get here. So the plural of Kemet, Egyptian, the Nisba form from Kemet, Black Land, Egypt. The latter reading and translation were affirmed by Professor Sonaran.
Right.
So
the latter reading would be the one you just highlighted. Yeah.
Right here. He agrees that it says Kemet, Black Land.
Right.
Now,
okay.
He also agrees.
But but the latter is referring to this, right?
Yes. That's what we said before.
Yeah, we don't even need no.
The plural, not
the
even
plural, the plural of Kemet Egyptian.
The latter is right here.
Yeah,
this is the latter.
Yeah, so Professor Sonaran affirmed that it meant black land.
Yes.
Okay.
So they all agree that Kim
and not black people.
Let's go here. Because if you say that, God. We got what he fully said, right? When he fully speaks, he says
that was his conclusion.
You better spray paint that. Spray paint
you know
that
how there's a science, it has an abstract. We just read the conclusion. We don't got to go backwards.
That the conclusion is concerning the land.
Spray painted. So.
And here's Sonaran's word.
Hey, I'm getting dizzy because he's going backwards and forwards the page.
Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kimmel.
Oh yeah, he's gonna shake you off into a different argument.
Oh, we clear, gentlemen. Sonaran, right here. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said.
He said it would have said that.
He already agreed though, so he just said it. He just said he agreed with you.
So I just want to make sure these clarifying facts.
In any case, the nigga said,
my brothers.
In any case, my nigga, like,
I'm gonna step back in the audience.
He said, "Yeah, they would say that shit."
But man,
oh God,
I'm still confused.
I know he dizzy, but he lose me though. For I was on today. You wanted me to
No,
share that too, Corey?
I saw. I
You want
saw.
me to share that for you, Corey?
I'm gonna tell you why I'm confused. I'm confused because when I
He
hear
had you
y'all,
spent up, so you was about to go down a rabbit hole.
hold up, man.
Oh man.
Where's Saw? Saw, you still on here? Where's Saw? He left. All right, never mind.
Then you let him get away. I wanted to get him on something specific though.
Kick me in my shin and then dip out.
Yeah, it ain't no need to even bring that up now because I really wanted to talk to Asar about that.
Oh man. Good God. Man, that shit was complicated. Listen, Corey, I read a lot of books in my lifetime. And never have it ever been this difficult, bro. I got like, okay, read here. He said ladder, but the ladder don't mean this ladder. Ladder means look over here. Look over. Like,
man, yeah,
ladder in this
going,
page refer to a comment being made a
where the
page
link
or two
at though? Somebody with a wrench put the link in the thingamabobbers. They want the link in
the link
in the chat. Yeah.
All right, God damn, the pass out.
I'll be honest with y'all, brothers, though, man. I think a lot of times we let these guys get away because they're making what's called a moat and barley argument, and what that means is that they say a lot of fallacious stuff, but they also got some stuff that they say that they can put their fingers on that you can't refute. So they going around saying the Egyptians are black. We know good and well when they say the Egyptians are black, they talking about a phenotype and how we use it today. Black people, they know that's what they're saying. And how they run it, instead to just jump over there and grab a couple of words and say, well, see, there you go. The opposite them agree with me.
They're
And so
gonna tell
you'll never
you.
be able to win
They're
that
gonna
argument.
tell
We're
you,
gonna have
don't
to
you do it.
Wait a minute. We're gonna have to exactly. Well, we're gonna have to tie them down to, hey, they talking black is only talking about them. It's not talking about no other people in Africa. It's talking about them specifically. And we're gonna have to make them say it. They keep running from that.
But he said it. He said it in his description. He said it that they named them Egyptian or the people of the land, not the land of the people. He said that in his own words. So
right. That's why I was
how
trying to
you
get him
go
to hold
back
to that the Egyptian thing. He said, well, they didn't call because that's why I said he's saying that the Egyptian, they didn't call themselves Egypt at the time. Like, bro, we're not going to do that. I'm
yeah,
not.
that's the semantical argument.
Yeah, now they try to trap me up. No.
That's the semantical argument.
No. Bro.
Right. Sitting up there looking for wiggle room.
This is wild. Yeah, like man, that should hurt my damn brain. Reading is never that hard, bro. Like reading ain't that hard. Like,
no, so
and it's funny, you're gonna jump to a dead language outside of your own language of understanding or supposed understanding to try to explain something in your language of understanding about a dead language and conflate the shit and make it look like we don't know what the hell we reading. Or like everybody else don't know what the hell they reading because not all the experts don't got no sense.
Yeah, it's crazy. I
Right, how about
so
that?
much. I can do that shit off the dome. I'm looking at them. I don't even need the damn textbook no more. Don't even need the damn conference reading.
Maniac.
Contrarian thinking. I know you got get off your chest. Contrarian thinking. What's on your mind, bro? Magi Arch.
I'm cool. Y'all just it's between Abdullah and Diop. And old boy just jumped in and told him it don't mean that commit to use stuff. That's all he was saying.
That's not all he was saying.
Go back to it. Put it up. Let me show you what I was talking
about.
God.
We're not doing it again.
You gonna cut me? Hey, you got a show. You gonna cut me off? I never get on here. Just let me talk.
Every time we get to somebody put up on screen.
Just put it up again.
Just put it up. Round 3. Ding, ding, ding. Round 3.
Yo. It's like, it's like we
It's
translating the
funny.
glyphs all over again, written in
Like the
English.
words gonna be
It's not
different.
that
Like the
hard, man.
words gonna
Put it
be
on screen
different.
and look at it again. Like,
The
no.
words gonna magically change. Yeah, the words gonna magically change.
He was showing you that
Something
Diop and
different.
old boy was disagreeing.
It says nevertheless. No, it don't. Put it on screen.
Yo, this like Bible reading, Sosa. You know, everybody read the Bible, get something different
He
out of
said
it.
he
Yeah,
didn't.
Everybody want to
this
pull it up
why
to
I say
show
I want
something
to.
different. It's
I'm gonna come on
ridiculous.
your channel and
He
show you what
agrees
they
with
were saying.
Kemet, but disagrees with Jim and Kemet.
Hey, Gideon,
Put it on screen.
that's what he pulled on Sosa. He
He
was
is
like,
disagreeing with the whatever that
you gotta
word
go to this
commit to
verse
you,
to,
whatever they talking about.
interpret that verse.
What you say, Corey?
I said he pulled just what you said. He pulled that on Sosa just now. He was like,
Yeah, pull it up. Let me.
to understand that verse. See if you go to this one over here, and he was flipping
I
out.
know, because
the whole
Corey,
Bible
you see, he
scripture
tried to
reading
get
again.
me with
Yeah,
the ladder.
shit,
The ladder ain't, because this is what he tried to get me at first, Corey. He said the ladder ain't about this statement. Remember?
Right.
The ladder is about this, and then he came two pair. I'm like, no, bro. And I said, when you use the ladder is in reference to the last statement.
Ladder statement, right?
Presently, and then he checked the little black land stuff. I was like, man,
Yeah, the ladder is KMT. That's what he was talking about. The KMT.
the ladders. He said it. Whatever that he said it.
Yeah, the ladder is KMT. He agreeing with the KMT.
Meaning black
I
land.
just want to know, did you hear him agree with you at the end though, Sosa? Did you hear that part?
Yeah.
At the very end, well, not at the very end, but like right there, he was like, yeah. Because you was like, you agree that that's the ladder, right? And you had the sentence highlighted. He actually said, yeah.
And
And
it
then he
took
tried
30
to,
minutes. That's why the fight started.
Up, though, again.
But here's on the thing: whether it's the ladder or the no matter which one it is, it don't mean black people. It can't. It
And
can't.
at least
It can't
Saturn
because
was not.
the people that's blacker than them, they don't call them black people.
More importantly,
So it's got to be something
Saturn
else
is not
to
saying
this.
to men black people. That's the most important.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't make a
In
the thing
any
is,
case,
it couldn't possibly be a
never.
reference to black people because the term black was not even used when the Egyptian society was even in existence. So like black is a political alignment. We got to understand that, right? And so for people to use that term,
dark people, I don't know.
No, I'm giving them. But look, check it out. I'm giving them that. I'm saying yes. Hold up, y'all. I'm giving them that. I'm saying yes. They call themselves black, as in absence of color people. All right, they black.
But no, see,
I can't do that, Joe. Now you tripping, Joe.
That's not what they
But this is the
Hold
thing.
on, American Dream.
Go ahead, finish, Joel.
Listen. They call themselves black, but the people who are literally much darker than them, they don't even call them black.
Because they're saying that they're the divine black, Joel. They're saying that they're divine.
There you go. There you go.
All right, American Dream, coming, American Dream. What's on your shit? He was in a bad.
Hey, so what you think about this young boy from Upper Egypt? What would you consider him?
Oh, he dropped off.
What would you consider him, brother Sosa?
Shit, Egyptian. I don't do it like that.
Hey, Sosa.
I ain't just blankly calling niggas black. I don't do it like that.
Exactly. I'm just saying because people. Anybody got a problem with this image, thinking that people in Upper Egypt
he
look
black.
like this?
He black.
Listen, you tell me do a Black History report. I'm not gonna show up with a nigga looking like that. You know what I'm saying? Unless that nigga got a family members in America. You feel me? You will never see goddamn Mentu Hotep on my goddamn daughter's Black History report. Like, we're not getting down like that, nigga.
Hey, Bobby's gonna be a pack, yo.
Hold on, let American Dream make a statement. I got dropped off. What's going on, man?
Yeah, thanks. So I was wondering, I actually noticed that the only time I have these headphones in, so can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay. I noticed that the only time that the so-called experts in the field ever speak about whether Egypt is black or white or whatever is when they're responding to questions about it. I don't necessarily see them taking their own time to really study the race of the Egyptians. And I'm wondering why that is. I think the reason is because the question is just not a very interesting question. Like there's just no value in it.
No, that ain't true.
And I just don't see.
No, that's why they say, bro. That's why they say. Go ahead.
But the thing is, though,
let her finish the statement, though, Kyle. Let her finish that. Go ahead. You might be chipping American Dream.
Question is, why do we suppose? Am I still chipping?
Yeah, you breaking up.
You're breaking up a little bit. But I can kind of make it.
You about to say some bullshit.
No, I understand what you're trying to say.
I can make out what he's saying.
No, I can make out what he's trying to say because he's trying to say like they don't consider.
We all can because it come down to the same point every time when it's gonna come.
They Africans. They
Yeah,
not
so
trying to study it like we doing it. They
why
Africans,
do black
period.
people do this?
The thing is, we are making this thing a thing. Like the question that American Dream asked was a brilliant question, but it's a dumbass question at the same time. But no shade to American Dream.
No, really, it isn't, man.
Hear me out, please. So the reason why I say it's a brilliant but also a dumb question is because the Egyptologists are not studying the race of these people because they classify them as Egyptians, but they also know that race does not exist. There's no genetics for race. You see what I'm saying? Like that.
You said it better than me, my man.
And that's the thing where we're getting stuck in. We are stuck in colonial racism, and this is how we are interpreting African in modern science and in modern times. We're looking at through the lens of the KKK. We're looking through the lens of the racists. We're looking through the lens of scientific racism to determine who these people are, when simply that thing that we're looking for doesn't exist, and these people are simply Africans. That's it.
Hey, brother,
my blackology.
We're not doing the blackology thing, man. With the
no, my blackology kicks in at that point, Sosa.
Hey, but he said something.
No, you see the share screen? I thought that good guy sharing the screen.
No, hold on.
What's your blackology say?
My blackology say that when we say there's nothing in so-called black people claiming ancient civilization, like imagine if your people, and all of us can imagine this because this was been done to us. Imagine if it was your people being told that they never accomplished a worthy civilization in history, right? And now it's some contention. Right now it's some contention whether one of the oldest civilizations in the world was created by these people. And now we will sit on here and say that don't matter. Like what? That's crazy. Like
we not saying it don't matter. What we're saying is that that's hold
on. It's easy for white Egyptologists to say there's no worth in it because nothing was ever taken away from them, and they were never told that they wasn't shit. You feel me? They was never told that they didn't contribute nothing to humanity, far as wise history and writing and shit. So it do mean something to black people. We do want Egypt for those reasons, and to sit up here, to sit up here and act like that shit ain't real, like that's offensive to me.
Chef, let me ask you a question, Chef.
That's not what I'm personally.
Chef, let me ask you a question.
I'm not saying that the fight
Chef
isn't
y'all gotta get it. Hey, Brendan. You got to moderate.
Man, Brendan is on.
Yeah.
Moderate for a second. You got to turn your mic up a little bit too. Moderate for a second. I'll stay away for 5 minutes.
Hold on just a sec. Let me make sure I got the mic up.
We're in the middle of the street, Brendan. Don't moderate. Don't moderate nothing, Brendan.
Yeah. I can
just let him.
Let me ask Chef a question since he's referring to my question.
Yeah, but I do want to hit on what you just asked about, in terms of the interesting piece about the race question, though, right? And this is just really, really quick. And I always point to the nubiologist Bruce Trigger, right? He's foremost in terms of Nubian studies and what he says about using race in terms of talking about these ancient civilizations. And what he says is that, you know, it's of very little value for the reason that it's like, okay, well, it's you're oversimplifying it for one, right? And it's a very difficult piece because, you know, you can't necessarily put the development of these cultures in a box and then contribute it to racial factors, right? That's why he says that it's not very fruitful for using race, if that kind of helps you. Right. There's more factors than just race in terms of when you're discussing cultures. But go ahead.
Hey, I want to address Chef. Hey, Chef.
No, I think American Dream had something. American Dream, you had something?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, American Dream.
Yeah, we know what that.
Okay. Yes. I wanted to ask Chef because you know his response was that because we have the question was they were saying that we hadn't contributed anything, and because of that, it's important for us to hold on to Egypt. But it sounds as if we're also saying that without Egypt, it's true that we haven't contributed anything.
Yes. Yes.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah. No, you absolutely right.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, so my question to you is, do you think that? Do you think that it's true that without Egypt, white people now are correct and that blacks have contributed nothing?
No, they're not. No, they're not correct.
And if they're not correct, why is it so important to focus on Egypt if they're not correct?
No, listen. I think
you gotta think about it.
Hold on. If we didn't have nothing, if Egypt ain't ours, then they have a stronger case. That's all.
No,
that's crazy.
And black people know that,
bro. You just threw your blackology badge out the window. Like you can't say that.
Let me say this.
You know what?
I'm being honest.
Can I pick up Chef's blackology?
I want to know what can I make a statement or say?
Yeah, go ahead, Joel. Joel, you've been cooking today.
All right, let me pick up Chef's bag.
Joel, you showing signs. You showing early signs of the virus, brother. You're showing early signs of the Egyptomania virus.
I don't know what it is, but let me tell y'all this. I got Chef's badge. I'm picking up his blackology badge.
Oh, you've been foaming at the mouth today.
Listen to this. We are in the most technological civilization that's around right now. USA. We got all kind of technologies going around. Guess who helped put that on the map? Me. That's who. My goddamn ancestors put a whole lot of work in this country. So many inventions, I can't even begin to start naming all of them. So there's nobody that can tell me I didn't contribute nothing. I freaking helped build this place. You gotta be kidding me.
He talking about an antiquity, brother. He talking about an ancient time.
Yeah, we talking about historic.
He talking about an antiquity. He talking about an ancient time.
Yeah, we were talking about Egypt. Why are we fighting Joe? Joe, keep it in context. Joe, keep it in context.
He heated.
Hey, Joe,
I got my blackology badge,
he's showing a little bit of signs of the virus, right?
Chef, can I respond? Can I respond to Chef?
Other people beefing in that country, guess who come help them out? The African American. Me, that's who. Look, we ain't getting away from the fact that African Americans contribute a lot to what's going on in this day and age.
He talking about ancient times, though, bro.
You talking about ancient?
I think point taken. Oh, absolutely. Point taken.
Can I say something, Chef?
Because if an African country was doing bad, you couldn't send nobody over there. So you just talking about being sent off. You ain't talking about contributing for real.
Hey, Chef, can I say something to you in your response to without Egypt, black people feel, but you can use the same reverse psychology on Europeans, white people, because there was no white people in Greece and Rome. You get what I'm trying to say? Those Mediterranean Europeans,
but they still claim it and go.
Hold on, I get that. I get that.
Let's drink Sufi go.
Let me just say what I'm saying. The Mediterranean populations in Southern Europe, Greece and Rome, were not the populations or the groups of people that's responsible for colonizing this portion of America, or the people that colonized us, the reason why we speak English. The Anglos and the Saxons, the Britons are not the Romans and the Greeks. They're not. The only cousin population that was related to the Romans and the Greeks were the
Hispanics or Spaniards. I'm sorry, the Spaniards from
Spanish.
the Iberian Peninsula that came over here first with the Portuguese, and they came over here. But before them, the populations that's responsible for this portion of America is mainly Northwestern European. Of British descent, Dutch, Irish. So the thing is that you can use the same reverse psychology on them when it comes to their whiteology crap. When they talk about ancient
It
Greece
don't
and Rome,
sting though. It don't hurt as bad though. Trust
but
me.
but let me just say this though, Chef. But let me just say this though, Chef. They didn't invent writing. The Greeks and Romans had writing, but the Britons and the Anglos and Saxons didn't invent writing. Look up the origin of where writing come from. So the people in the northern portion of Europe who was painting themselves blue at one time was totally different and looked at as being barbarians compared to the populations in the Mediterranean portion of southern Europe. So what I'm saying is they didn't even deal with them like that. So we can use that same reverse psychology when they say you niggas ain't have no writing, you niggas was in huts. You can talk about how they was painting themselves blue. They wasn't the people in Greece. You know what I'm saying? Or these people were called the
No,
deserts.
I get it.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I think Shepard get that, but I think that's a big issue. I'm glad you brought that up because I think a lot of
We
people.
talk. That's not race. Look, white people took on the race thing. So white people in general take claim for Western civilization, right? Now, when you all got lumped into the category of black, right? Anything that you can prove that those people who was lumped into that category of black accomplished, then you take pride in it. The same way when you get lumped into the category of white, you take pride in Greece, Rome, and
right.
everything else that you dig what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not narrowing it down to specific ethnicities and what they accomplished. Once we put those blanket racial terms on it, that's what we are fighting for the most part. You know what I mean? And by us saying,
but that's why I always share this. That's why I keep on pushing this point of the Hermetic hypothesis and the curses of Ham and slavery. Like we missing that part. We're missing that part because that was the sole reason for the dehumanization of the sub-Saharan. I hate to use that term. But races,
the origins of the racial,
even the origin of black in a sense of description has its origin with it's messed up. Classifying yourself as that seriously when you study because white people or these people that we call white invented black people. And your whole identity in the diaspora was built off this thing. The reason why we sticking on this color shit so much and race is because we were built on the idea that they presented to us over here in this portion of America. The populations in West and Central Africa, they knew how to delineate from one another through clans of different groups, but they didn't have the issue compared to the population that was snatched and was built and created and called black. And we were called that based off how we look. Later on, we turned around and accepted it. But black, Negro, nigger is the same goddamn thing. I'm just keeping it real in origin.
Yeah, and those terms, but let me ask you this, and goes. Can we agree that those terms are disrespectful and they are terms to demean or remove the humanity from people?
Yes.
And Gozy, after the pyramids, what was the next biggest thing built?
I ain't saying much on this call today, man.
Go in, Kyle, because
go ahead, Kyle.
This is my first time saying it.
Where I sit.
The point that I'm trying to make is, so we're using a term that was used toward us that was a dehumanizing term, and then we're looking at ancient Egypt having the term Desheret or Kemet or these different things, or Kemu or these things, and we're looking at them and we're putting our meaning that we have based off colonialism onto how these individuals use those terms. I think that we're doing those ancient societies a great injustice because we're not even taking the time to understand how these people even communicated with themselves amongst their actual people.
Exactly, and that's what I'm. And Kyle, you hit it home.
Somebody drop a phone. Who got some sound
let me just say this.
Kyle,
You hit it home.
Hold on, this stuff. Hey, how many words we want to do that with though? How many times we gonna do that? How many times we gonna say, well, we can't put our meaning on an ancient word?
You can't you can't do that with any type of term. Like there's a thing.
Hold on. Let's get this point out though. Kyle,
it's called protocol. Protocol is the
sort of get his point out.
Kyle, let Tuck get his point out.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, Tuck.
No, I got it out. Kyle got me because I mean, how much stuff, Brendan, how much stuff we want to do that with?
Yeah, in terms of
how many
saying what we
terms
can
are we gonna
associate
say
with
are inaccurate? Yeah, or is
anachronisms, right? So you're not
Everything that's
necessarily on board.
Everything that's
In other words, you're not really on board.
Is not scientific at all.
Right.
So I don't
my
understand.
point exactly.
Of course.
That's the whole point we're trying to make, bro. Like what we are saying is that language evolves, language changes, and there's a certain things called the intellectual protocol. Protocol is an established meaning for a certain word or character structure, so that other intelligent beings can gain meaning from those things. And so if we are putting if we are putting the meaning that we have onto a 5,000-year-old civilization and saying they mean exactly what we're meaning, that is doing them a disservice and discredit, because we're not even taking the time to understand what these terms meant in their societies, and we're superimposing our linguistic terminology onto these antiquated societies that never even use that the same way that we're using today. And that's where pseudo comes into the picture.
Facts.
But how would you know that though? Wouldn't you know that by speaking the language? Hold on, Ngozi. Wouldn't you know that by speaking the language, going back and reviving the language and stuff like that? I mean, how would you get an accurate beat on what they was talking about if you just got the English language? How would you do that?
Okay, so I would ask you to do this, since you got pushback. Go and study the uses of the term black in ancient Egyptian societies or Commission society, and see what that word means according to the people who wrote it, not according to what you think it meant, but according to what they used it for. And then we can
but when they do it, y'all calling them pseudo.
No.
We're saying they missed it.
You're saying revive the language, but you can't revive the language outside of your language. So you still stuck to your language.
But how do you know that though?
Well, we don't have to
tell you what, Tucker.
How do I know that? Because you use your understanding of your language to interpret.
But look, Gideon,
another
this is a better way to do it. Tuck.
Okay, what other
if they're correct, bro, if they're correct, all you have to do is put in your chat GPT, go to your internet, research, and just pull it up, saying what they're saying, bro. That's it. We don't gotta worry about. We don't gotta battle niggas on YouTube in terms of their new discoveries, bro.
For me, it always seems that we have to do mental gymnastics to substantiate the argument that the ancient Egyptians were black. Anytime it's that complicated, again, I'm a dude. I'm from business, right? Anytime something is that complicated, exactly right. There's a reason in business that we like direct communication. Right, we want
that's your understanding, though, Brandon.
No. I just want to let me get this out just a bit, because I gave you the floor a minute, right? So in terms of there's a concept called bottom line up front, right? Give me the bottom line up front. What are you really saying?
Right.
Okay, substantiate your argument. Show me exactly what you're saying.
Source up. Just go get a source.
I'll give you an example.
Man,
when the brother saw when the brother saw Imkar came on, and he went through mental gymnastics back and forth, having to double back on a single paragraph to make his point. And once he did it, and Corey, I blame you for this. you let brother Sosa go into the woods without that can of spray paint. And he did it, and he got out of there. And I was like, wow, that speaks volumes for the argument you're trying to make. At any point, if you're trying to close a business deal, if you're trying to do something, if it's that painful, you'll never make any money. So I'm not convinced. You got to convince me, right?
Yeah. Anybody find the other foot of the shoe? Other part of the foot yet?
Say it again.
I was just saying the Sosa. Anybody find the other part of the foot?
Oh yeah,
you cut
Cut the foot off
Anyway,
and fit the shoe.
Anyway, so with what understanding do we understand it, Brendan? Now, you in the business part understanding. You said if it's too complicated,
we got an Egyptologist coming on Saturday.
You know exactly. You know
got
one of the
Black
pieces
is
that I do
divine.
understand.
Black
we got an
is
Egyptologist
divine.
coming on Saturday.
Black
If she
is
say something
divine.
different, will you concede, or are we still gonna have this argument?
Will I concede on what? Hey, Sosa, your brain was just hurt.
No.
Let me do this.
You know what I'm saying? We got an Egyptologist. No, because it's like we're just arguing just to argue at this point, bro. Like we already looked at what they're saying. It's not like you putting stuff up on the screen and saying that they're saying this. No, that's their own arguments, bro. They can do that. I'm saying just put it up where they're saying that what the experts are saying, what they're saying, and then you won. We don't even got to do that. We don't got to do the back and forth. Just pull it up. Tell me where it's at. I'll go pull it up, and then you got us.
What are you pulling up?
He ain't gonna put it
I
up.
always give you an example.
And I'm about to say, Corey
let me give you a quick example. Let me give you a quick example. When you say that Kemet means the land of the blacks, right? If you say Kemet means the land of the blacks, but at the same time say, hey, James H.P. Allen or James Allen's dictionary of Kemet or the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs is an authoritative dictionary for the hieroglyphs. James P. Allen. Okay, and then I go to James P. Allen, look up the word Kemet, and it says it doesn't say that, right? It says the black land. It says basically the black land, and it gives me in terms of why they call it that. It didn't say anything about the black people. It doesn't say anything like that.
I pulled it up on my
Isn't James P. Allen one person?
Right. No. I just want to say that's just one example, right? I've got several examples. For instance, and I've got them documented on a presentation.
I think we skip past the sauna.
No, yeah, but when I do that, right, and I pull it up, and if you even admit that this particular dictionary is authoritative, and then you go against the very dictionary that you say is authoritative, then I've got a problem.
Okay, what's the steps of doing that though, Brendan? We can go down that route.
Just look up, pull out the
dictionary. Ain't gonna do it on YouTube.
Right.
It ain't gonna be done on YouTube, bro. Ain't no nigga you watching right now on YouTube is doing it, bro.
He's so convinced, but he asking you what's the steps.
Won't be a nigga.
Look up a word in the dictionary.
There won't be a nigga on Saturday doing that, bro. No disrespect.
Can I add something to the conversation?
All the little background.
No disrespect, Sean Netter, man. Shout out Sean Netter, bro. No.
Go ahead and say what you think.
No nigga coming off Super Killer platform finna do that, bro. We ain't doing it, bro. No,
we ain't doing it.
Right?
Can I add something to the conversation?
I have a rule. I don't argue with dictionaries and textbooks. I don't argue with those.
Yeah, I know y'all hilarious.
Go ahead, huh? Joe, what you doing, bro?
Can I
I don't argue with those.
Go ahead, huh?
I didn't do that. Did I do that? I didn't do that. Who did that?
Joe.
Come on, Joe, with that. Get that out of there. Let me say this. Let me make this point. So I just want y'all to know that the rendering Kemet, the black land, actually proves and verifies Egypt's Africanness. All right? And it ties Egypt safely fixed to Africa, to African farming communities. That's exactly what it does. Black does not tie to not a damn place. You feel me? Because you had black people all over Africa. If that's the point, if it is what you're saying, then everywhere you go in Africa, there's black people. So if I was to come into Africa looking for the land of the black people, I'd be lost. Couldn't find them if I wanted to, because everybody be black. But I tell you what, that top of them. Let me finish, bro. This is why you doing it. The top of them, the place name. I'm talking, yo.
Yeah,
the top of them. The place name. The top of them. The place name. Okay? All right? It's named after a damn place, yo. It's not named after a human being. Yo, look it up, yo. It's a place name. You know what I'm saying? Like Martin Luther King Boulevard, yo. It's not actually the person. You know what I'm saying? It's a boulevard, bro. So these simple things that we've learned, like New Amsterdam in New York. What was New Amsterdam? It was where the first slaves came. It's called New Amsterdam. Then you trace and you realize that it actually started in England. That name come from England. But it's a place name, yo. And now we can identify who brought that name over. New Amsterdam later on became New York. New York. So at this point, yo, like, It's too incredible, yo. Like, y'all just don't care about the Africanness of Egypt. You don't care because the name itself ties it to geography and ties it to African farmers, bro. It's African. I'm done, yo.
But what is that saying? You just what is that? What is African saying? That ain't saying nothing.
It is. It said it when I went to the museum and took my son. It was so powerful. I took my son and I let Reggie talk my son to death. I didn't even interrupt. I simply said, after Reggie's rendition, I said, son, read the label. And he read the label. He was like, well, damn, they say they're African. And we walked out the museum and left. And there was no more argument. How can a 15-year-old get that? He said it said in the museum. I don't got to argue no more. And my son walked off. He was like, oh, thank you. Appreciate you, Mr. Reggie. Appreciate the conversation. Reggie took us all through the museum. We had fun. But you, brother, you ain't been to a museum yet to see what it say. So what I'm asking you is take your beautiful daughter to the museum, yo, and let her experience it for herself. You get out the way like I did. I got out the way. Get out the way.
Who the hell ain't been to a museum?
You didn't say you've been to the museum, bro.
Hey, I want to put something
You've
on
already
the board.
been. If you've already seen it, then why are we arguing? Bro?
Yeah, why are we arguing then, yo? What's the joke? What's the joke?
Hey, Sosa, I want to put something on the blackboard. Can I put something on the blackboard?
It's on there.
They definitely did, huh?
Right. So that's the James P. Allen joint, right? Right. That's the authoritative ancient Egyptian dictionary that we all point to, right?
They say he don't believe in dictionary.
Even like, for instance, like Wu Jiao, when he teaches his students to read the hieroglyphs, he actually prescribes this particular dictionary in the curriculum. Say you got to get this right to do the studies. But when you but within James P. Allen, when you look up the word Kemet, what does it say? Said the word KMT Egypt literally means black, referring to the soil of the Nile Valley. This is why Egypt uses prepositions such and such, right? Talking about the black land, right? Egypt, literally black land, referring to the cultivated soil along the Nile. And this is a direct reference out of James P. Allen for the word Kemet.
So do we have something to show the soil of the Nile?
This is what they use. This dictionary is what people use to teach people the metaneta. So I'm confused, right? Okay, well, do we need to update the very dictionaries that you guys use?
Yeah, we gotta take that out because Reggie said something different.
That happens sometimes, Brendan. That happens sometimes, Brendan.
Well,
right. So every time a nigga comes on YouTube and disagrees, we're gonna go into textbook and rearrange shit.
But for me, Tuck, I'm fine with updating it. But you need to update that first, right? You need to update James P. Allen's work first before you come to me.
You need to be trained in that shit. Like just because you see a nigga do some shit on YouTube, you don't know how many hours that nigga put in that shit versus Egyptologists. You just go for anything.
Update the dictionary first and then come to me.
Yeah, you on YouTube too, so don't do that.
No, I'm saying I don't talk. I'm not trying to change the fucking academic consensus.
I heard Unc say some shit before. I don't need him to change the consensus.
I'm just not trying to change the fucking textbook.
You wrong on that Benjamin thing.
He's not trying to change the scientific textbook. That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes, bro, I think y'all just want to argue, bro. Like niggas don't want to come to understand. Like they just pick a point and just want to just argue about shit, bro.
Hey, so
fully immersed in the topic. Don't really understand it like that. Don't really know.
Show us something authoritative.
Yeah, it ain't gonna do it. Can I say something to Sosa for a minute? Hey, Sosa, do me a favor, right? Do me a favor, Sosa. Based off of what the African Americans, I'm gonna start calling these dudes African Americans. When the African Americans have made their stance on the black people, right? Ask one of those African Americans to take their ass to the Nile Valley and find that group of black people that they talking about. I dare them. I dare. Because if it's true what you're saying about Africa being black people all over, then you're not going to be able to find the people that you're calling the black people. You're not going to be able to find them, bro. You're not going to be able to distinguish them. That's why it makes no sense. Humans aren't that retarded. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Nobody does that in ancient time. It makes no sense. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's counterproductive. So I'm gonna ask you, yo, how do you find the black people in the land of the black people? Yo, where do you start at, bro? Where?
You said,
Come on,
how do you find the black people in the land of the black people?
Land of black people. Yeah, because you already said, so if I agree with y'all right, yo. Conscious community right. There are black people in Egypt. There's black people in there. Hold on. Not only is it black people in Egypt, it's black people in Sudan, it's black people in North Africa, South, they all black people. So then, if you say, yo, I want you to go to the land of the black people, where the hell am I going to go at, yo? I'm going to go to Africa and be riding around for 100 years? I'm not going to be able to find black people because that is not a distinguishing feature, bro.
You're going to be in the time machine.
It doesn't make sense. Come on. Hey, Chuck, I'm going to say this again, Chuck. How do I find the land of the black people full of black people, yo? I'm listening. Help me out, yo. Make it make some sense.
The Giza Plateau.
That's a good one, oh.
Right. How?
Right. What about this one?
Let me show you.
What about
Let me
this
show you some
dictionary?
black people. I'm show you some black people.
Is this
right
dictionary wrong too? When he
Let me
says
show you some black people right now. Here it is.
No,
well, you gonna find it? You can just throw Benjamin
on
everybody.
Over their head.
Look, there's some black people I'm finna show you.
Over their head, Brendan. Brendan, you doing too much. You should get Wikipedia. You've done too much.
This is Negrito. Right this black people right here. This is Negrito.
Yeah, that's a black person. Yep, there you go.
Little black people. See, so we got black people right there.
What?
There
we go.
Oh no,
if
you're not, that's not from the Bible Benin.
Yeah,
it's not from the Bible Benin.
Negrito means black people. Like here's Negrito. Adam and Eve's people. They black people. Mm-hmm.
I don't throw around. I don't throw black around loosely like that.
I don't.
You're not playing
run around the globe.
These Negritos, bro. These niggas. These are black people, bro. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we all one family. Yeah, look at that. Come on now.
There you go.
I'm very strict with my black. I don't go around the world.
That's a black person.
Black Corey, come on now. Oh, man. Come on, look at that.
I don't go around the world.
Look at that sister right there.
I don't
tiptoe
around culture.
Right.
I want y'all to know from outer space with a satellite, if a person say, yo, I want you to find the black land. What do you mean? It's a geographical feature where the contrast on the brown sand to the black silt is so dominant, yo. You can look at it from the fucking satellite. You could use a satellite and find it. But if you say, yo, find me the black people on Earth, yo, you in trouble. You're in trouble. That's why it doesn't make sense, yo. It's the most retarded thing ever happening at this point now. We're way too intelligent to just say black people. Where's the black land at, yo? Wait, please help me out. Well, Uncle, I mean people with dark skin, okay, bet. I mean people with brown skin, bet. I mean people right, bet. Well, where they at, yo? What's the geography? What's the name of the culture, black people? Where is it at, yo? It's not there. That's why I'm telling you, people living in their land, they was natural people, yo. They ain't have TV. So they looked at geography, they say, man, look at this contrast right here. And they say, this is our, and guess what? It's called the Kemi. So at the end of the day, the whole of Egypt is not even the Kim, bro. How about that? Because the whole land ain't black. They just talking about one particular geographical feature, the Kim, the floodplain, bro.
And that's the killer point of it all.
Which is the desert.
That's the most killer point.
Talking about? It's just the most ridiculous shit ever. The whole place ain't even Kim. So that's why Egypt is proper. When you say Egypt, you talking about everywhere. When you say Kim, you just talking about the floodplain. Now prove me wrong with that. You can't.
And that right there, that should end all conversation right there. The fact that they ain't even talking about the whole Egypt, they only talking about the land directly adjacent to the river. You see what I'm saying? So like at that point, you know they talking about the land. At that point.
Hey, Corey. It never was.
Let me ask you something. Hey, Corey, real quick.
Hey, haircut, Duke argument.
That was the seed.
No, I ain't gonna argue with
that. Was the important.
I wanted to say something before you go in.
Yeah, that was the important piece. You're always gonna highlight the seat of power. Right.
No, it's real quick, Corey. I feel that it came full circle that you had to argue all this time, and now these niggas agree with you, Corey. remember we was in the Discord and them niggas was talking, man, and now they in the car with you. Ain't it crazy, Corey?
Who disagreed with who disagreed
All y'all
specifically?
I'm
did.
saying
Me and
I don't
Unc
know
was in the
about
car
that
argument,
one. I
together.
don't know.
this
I don't
Unc
argument,
was
know.
in
you
the
feel
car
me?
Don't
together.
fall for it, yo. Hey, yo, don't
Don't
fall
even
for it. Sosa, he beat up
I
right
don't
we
now.
ain't
He
know.
going
trying,
that
Hey,
road.
can I?
trying
Hey,
to
can I?
slip
Hey,
out
hey,
of
can
it,
I?
yo.
Hey,
Another
can,
argument,
Yeah,
bro.
can
you
I?
ran
Can
out
I?
of
Hey,
shit.
hey,
I got the
hey, can
spray
I?
You
Hey,
ran
paint.
can I?
out.
Hey,
I
can
got
I
the
say
spray
something?
paint.
You got
Yeah,
the
it's
Can I
spray
say something
outside
paint.
right quick?
mine
You
now.
ran
What
out.
y'all
Real,
got?
real
Hey,
quick,
Chuck,
real quick.
now,
I
Chuck,
wanted to
Nah,
Corey
add on
ran
Tuck,
to
you
out,
already
Corey.
yo.
had, you already got it
Come
in.
Always,
on,
You
Chuck.
already
always
got it
talking
in.
about a reason.
No, Chuck, don't do
Always
it, Chuck.
said it was a
Nah,
reason.
Chuck,
He
you
We
running
didn't
wasn't. We
right
weren't
now,
argue
talking
Chuck.
in the
about
car
Kemet at
together.
that point. That was a
Yeah,
whole
Hey,
go
can
nother
I?
ahead, Chuck.
Hey,
conversation at
Yeah,
that
hey,
time.
Chuck, where
can
you
I
at,
say
Chuck?
something?
All right, everybody
Where you
can't
at,
talk
Chuck?
the same time in
All right.
class.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
Hey,
all
You
right.
ain't
can I
ready to
say
talk
something right
the
quick?
same, Chuck. Now, hold on, yo. Let Chuck
Yeah,
explain that, Chuck. Don't
He
run.
y'all
don't
ain't gonna
even.
let
He
Corey.
don't
Y'all ain't
know.
let
He just
Corey
make. He
Don't
didn't.
respond.
switch it up. Don't let him get
Y'all
off
ain't
the
gonna
That
let
phone.
was a
Corey respond.
bailout,
Somebody
Unc.
put Tuck
That
in
Yeah,
the
was
he
a
back of
trying
the
to bail
car,
bailout.
out.
spacing the
He
It's
ball.
a
Yeah,
going.
bailout.
Corey,
Hey,
I'm with
can,
Tuck on
can I
this.
add
I'm,
on?
I'm
Can
with
I?
Bailout.
Tuck
Hey,
on
yeah,
this.
you
Can I?
guys,
Can
That
I?
was a
Can I
calm,
add
bailout.
on?
calm down,
Don't
calm
go
down.
for it.
Can
That's
I,
the
can
bail.
I
So,
add on?
ladies and
Can I?
gentlemen, listen. Chuck just bailed out. He just
Yeah.
pulled the parachute.
Hey,
He just
I'm
pulled
still
the
right here.
parachute.
can I
I'm
Appreciate
add
you,
still
on?
Chuck.
right here.
You didn't
Yeah,
Can
I
I,
just
respect
wasn't
add,
even getting
anything
to
I
that,
Hey,
man,
said,
Hey,
because
Chuck.
he's in there.
it's
He's
just
in there.
like
The
No,
y'all
I'm
class is
right.
returning
filling
a
up.
good
hey, Brendan.
dialogue.
Corey,
So
you
so
Corey,
Brendan.
you been right all
Yeah,
along.
the
Listen, I
class is
prefer
filling
the
up.
good
That's why.
dialogue
Listen,
over the
listen,
I
goddamn big
appreciate
listen.
it.
arguments.
Hey,
Corey.
Brendan. Hey, Corey has
But
been
Hold
right. I
on,
want.
time
Hey,
out.
Corey,
y'all use
can
me
I
as a
add on the?
bailout.
Can
That
I?
ain't
Can
Hey,
I
right.
hey,
add?
Corey,
hey, hey,
you
guys,
and
hey,
Jeff
guys,
been
y'all,
right
we
all
gotta,
along.
we
Listen,
gotta
We
calm
and
we
you
down.
bailing
voted for
on a we
Corey.
bailing on a
We're
Your
making a
productive
question.
mess,
conversation
Listen,
to engage the
dude.
subject
Hey,
matter.
Brendan, can
It's
I add
already
on?
a
Can't
point.
That's the
hear. The
Tower of
audience
Babel. That's
cannot
the
hear.
Tower of Babel right there.
We gotta stop.
Hey,
Stop. Everybody stop. The audience
Hey,
can't hear
Brendan,
us.
can you stop talking, please? For
No,
bailing
let's.
out. He answered no questions and go straight to court.
Man, we
I'm
don't need to be
about,
Okay.
asking
about to
Tuck
tell
no
the
Okay.
truth.
question.
I
It's
think
just
let's
telling the
move on
truth.
from Tuck for a bit.
hey,
Fix,
hey,
Let's
fix
move
your
on from Tuck.
If
microphone.
we can
Unc.
move up
hey,
from
Fix your
move
Brendan.
on from
microphone.
Tuck
Unc.
for
Hey,
a bit.
Brendan, can I add on right quick
Yes,
to
and
what
yeah.
Corey?
Let's Street Sufi go in.
So what Unc said was right. What Corey has been saying is right. There was never a Kemet. Kemet was one region in that portion of Egypt. Even when Naaman unified the lands, it was Tawi, two lands. Then you get terms like Tamari. Then you got Deset for the red land. And Kemet was just one portion of it. And you only hear about the term Kemet in the 11th dynasty. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, there was never the whole country calling Kemet. So when people talk about Kemetology, or I'm doing this for Kemet, or create Kemetic institution or spiritual groups, it's pseudo coming off like that because that you what you're talking about one portion of the country that was dealing with agriculture, the farming portion. That's it. So when you do
That's the
that, it's a
people where the
problem.
black people was at, Kimmy.
Hold on. Let him go. Don't stop him.
So what I'm saying, is if you got a group like Brother Jabari with this Kemetic group, all that shit is wrong. It's all wrong. Even saying I'm a Kemeticologist, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't make sense to be a Kemetologist. It was never such thing as Kemet to represent the whole country. It was one portion of the country that we classify as Egypt today that was named after Hecapata when the Greeks came in. Now they label the whole country as Egypt, but at that time it was never such thing as Kemet in the sense of a whole country being classified as that. That's the stupidest thing in the world when you really look into it. It's dumb.
I'm here.
All right. Hold on. American Dream had his hand raised, and then we'll get right back to you.
Oh, you moderator?
Right.
Oh, you
Yep.
moderator?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead, American Dream. Then we'll come straight to you, Shesh.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Your hand, your man, Mike, good. Go ahead. We good.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to, I mean, I wanted to just go back to the idea of, whether or not without Egypt, whether Black people have a history that they can be proud of. And it is Black History Month, and we seem to not be able to get off of Egypt for even 1 month to speak speak about other accomplishments of Black people. So it looks as if we kind of also agree that unless we have Egypt, we don't have anything. Because if we can't find anything in Black History Month to talk about other than Egypt, you know what I mean? I think it says
Put him
a
in the
lot.
back of the class. Bump his head.
Who is that?
Joel's an angry Black man. He's an old man.
That's Joel. Where my old man at, man? Where you at?
Oh, that's Joel. I forgive you.
Check this out, man.
Hold on, let's Chess move. We got Chess move, Joe. You can't jump the line, old man.
He can speak about
Can't
Black
jump the line,
and
old man.
We'll go back to Battle Royal. Let's let Chess
from one
go
place to another. Just got that GPS working in Gladys West. How about that?
Joe, let Chess move get in there. Let Chess move get in there.
you guys gonna make me cry. You guys are hurting my feelings. If I don't, we can't have Kev and Black. I'm out of here.
Go ahead.
I knew it. I knew it.
Oh,
no,
he was trolling.
I heard that man
trolling.
Just me dip.
But you know what? This is just like a wild like a college classroom, and when you get talking about very hot topics, right? Especially if you had a really good professor or teacher that starts the controversy and just throws the rock and then let everybody go in. This is just how it goes, right?
Yeah. I try to start off. We just did this when I ran it, and normally I start off with the Black History segment in the beginning. You know what I mean? No, I just start off with that before we change up. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
But yeah, like I mean, I don't know, man. I
just simply gave the man a piece of Black history since he said we ain't have none without Kemet. That's all.
I saw hurt my brain. Christ.
Wow. A little while.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't know what's going on. I just don't. Well, I just don't get, like, I mean,
The old one I had before that.
YouTube is the only place where like a person can appear as a surgeon and people will come on and defend them without any expertise in the field. And they'll fight with you and they'll argue with you. He should be able to work on patients. Like, we'd be like, no, he doesn't know. Why can't he do it? Are we really gonna have this? That shit, just YouTube is just a crazy space, bro. Crazy damn space, bro. We're not experts are equal to experts. You know what I mean? Reggie got a new idea. Okay, let's change the textbooks. The hell they do that? Let's change Middle Egyptian.
You know what? Jabari hit on this last night when he talked about when he was kind of going back and forth with Chief X, and he said that, well, I think Chief X, I think you're suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? and I'm sitting there scratching my head at the same time. I'm like, brother, you're not an Egyptologist, right? And some of the same arguments that you're making, right? You're going against established academic stances here, right? Yeah. So maybe you, and that's the craziest thing, that you never see the bias, right? When you're the one at the center of it, right? That's a piece of it. So I don't know.
I didn't get a chance. I watched. I saw some of it.
Yeah, it was.
You know what I mean? It was like Black History. They were doing something like segment. They were doing shows in Las Vegas, something like shows. I saw that, a little bit of that, and then like I said, we got all of us like Chief X has a particular argument, right? That aligns with some of the things we say, and then differs, right? Because he do the racial component, the Negro, the Caucasoid, you know what I'm saying? And it's important not to
the nappy hair. I'm like,
so it's important. It's important not to get. It's important, especially because he's about to debate Jabari. It's important to not get arguments mixed up. You feel me? Like, I don't want to be arguing with somebody like my stance is I'm arguing for Negro and Caucasoid and shit like that. That's not. I'm arguing for blackness for. Yeah, I'm arguing non-blackness for a whole nother reason that he's arguing non-blackness. So.
Yeah,
want to get it mixed up.
I think that's one of the Achilles heel of his argument, right? He turns around and uses those antiquated terms, and he kind of explains. He said, "Well, I know it's antiquated, right? But I'm going to use it anyway." You probably shouldn't use it when you're having
especially when he did the because he made the Egyptian attack in Nubia like a race war. Like, what he did, I was like, oh.
Yeah. At some point, if you go back to his early videos, he calls like I think it's the Ethiopians. They say that the Ethiopians have some a genetic continuity with the Caucasian, and those types. It becomes a very untenable, right, argument that you make, and you set traps for yourself when you do that. So you have to be very careful. So That's why I don't like using like the Negroid, Caucasoid, all the and that all goes back to race, right? That's why I don't necessarily use race in any of these conversations.
When you deal with somebody like Jabari who's already slippery, you know he's slippery. You got you got to make sure you got a firm grip.
Yeah, you gave him an out. You gave him an out.
Yeah. He gonna stay right there. He gonna stay right there, bro. He, you know what I'm saying?
You're wrong, right?
And then even that conversation, he is saying he's making African and Black synonymous in the midst of that same conversation. You know what I'm saying? He's like, how are you gonna say he's not Black? Well, clearly he's African. Well, just look at this dude. He's Black. Is he not African? I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? He's arguing Black and African all in the same sentence.
He sure did that.
Did you know?
And then he said it was diverse.
Yeah.
Did you notice that he picked up the what was it, the 2017 article from Nature about the Egyptian mummies, the one we've been talking about for 2 years,
3-4 years,
as if this is like
new
groundbreaking information. It's like, well, now we're Jabari, I'm gonna come out and start. I was like, dude, what are you doing? We've gone over that ad nauseum. So
Oh, that shit. I want to damn go to give me that goddamn STR test too. I want to put that shit in chat. Hey, yo, my chat, your chat GPT ain't acting up?
Mine?
Bro, I'm telling you, I've been putting all like Egypt stuff in there. And my chat GPT be like suspicious activities.
Overloaded, man.
You've been flagged.
Egypt to be bugged out by Egypt.
You're a whole BIE. You're a BIE.
Like I'm gonna have to stop asking Egyptian questions, man.
Chat GPT bugged out by Egypt.
Oh man.
Yeah, but you already know.
They done crashed it.
Canceling my subscription. I'm going to Perplexity. I ain't got it.
Oh man.
Yeah, I really like the Chat GPT consensus because for me, I always like to sort of ask my questions, and then I try to connotate it with and say, hey, provide me an academic source for this and this and that. I don't even have to do that in consensus. Consensus
Let's hear you say it. Let's hear you say it, bro. Let's say you say Chat GPT power one time. Chat GPT power.
Oh, there you go. It's a powerful tool. It's a powerful tool when you use it correctly.
I gotta jump off, good brothers. It's a good build, man.
Y'all
keep y'all hands up.
Man. You gotta take some acetaminophen, right? You got a slight fever. Take 2 acetaminophen. Make sure you drink water that night.
I'm definitely gonna get me some vitamin, man.
You got
like Egypt virus, man.
You got that virus is spreading. I'm telling you.
Yeah, man. Hopefully I get over it, man.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah, man. Drink a lot of liquor, bro. Make sure you drink a lot of liquor.
All right, y'all later.
All right, peace.
All right, peace, though.
I think that that interview tomorrow, Sosa, that's gonna let us sort of reset our conversation and gives us a starting point, right?
That's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow at 6:30, right? And hopefully, what we'll be able to do is go through it, do the edits, and premiere it maybe on Sunday. Hopefully, we can get it out on Sunday so that we can begin conversations about that early. But I think that's a really good sort of level setting opportunity for us, right? To say, okay, well, what do the experts say about some of these burning questions that all of us have sort of been hand-wringing against, for the last couple months. So hopefully we can do that. So
what Asar was going over too, he showed me I'm gonna go back on the video because he showed the glyphs. I guess the glyph is in that shake and your paper with 3 people sitting down.
Yeah, I got it. I pulled it up. Yeah, I pulled it up. Let me show you. And I stumbled on it tonight when we were showing the ancient Egyptian dictionaries. You see that? This is one of them, right? See the one on the bottom. Right. That's the 2-seated people, right? With the little land piece and the mound. Is that similar to what you're referring to, Sosa?
Yeah. The one on the bottom.
Yeah, the one on the very bottom. So
and what's that little? Is that the taco on the bottom?
Yeah, it's on all three lines. Right.
Where's the little one underneath the taco?
That's the mound. Again, right.
I think Joe was saying that was
That's the
so
land
what's the
mound.
thing with the doggone alligator, the crocodile scale or something?
That's supposed to be the land, right? That's
land.
the fertile land. Don't get me to line, right? I'm not an expert in any of this. That's why I want to bring this to an expert to say, hey, let's get this on.
We're gonna show that tomorrow, right?
We can show this tomorrow, and then maybe I can find a better sort of image of this. But this is the spirit of what we wanted to ask in terms of the glyph, because we wanted to actually pull up something, the Kemet, and all of that, the place name, the black, and all of this, right? I remember the seated that you mentioned, Sosa, the seated people, right?
So what were they saying the seated people was, or what was they trying to say that meant?
That's a question for Sosa.
Sosa, what were they saying? What were they trying to say? The bottom one said.
Right,
the bottom.
The two seated people.
They was trying to say it was what?
Black people shaking hands. Shaking hands.
Oh yeah.
He was in there having fun, yo.
You ain't seen Asar was going back to the whole, because he was trying to change what the ladder meant. He was saying
he said it wasn't a crocodile. It's really dirt.
He was trying to say that when a dude says the ladder in that last statement, it didn't mean just the page that we was on. He went, it means the ladder to this statement. He going back 2. I'm like, no. That's not how the ladder works. You don't say the ladder in this statement right here, and then referring to some. Yeah, he tried it like 3-4 times.
He skipped the whole sentence. He skipped the whole sentence.
Nah, he was saying, you know how Sonaron said the ladder on that paragraph y'all was talking about?
Correct, but it's the sentence that it followed, yo.
No, he's saying that. No, that's not what he's saying. The ladder refers to, and he goes back a few pages, goes back to this argument. I'm like,
no, you can't go back a few pages. That's retarded.
I know it
Yo, you made
that. That's retarded.
That man did not do that. That man did not go back a couple pages. You can only go back to the next the phrase in front of it, yo. You got to go to the sentence in front of it, yo.
And all the things
he didn't do that, yo.
And all the things he disagreed with in the beginning, he agreed with at the end. Because Chef was saying he agreed with Joe. He was saying that wasn't true. Then we go back through it, and I said, okay, see right there, he disagreed with Joe. Yeah, he said he disagreed with Joe, but that's a minor point. I said, that's a minor point or not. He disagreed to commit to you. Because that's it. Well, all the way through that, he tried to act like the ladder wasn't that, then agreed that the ladder was that, and it was crazy. That's great. And then dipped out.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, as just a snippet of what the conversation, the initial interview, or the prep up. What she said that she's actually experienced in reading the glyphs, the hieratic, the demotic. What else was it? It was like all the different forms of the ancient Egyptian languages. So it's not, when you talk about reading this stuff, it's not just one thing. That which was interesting to me. It's like, okay, well, it's not just reading the glyphs. There's various different writing forms, right? That as an Egyptologist, that these people are trained and studied in. And she's
right. They got context clues in
all
right?
of them. Yeah,
because there's context clues in different styles of the writing.
Right. So she's trained in all of those different forms, which that's why I think this will be a good opportunity for us to sort of reset and figure out, let's have the conversation.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, boo.
Where that's gonna be at?
Brother, they're gonna be like, boo.
Yeah. It's like,
what channel y'all doing that on, Brendan?
Yeah, we're gonna do this. We'll premiere it on the Pseudo Killers.
Man, listen, I'm blocked on Community Skeptics, so
you doing Community Skeptics on Pseudo Killers?
We'll do it on the Pseudo Killers. We'll premiere it probably on both. We'll premiere it on both. If you wanna,
I ain't watching the Community Skeptics.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, you blocked over there. We don't let people that can't comprehend sentences watch that. We don't even care to have you talk, have a comment. We don't even care.
Well, you know how we simulcast. Usually we simulcast for things like that. So we'll probably simulcast it. So if you want to tune in from the Pseudo Killers.
Yeah, but I'm good. I'm good with just letting that rock on the studio. Y'all can do it. But I'm actually good with it going on the serial killers.
Yeah.
You know, we need it.
But
We did the community skeptics last time. Let's just go flip flop.
But
good.
Tuck, you gotta tune in.
We want to do it so Tuck can't see it.
I
gotta do what? No, I can still see it.
Tune in, right? Because think about it, right? Here's what we're doing. We're bringing in the Egyptologist. This is Dr. Rebecca Wang from Penn State University, right? She has a PhD, I think from the University of Chicago in Egyptology, right? She has a master's from Cambridge in Egyptology, and she's also I think she got an undergraduate from the University of Hong Kong, right? So and she teaches. She's an associate professor there at Penn State University, teaching Egyptology in their classics and Mediterranean studies program there at the university. So so yeah, she's we had some she's super nice, right? In terms of, you know, she and we kind of went through some of the questions that we had, but she's really interested in some of the back and forth that we've had in the community. So
yeah. y'all already prepped. Y'all already prepped her, huh, Brent?
We had to prep her. She like talking about it more than you do, bro. That lady like talking about Egypt more than you do.
See what I'm saying?
It's
that's what they gonna think, because they already said we pay for them.
I don't have to prep her on anything, right? She
they already said we pay for them.
She's a professor. She's a professor.
You niggas been joking.
Nah, he ain't joking.
You gotta.
Tuck ain't joking. Tuck ain't joking.
Tuck, you know what? You can't do that.
Tuck think we pay her.
No,
pay her
she did it for free. No, she did it.
No, pay her to say
she ain't want no money.
It was absolutely for free because that's my alma mater, and I reached out to her. She said, "Yes, absolutely. This is a part of my job." Right.
She said
engaging people.
Paying her debt.
And she was like, just make sure you take Tuck rent. That's the only way she would do it.
Yeah, that's the only way you take Tuck rent.
You agree.
She say take rent.
She's like, that nigga ignorant.
We don't know. And again, we don't know some of the answers that we've gotten.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Brendan. Y'all might have to bend the knee. Y'all might have to bend the knee.
Yeah, exactly.
No, yeah. Hey.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Which will come and threaten me. Brendan, threaten me. Brendan, tell the people you threaten me.
Yeah, I told you certain things that we had in our initial introduction. We had a really robust conversation, and some things that she said.
I was
I think Ung had some contentions with. I said,
I'm a tester.
I said,
he's like, I dare you jump out the window. I said, I'm gonna do it.
Jump out.
And then I thought about it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna leave that lady alone.
Go ahead.
Sit back. But I was feeling like Reggie and smashing them. Tuck.
Right. Go ahead.
Oh, she tamed you, huh? Oh yeah, I got
man. It ain't that Tuck. The lady was very. No, she was very, very. She was very prolific, and she was very, well, I don't know that. Let me check. And so we did it like this. We say, so, well, what about, hold on. We say, so what about Wikipedia? Can you use Wikipedia? She was like, on what? We said on this one right here. What was it, Brendan? Was it the black chemist? No, it was about Coptic or something. Oh no, hieratic. She say, let me see it.
Yeah,
so we pulled it up, and she did something slick. She went through, she was like, bam. She was like, yeah, that's going to be close, but I would give you real accurate understand if this is real good. I need to check all the sources, but from what I'm saying is okay.
Right. She's
an expert. Yo, she's looking at shit.
She specializes in the hieratic. She reads the hieroglyphs. She reads Coptic and all that, but she specializes in the hieratic.
Yeah, she was like, "Yo, go ahead."
All the shit, all the things that them niggas don't do, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but y'all should have them in there. That's what y'all really should do. They should be in there.
No, they should be. No, Tuck. Why is that our responsibility? They should be doing it.
Yeah, they should be.
They got the expert opinion. They want to change the goddamn Middle Egyptian. That's what they should be doing, bro.
Yeah.
So your teeth out. You showing your fangs. So this Egyptian shit, boy, it gets you different. We talk about the brain for 60 years, boy, but this Egyptian.
We ain't talking about the brain for 60 years. I don't mind a conversation. I don't mind a conversation.
But keep this in mind,
get us contentious, boy.
But keep this in mind,
change it again.
Because when it comes to there's no
don't feed into it.
Don't feed into it. Let me say something. Let me say something. But Tuck, keep in mind, we're not doing this to try to settle scores or anything like this. What we want to do.
I'm trying to settle a score, Brendan. I'm sorry.
Brendan, I'm definitely trying to settle a score, Brendan. I don't know about you.
I'm 100% trying to settle a score, Brendan.
I'm trying to beat them half to death, Brendan. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Trying to beat them.
This is not, you guys don't even you got to let your diplomatic envoy come forward and make the statement. The military, see, this is a military state over here in PK. They don't even let their politicians speak.
Unc always on that. Unc is always 8 to 80. Unc ain't missing a chance.
Right.
Yeah, because y'all on it, yo. Somebody got to be on it.
Settle scores.
I'm not on nothing.
I insist on having an academic conversation.
Or the conversation could be academic.
I would never. Exactly. I would never.
But y'all not going to use.
No. I would never use.
Listen, Brendan.
No. You listen for a minute, right? I would never use like some of my pull as an alumni. Go out and pull in an academic to have a conversation just to settle some YouTube scores. No. What we're trying to do? What we're trying to do is to have a broad and fruitful conversation about Egyptology and why it's important for the community. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
While settling scores.
Maybe.
Thank you, Sosa. Thank you, Sosa. Thank you. It's gonna be in. I already know Bobby's clip gonna be clipped up. I already know it.
Hey, hold on. I tell you what. I tell you what I learned. Let me tell you what I learned talking to that lady. First of all, it was a lot of individuals lying about what it took to be an Egyptologist. She said, "Yo, I had to take 6 years at Chicago studying the language." Yo, she said that. We was like, huh? They told us they couldn't read the Metanetia, the Egyptologist. Huh? Yo, she was very, very prolific in what she was saying. And you know what? She didn't have to dive through the hoops to make nothing. It was very simple explanations. He was like, that's very simple. It wasn't none of this shit we got to go through now. You know how much we got to go through? You apply words, misreading sentences. As a matter of fact, the stuff that we was arguing about has been settled all the way back in the 50s, bro. So we really not even, she's up to date. Yeah. We're arguing with people. The Diops and them been through that out there in 1974. Ain't nobody talking about that but us. Hey, like the museum ain't saying it. They need to get in, what's his name? Tariq Nasheed. They need to go ahead and put some artifacts in Tariq Nasheed museum. That's what they need to do.
The museum was shut down.
Took $1 million, a couple million, and then shut it down after.
Make him a little profit. This is
Hey, Sosa, let me know when I can ask the left field question. Sosa.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So I was watching this program.
American Dream. They shut the museum down, American Dream. We put in $1 million and shut it down. They shut down the museum. The African American Museum, Tariq Nasheed. He got over $1 million, a couple $1 million to do it, and he shut it down.
Oh, okay. Well, I said I did have a left field question, so it's not really related.
Go ahead.
Oh, you about to do that though?
Yeah, that's what I asked if I could do. If it's not a good time to ask.
I can't. Yeah, go ahead. I can't do nothing. So say
yeah. So I was watching this. Yeah, I was watching this program the other day. It was about Black History Month, and the host was talking about the importance of celebrating people like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Nat Turner, because these are our ancestors, and that it's important to remember our ancestors. And it occurred to me that wow, are they my ancestors? I don't have any type of genetic connection with Malcolm X or any of these people, but we still consider them our ancestors. And so the question just occurred to me, like when we say people are our ancestors, exactly, because we seem to kind of go back and forth whether we're talking about it's genetic, or sometimes we just say they're our ancestors simply because they're Black. And I'm like, is that really real where we consider all Black people in history our ancestors?
See, now you saying Black.
Same question.
Now you saying Black. Question. Yes, we have ancestors. African American ancestors. Then we have ancestors, African ancestors. Then we have everybody's. I got it. No, like yeah.
All right, so we kind of
You do have a
think,
genetic connection to MLK, like yes,
cultural.
You
Right?
do.
We call them cultural ancestors. You know, and I asked this is I think this
so is it genetic or is it cultural?
It's both.
I would say yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're not.
I can't.
Your
I may
family
not be
genetics
able,
like.
I may not be able to directly connect myself to MLK. So I can't say genetically. No, I can't do that.
No, not in terms of your family. That's different. I'm not saying he's your family member, but I'm saying in terms of African American being an ethnic group, we have a genetic connection because we're African Americans. Within that, that's what I'm talking about. Not like he's your.
So wouldn't we
he's
also
in your
then
genealogy genetics?
So can't we also, if that's the
go
case,
back to Egypt?
No. Hold on.
if Martin Luther King is my ancestor,
Hold on, American Dream. Hold on. So, as to not do what you normally do, make a very simple conversation super stupid and complex, bro. So, I think you would agree that we can clearly identify and verify people that were brought over here on ships. And those people that was brought on ships, for the most part, they are genetically related, yo. You know, West and Central Africa. Majority
but not all of them are genetically related to you. Not all of them are genetically related to you. But you count all of them as your
You're speaking too
ancestor.
fast. If you let me finish, right, then you will get it clearly. So I'm not wanting to argue with you. I'm clearly want to make a point. And then I want to see where you really at. If you just like to be American Dream, the Cartarian acting wild and
But it
crazy.
sounded like the only point you wanted to make, Punk, was that I was asking a stupid question. It looked like the only point you wanted to make was that my question was stupid.
What I want to say is, I want to make this clear point that nobody's running around here thinking that Martin Luther King is their direct ancestor. Nobody with some fucking sense, bro. Nobody thinks that, but you. Nobody that says that's my ancestor literally means they're direct ancestor.
I think that?
So you can be an ancestor and not a direct ancestor. So we all know that African Americans were arrived by slave ships, and we can identify the areas because they're on the slave records. And those people that's in the slave records are genetically related. They don't have to be directly related. Like that's my cousin. They're from different tribes and different areas. But basically speaking, just like North Africans
how do you
are
know
more
that? Now
closely
you're
related to each
talking
other
fast.
than West Africans, bro. So if you
Now you're talking
understand that, then
fast.
my point is very clear. You on here to start some extraordinary
I don't
story,
understand
yo. So I
that.
made it very, very simple,
I don't
bro.
understand
Nobody
that.
thinks that Martin Luther King is their
have a
direct
signature.
ancestor, bro. Nobody thinks that, bro.
The same reason you can look at a group of people and say that these people are the Tufians or they have that signature. So when you grab a group of people, different tribes, then there's a connectivity there.
You know how we
they're in the same
it?
goddamn region.
We just did it this week. You know how we can do it? It's because me and Corey, both as African Americans, pulled up our genetic profile from 23andMe and did a direct comparison. And we saw the continuity there. Right. We saw relationships between the Nigerian component. We saw the Ghanaian component. Right. We saw the central African component. And you know what? It was surprising, but not surprising at the same time. And what Corey said, he was like, Brendan, you my cousin. Right. Because when we pulled it up, and it was so very even on the European side, because we know African Americans have a European component and we know where it came from. Right. We even me and Corey share the same European component when you see British and Irish, right? At some of the same percentages there. Right. So that's how they can actually tell, right? If you do a genetic thing within 23andMe and they pull that up, more than likely you are an African American, and they know where to place you, right? In terms of what you are. Right. So it's a profile there.
Brendan, you can put it up on the screen,
to be clear on what my question is,
so
to be clear on what my question is, because my question is, so we do look at ancestry and our ancestors in two different ways. We have ancestors that we're genetically linked to, like my grandma, my great grandmother, my great great great. Those are the ones that I'm genetically linked to.
No.
But y'all are now saying that there's another form of ancestry where we are linked
Nobody said that.
just because they're African.
Nobody said that, bro.
Well,
You
it's
just
either
said
you're
that.
saying
You're about
that
to
or
argue
you're
something that
saying what
nobody
you just
said.
said, that
Nobody
all
said
black
that.
people. So are you saying
Nobody
you
said
just
that.
said?
Nobody
Okay.
said that.
So let
Nobody
me ask
said
you a
that,
question,
bro.
Ankh.
I said
So
that.
let me ask you a
Nobody
question
said that.
specifically about what you said, Ankh. So let me ask you what you said,
There's a
Ankh.
sense of cultural ancestry as well, right? There's a cultural connection. I think that that we talk about those
Brendan,
people
hold on,
being
Brendan. I
culturally
want you
connected.
to know there's a genetic profile for
But y'all,
African Americans.
so are we assuming that all Africans that came across
No, I'm saying I'm not
they
assuming
are
anything.
either
There's a
genetically?
genetic
Why you
profile for
cutting me off,
African
Ankh? Why
Americans,
you
yo.
cutting me
There's
off, Ankh? Let me
public
finish my
papers on this
question.
thing because you do
Let me
this shit all
finish
the
my
time, and you know,
question.
and
I
you know
did
what?
what?
You actually do it on purpose.
Yeah, so now
This ain't even your
now we
show,
don't
Ankh.
now
This
we
ain't even
don't
your
So
show.
what?
Can
we don't
Sosa have
know
a
who
problem
we're
with
Why
me
are you
doing
doing
connected
it
this?
to.
on purpose, though?
So
I
now
just
we
want
Doing
don't
to
know
what
get
who
on
to
we're
you so you
purpose?
get
connected
to
to.
me. I
Doing
just
what
want to
on
get to you so you
purpose?
get to me, though.
We could just do it right
Doing
here,
what
bro.
on purpose?
Do it
What are you
right
talking
here.
about, Ankh?
This is what you want to know, American
Are
Dream.
you mad that
What is the common?
I brought up Chat GPT power, Ankh? Is that what you're mad about? I made fun of your black
Listen,
power by saying Chat
we can
GPT
do it right
power.
here,
But
bro.
I
you
don't
just
even
mad
know what
right
you're
now,
talking
Ankh?
about. I don't even know what
I
you're
don't know.
talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you mad? Why are you angry right now? Why are
Bro,
you angry right now?
listen,
I'm
we're gonna
mad
end this right here, bro.
because you
Listen,
Calm
what
your
is
ass down,
because you
Ankh.
playing stupid. Calm your
Man, shut the
motherfucking
fuck.
ass
No,
down.
you're not playing stupid. You're
Calm
just
your
plain
motherfucking ass
stupid.
Something's on
down.
the board.
You're not
Something's on the
playing
board.
stupid. You're
You
just
gotta
plain
You're
stop.
playing
stupid.
Right? You
retarded
guys
right
gotta
now, though,
stop.
American
Man,
Dream.
shut the
Stop.
fuck up, Ankh. You're not
Yeah,
playing
see,
retarded. You're just
see? You tell
You
me shut the
guys gotta
fuck up,
stop.
right? So, see, this is the point, though, my nigga. See, I never forgot the last shit you said. So understand that. You just told me to shut the fuck up. I didn't tell you to shut the fuck up. I'm not going to go there, bro. But I know what you're doing.
Yeah, he loves to be the center of the conversation. Yeah. No.
Brendan, I want to ask you a question, Brendan.
Yeah.
I want to ask you an honest question, Brendan.
Yeah.
Is it not a genetic profile that we can pull up right now for African Americans?
Absolutely.
So why would they do that? That does not mean that everybody's our mother and father and cousin and uncle. This man got to know that, yo.
Yeah,
he has to know
he's
that.
not an idiot.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He's doing on purpose.
Yeah.
Saying, what is the common ancestor of African Americans? Majority of African Americans are Western Central African are of Western Central African ancestry, with some significant Western European and small Native American ancestry. So, like, it should be just dead right there. You know what I mean? Just like,
boom,
there move right on, like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh man.
And so I didn't tell that man to shut the fuck up.
Telling the truth, if that's not telling,
yeah, I know
that small amount of Native American.
Come on, yo.
I tell you. Let's see.
But you can. I mean, they got the genetic profiles, yo, of African Americans. Yo, we
nigga, if you tell me you do a DNA test, I pretty much can guess what you're gonna put.
Oh yeah,
I know it's gonna come pretty much. I might be a little off on the percentages, nigga, but I'm damn near be right there. Gonna have you some niggas, gonna have you some European in there. You know what I'm saying? You might get you a little Irish, something like that. Probably like maybe about 1-2% Native American, may be possible. You know what I'm saying? You can be highly Western Central Africa. You know what I'm saying? Most probably in that not high percentage Nigeria. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Bro.
Hey, hey, that Bida Benin is gonna show up.
Bida Benin. Yeah.
It's on purpose though, yo. These guys do this shit on purpose, yo. He heard me. He clearly heard me say that's a genetic profile of African Americans. We can pull it from the Journal of Science, the Journal of Nature. Man, you know how many times we done got our mouth swabs? We're not a tribe in Africa, some distant tribe that they scared to death of the test or ain't went there. That ain't us. We're Americans, bro. They actually know our genetic profile. They got it. Like they know where you range at.
Listen,
and so when people say our ancestors, you know, nigga, you know damn well it ain't your uncle, your father. You know that. Everybody know that.
That's it.
We just interviewed Gina Page with the African ancestry test.
There it is.
We don't gotta go through that.
So no, I didn't mean to put.
Hey,
I'm gonna say this. I didn't mean to get to put American Dream in a position where he actually told me to shut the fuck up. All right, that ain't what I meant to do.
Wild. Right,
I was simply saying that he playing too much, yo, right now, and he always come on here with that, and he done it to all of us, yo. It doesn't even make sense. Come on with a genuine question, yo. Do it right, yo.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
in like
Ask
a
the
gentleman.
question, and
That's all we gotta do.
Yeah, and they just don't want to argue. And
yeah, he know what his answer is. Nigga, just shoot me first. Don't come out playing with me. Come out with your guns blazing, yo. That's all I'm saying. Don't come like that.
You know,
A
when
wolf in sheep's
American
clothing.
dreams, I got a question that's a little
Sosa.
off base, a little off
Sosa,
center.
do you see that 42.4 Bada Benin right there? That's we right there. Where is this? Look at you see that southern coast there, right? Where is that?
This 23 and me.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
I did my heritage.
That's my thing, right? You know, and I told when Corey mentioned the Bida Benin,
did my
right,
shit.
I already knew. I said, you know what? A lot of people, he's not crazy. Corey ain't crazy when he say things. I always like to say I want to know what somebody means when they say something. And I got up that morning and I said, brother, I'm on a clandestine mission. I'm sitting off the coast of Togo in a pontoon off the Bida Benin. I'm
Bida
here.
Benin.
Right. I'm right here. And I want to understand what you were saying. Right. And this piece, and I pulled it up on Wikipedia when you talk about the Bida Benin, right? And it talks about the what they call the slave coast, right? He talks about the slave coast. You guys already know all of this stuff, but this some of this stuff is new for me. It talks about the slave coast and how many slaves were actually funneled through that area, right? That being that port, right? The Bight. Both the Bight of Benin, I think there was another one, the Bight of Biafra, right?
Yeah, he said that one day.
Yeah, exactly. The Bight of Benin, it was almost 2 million. It's very
Corey
difficult.
said it's a classic.
It's very difficult to estimate, but they estimated 2 million slaves through the Bight of Benin and another 1.5 out of the Bight of Biafra in that same region, right?
Yeah, right. So, like I said, it's a gulf.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And they talk about it in terms of the Bight of Benin being it was noted by the European sailors as to being infested by malaria, right? And that was the first clue, that was the first breadcrumb, because I thought about it. I said, you know what? I have that sickle cell trait, right? Which is supposed to be the genetic or the evolutionary protection against malaria, right? So that was a point, that was a breadcrumb for me when I saw that. I said, well, let me pull and actually research this a little bit more. And when I did that, I understood exactly what Corey was saying when he said, okay, when I talk about Black people, I'm talking about people from the Bight of Benin, right? And let me pull this down. Let me pull this down. Because I told you so I was gonna come with some class notes the next time I came, right? So let's do this. All right. Pull this up.
I'm trying to download mine. My shit's spinning.
Right here. Right? So you see this? That Bight of Benin?
That bite right there.
Right
That's
there.
Look like a bite too. Like a
right?
bite
You got Ghana, you got Benin,
Nigeria,
you got Togo right here. Yeah, you got Nigeria, that 43% that I was talking about. Yeah, it's all right here. That was the slave coast where, a lot of Africans were actually, came through that Atlantic slave trade. So absolutely, so just a little clandestine information that a clandestine activity that I was doing with my brother Corey, right? Because I
should pull that mug up on them Google Earth.
I sent up a flare, off the coast of Togo, and I knew where he was at. I said, okay, I'm getting close. He was already in the African hinterland. right? So I came in, I said, yeah, I think I know exactly what he's talking about when he says this.
Yeah.
It's just a broad region. It's just a broad region. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, most of us shipped out at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's why we know what the component is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I
got that genetic
haven't
component.
haven't been shot by too many African American.
Yeah, I've got both the Nigerian genetic piece, and I've got that that what they call that sickle cell trait that fought against the malaria. What they there was an old sailor hymn that says beware the bite of Benin, I think they called it the bite of Benin. They said beware the bite of Benin. For every 40 that goes in, or for every he says for every 40 that goes that goes in, only one comes out, right? Because it was very sickness, right? The colonial people would catch malaria and die going into the Bada Benin because of the malaria. They would catch malaria. But they also had what they called the tree bark. They would use the people the indigenous Africans. They had the tree bark that they could give people that were sick with it. They called it the black fever. People had black fever. That was a follow-on sickness from having malaria, right? That they could cure people. They were highly, adapted to their environment. Absolutely. So both genetically and environmentally. So they knew what they were doing.
Yeah. A little Black history fact. Same thing with the Geechee. I'm Geechee, and slavery was different for Geechee people because of that malaria component. It's Charleston. It's for the Low Country, there's a lot of marshes and swamps. So in those areas, you got mosquitoes. Right. So the slave masters would be scared to come down there in the summertime. So they would just basically the Geechee we'd be done to our own selves. You feel me? And they would just come like to the edges and get the rice and the things things that we were growing. Yeah. So that's why the culture was able to stay the same, and we still have that the dialect that I struggle with sometimes trying to get this perfect grammar out. Shit.
Yeah. It was an ecological barrier there. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So they summertime come, the mosquitoes, and be like, nope.
No, we're not going in there. Right.
Yeah. So it's more like an agreement. All right, look, y'all make this amount, but we'll come pick it up, and then whatever else you do, do that on your own. That's your time. That type of arrangement. So.
Right. Yeah. And the Bada Benin as well. It wasn't just shoreline. There was a lot of what they call those little gulfs and stuff like that, and lagoons, right, and things like that, because you had rivers coming in and out those areas as well. So that's what probably when you talk about the malaria, right, because you got rivers all up and down inside of Nigeria and Ghana, because those are very, very water rich areas. Yep.
I want to give me 23andMe though. I did my heritage. I did it in the beginning. I mean, I want to go back and get a 23andMe just to see if anything was changed. Or I think 23andMe might have more samples. But according to Gina Page, though, shit, I don't got near enough African samples.
With North Africa?
Hey, fellas, I'm about to get out of here. I'm in this gymnastics. Y'all be easy.
Oh, you at the gym?
I'm at the gym, man.
Oh man,
with my baby.
Good workout, man. Have a good workout. That's
yes,
what's
sir.
up. Peace.
All right, Chuck. Do that little research first, yo. Do that research.
Yes, sir. I'm not doing that, but yeah, I got
you. I'm not looking up anything.
I'm not gonna look up anything. I'm not gonna do it.
Not at all.
I don't want to have a coherent conversation.
Yeah, tell him to take the hot hat off when he dealing with me too, because I ain't beefing with him for no reason. I don't know what the hell he got going.
He got the high hat on.
Oh man,
that's Wishful got the high hat.
Hey, we been rocking for 4 hours.
Hey man, another successful episode of Sosa World.
Yeah, we rocking for 4 hours, man. A good crowd.
You always do it, brother.
Yeah, pretty decent. Pretty decent. We still got a decent crowd. You know what I mean? We can do something later, but I gotta take a break. I'm fixing to eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go live, yo. That's what I'm gonna do.
We ain't gonna go live.
Where you going live?
Right now, where all the crabs ain't welcome. I'm good. Be by my old man self, huh?
Hey, just a quick announcement. We've got the new Pseudo Killers Discord server almost finalized. So we're gonna go on a Discord, a Pseudo Killer Discord sort of campaign for get up the membership in the brand new renovated. We got a new house over there. Right. So all the members we're going through, making sure everything looks good before we bring in all the members. So we're making sure everything's good for you guys.
Y'all hit that like button on the way out, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So look forward to the invitations to the new Pseudo Killers Discord.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna have a meeting so we can figure out what we want. If everybody cool with all that, ain't we gonna do that?
Oh yeah. We'll finalize everything before we go on. Before we start sending out invites to everybody.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, there you go.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Sosa, man. I don't know how you do it, man. I can't do it, so I don't want to hear that shit. If you ain't willing to read, the information we talking about, if we can't sit down as gentlemen and read a couple paragraphs, and then whether we agree with the paragraph or not, we should at least be able to understand that the king's English or the queen's English good enough so that we can have a proper discourse on said subject matter, Joe. And if you can't do that, don't talk to me. I have no patience with that. I can't do it, and I don't even care. How about that? We're gonna keep good off that good information, though. But remember, if you can't read simple sentences, brother ain't willing to talk to you now. Sosa and everybody, they cool with it. Cause I know it's gonna lead to an argument already.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start teaching grammar, man. You gotta bring the comprehension of the community up to the part.
That's my next expert. That's my next expert, yo. It's an English teacher.
They gotta get it all.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring an English teacher on, yo. That's what I want to do. I'm gonna bring an English teacher on.
Yeah, you feel me?
To read the sentence.
Yeah, I used to have a story like I said.
That nigga said 3 pages ago.
He said, you got to go back here. I said, no, that's not how a ladder works. But when somebody says a ladder, you're in the present form of the word. Like because it's relevant to the last statement, man. You can't say ladder 3 pages later and be talking about something earlier in the book.
He didn't say that, Sosa. He did not say that. I'm going to clip him up and start the show with that clip. He didn't say that, though.
So you my man, brother. Come on now. You can't do that. You can't get me like that.
Was he trying to trick you?
I don't know what it was. I don't know if he really. I think he was trying to get some get back because for the show. I think he felt like what I'm saying. He was trying to. You got him on the show. You got over on him with the ladder on the show.
So I got him. Oh.
Yeah, so he want to come back. You feel me?
So how long did he take to stir that paragraph before he realized he turned 3 pages back?
Oh man, he went from that to Saturn and went back to the beginning of Shake Hands Job talking with Professor Abdallah. We went back to Gia Command to UK. Then we went back to the beginning. You know what I'm saying? That's why Corbin like you need some pray. He was trying to lose me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man,
nigga left
pulling
right
it up.
Big left right here. All right, boom. Hook it right. All right, spin around. All right, part right there. All right, interpret. You know what I'm saying?
No, so I'm saying I wonder how long he stared at that paragraph after he got off the Sarnetta show and tried to get some get back and realized, let's go back 3 pages. That's the ladder.
It's hard, man. Like I said,
gotta go back 3
pages. Like I said, doing the conversation, it changed.
That's the ladder.
Yeah, in the conversation, it changed to the blackness didn't even mean the black skin. It was more symbolic, but it was it got crazy, but it was the black skin.
Don't you put your blackness on them.
Oh,
yeah. He was saying it was anachronistic to use the type of blackness that we talking about. And put
really?
Yeah, you said don't you do it. He said don't you do it.
No, he didn't, yo.
I say, so you saying it's anachronistic? Yeah, man.
Did he? He using that word now, yo.
I said anachronistic, but he was like, "Don't you?" He didn't say anachronistic, but he was saying, "Don't you use?" He said, "Our definition of black is not their definition of black. You can't take
Right.
our blackness and put it." I was like, yeah. He tried to lose.
What?
Yeah, he tried to lose.
You can't take their definition of black.
That was an interesting
Yeah, he
one.
said you can't take our definition of black and put it on them. They got a different context of black. And I was like, really? Really? Sounds interesting. Sounds very interesting.
Y'all making this up right now.
Yeah.
I am not. I swear to God.
Yeah, you must have been busy. You must have been busy. Oh man, you ain't hear me going back? Oh man, it's about
No, I missed it, yo.
And it was like a 40-minute, like a 40-minute
said-
Abbott and Costello, my nigga. Shit was
And then
crazy.
who else
Who's
came
on
on
first?
with the same shit?
Who's
Somebody
on
else
second?
came on.
Who's on first? Who's on third? No,
Yeah,
who was on first?
Yeah.
No,
Somebody
he
else
didn't, yo.
came on. I was like, what? They want to pull it up too? Is a Bible reader now? We're gonna have all these
These niggas
interpretations.
can't read a sentence, yo. He was the one. Hold on. You know what? In that side around conversation on Sarnetta's, he was the one. I thought he was gonna go back to the one we was always discussing. He pulled up another sentence and couldn't read it. That's what we was arguing with the new shit. I was like, yo, you reading that, bro? So that mean they sitting there reading that whole paper, thinking it's agreeing with them the whole conference. Now I see why they argue.
Yeah, that's because they sometimes, bro, when you read when you want something to be there,
Yep, you'll see it.
It affects your reading because you start anticipating what it's going to
It's
say.
called reading into it.
Yeah, you start and you anticipating what it's going to say.
Bias is a mug.
Yeah, and then man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I've done it before. I'm like, oh, this shit is saying that. Then I'm like, hold on, that's not saying that. No.
You gotta catch
It's,
yourself.
yeah, it's saying
Yep.
that.
You gotta catch yourself sometimes.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But when you think you got some,
We all do it,
right
yo,
here,
but we stop.
That's why you know in academic they always say don't just read the one source, because you can always you got to see it said different ways, right? You do a comprehensive review of what you're looking at, right? So
There the word go.
Yeah, exactly. You do a comprehensive review, like, okay, well, this particular expert is saying it that way, he's saying it this way, and then maybe you can eliminate some of your biases.
Yes, and when you're doing your research, remain objective at all times.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's no way, yo. We actually in that type of thing, yo. That's crazy.
Right, and it's no complete way to remain objective. Only thing you're trying to do is be as objective as you can.
As you can, right?
Based on your training, right? And you have to be able to sort of catch it, right? That's why I would like for instance,
that's why you got to have training.
When I was going for my master's, we took a class on
I'm about to ask.
We took a class on biases, very early on, so that you can understand what age biases, what race bias is,
gender biases.
They constantly kind of train you. You say, oh, okay, well, be stay on the lookout for these things, because you, as a human, you will be subjected.
You have that tendency.
Yes,
yep,
exactly, to do bias. So you have to do anti-bias training for that.
That's why I say you had to have training. But what do I know?
So Brendan, when you get your master's degree, so when you get source material, what is the suggestions?
Well, the suggestions is to say, okay, well, there's different types of source material, right? There's sort of in terms of like things that won't be accepted. Like if you go to a website and try to grab something like that's not an academic website, of course they're not going to accept that. Right? They won't necessarily accept things from an encyclopedia. So things like Encyclopedia Britannica, they won't accept. Things like Wikipedia, they won't necessarily accept. Right? So there's sort of a hierarchy. Books, right? Books are things that aren't necessarily accepted either, right? Because people can actually put things in books that may not necessarily be peer reviewed, right? The hierarchy in terms of what they will allow. And when you're doing like a master's dissertation or something like that, it has to be a peer-reviewed article, something that's published in a journal, right? That's the basic ground floor, right? Things in a peer-reviewed academic journal, that's the ground floor, right? And the top of it is in the middle, you would say conference proceedings. Conference proceedings supersede academic journals because you have multiple sort of academics that are within the conference proceedings that makes the information within the conference proceeding like more credible or more meaningful because usually in conference proceedings they're really trying to answer cutting edge questions. And when when you're doing like advanced research, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to answer like you're trying to address questions that haven't been answered before, right? And the very top, right, the very top material that you can get when you're doing advanced research is ethnographic studies, conversations with subject matter experts that are very close to the particular thing that you're trying to study. I'll give an example. When my master's thesis was about like trying to identify like how can you enhance business processes using enterprise architecture methodologies and techniques and tools, right? So the people that I interviewed were people that were like business process managers, right? People that were enterprise architects, right? Those types of people, right? When I actually took the information from those particular interviews, that sits at the very top of your research methodology because they're the closest people right, in real time to what you're trying to solve. If that kind of helps.
Yeah, man. Okay.
So that just a simple conversation can beat an academic, reading an academic journal. Right.
Of course.
Yeah, you're trying to solve a problem, right? Ultimately, that's what you're doing in research. You're trying to solve a problem. So it's not about reading a bunch of material, right? You want to do a comprehensive literature review because what you're trying to do, I want to know all the available information that's published today about this particular field that I'm trying to address, right? That's like step one. Right, reading all these articles and all that stuff, you'll probably end up with about 40, 60 articles, right? You're going to read about 40 to 60 articles, right? In terms of what you're going to put forth, you want to narrow those down. They're saying, okay, well, right, you need to read at least 60 articles and only put about 30 in your paper, right? So you're just to read 60, half of them you're going to throw out. Because half of them aren't going to necessarily be tailored to what you're really trying to answer. That's why they make it very broad. You cast your net broad, right, and then you narrow it down, right? Because you might not necessarily you don't know what you don't know. So what the literature review is discovery. You're discovering things. You're asking interesting questions. You're learning more about the particular thing that you're really interested in. Right, through the literature review, so
okay,
you go from there. Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, if we was to analyze the conversation on just like the black land, right, that we or black people, we could arrive at the answer by using publications and journals, using the methods that you talked about. And we wouldn't have to know to read the goddamn glyphs at all. We could just get the research that's already done on it and kind of pull that together, credible sources, up-to-date material, and kind of arrive at that and have a healthy discussion on it. And you know what I'm saying? Like, and so if our research question is, I like to research this way. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a researcher and all that, but just a layman researcher. I just like to first say that, okay, let me prove that it's not talking about the black land, but the people, right? I wanna try to falsify that. So is that a good approach? Using the methods you talk about and actually try to prove, right, that is not saying the black land, it's saying the black people.
Well, I think the first question will be, okay, well, whatever you're asking, right? And this is they paired me up with like a professor. They just say, okay, well, we're gonna guide you through doing your master's thesis because you don't have a master's, and so you don't know what you're doing in terms of advanced research. Right? So you're gonna make a lot of mistakes, You know, in terms, they are, and I did make a lot of mistakes, right? So one of the first pieces is okay, well, whatever question, the initial questions that you come up with, right? Some of those questions may already be answered in the literature. So that, and I always say that the biggest, the most complicated piece in terms of building or doing advanced research is asking a unique question, a question that hasn't already been answered. You know, hold on just a second. So the question, so the question in terms of the Kemet meaning black and all that, you have to ask yourself, has this already been answered in the literature? And to me, I think that question might have already been answered. You know
Right.
what I
So
mean?
I get
So
your
it
point.
becomes something like, okay, well, I don't know if that would even meet the very basic scrutiny of bringing it forward. Like if you were going to go, if you were an Egyptologist and say, okay, I'm gonna, say that the Kemet means the black people. I don't know if that would even pass muster, right, for your thesis.
I get your point.
I'm being honest. I'm just gonna be honest.
I want you.
I think
want
you
you
would
to
have
say
to
that.
nuance it and add a lot of different things to it, because I think that question has already been answered.
Okay, so and there's a lot of breaks and stop signs because you would actually have to it's a few things you would have to overturn to even get that discussion away. Yeah.
You gotta start before that, right? I don't think you won't even make
it. You want to make it to it. You had to get the racial that's why I like to start.
And that was my challenge, right? I had to, it was, and that's, I think that's everybody's initial challenge when you're doing, people that go for their PhDs or they're going for their masters and they're doing these things, right? Getting past that hurdle for just asking a question that doesn't have an answer, because there's so much that's why the literature review is important, right? You want to know if the questions that you're asking already have an answer. You know what I mean?
So you got to find out if the question has already been answered. So in actuality, the question was already answered, and because like you talked about scientific conferences, and so that DIOPS was the Cairo Symposium was actually a scientific conference. So they was doing like you talked about what conferences before, you bring literature and stuff like that to try to reach a general consensus, and they reached it. They actually reached it, and that consensus that they reached still holds true today. It's just now it's really reinforced now with the genetics and all that stuff like that. So that's an interesting piece. So we arguing against. That's why.
And I apologize. I think I confuse a lot of people in terms of the way I speak about this kind of stuff, right? But again, I think you have to have a little bit of experience in doing studies and reading and trying to answer questions yourself, right? But before to do this kind of stuff, right? Yeah. Have you ever asked a real burning question in your mind and say, hey, I want to know this or the answer to this, right? How would you go about academically answering the question, right? Like, oh, okay, well, Googling isn't enough. If you can Googling and get the answer, right, that's not a good question,
right? Because
at least that's not a good question when you're in an advanced academic setting, right? So you're talking about asking questions that may not necessarily have an answer. You're trying to provide an answer to it, or you're trying to give people a methodology or some type of framework where in the future maybe we can answer this particular question or problem, right? People are paying you for it, right? A lot of people, in terms of like PhDs and these asking these questions, people get jobs consulting and to actually go after these particular questions. So it's very interesting. So
no, all right, okay, appreciate that. I just wanted to hear your stance on it because I know you actually went through those. How they say in the Constitution, you went through those chambers. Went through those core studies like that, the range arrive at So a lot of times you be really thinking these conversations is retarded sometimes.
No,
basically.
no, I think they're interesting.
Really?
Yeah, I think they're interesting questions. I don't think they're, a lot of the questions that we ask aren't unique. That's the problem. I don't think we're asking the right questions a lot of times. Especially if you say that, hey, I'm here to challenge the experts, right? Challenge the experts on things that we don't know, right?
Yeah.
That's where the real fruitful conversation starts, right? When you're answering questions where we don't have answers, or you're asking questions where we don't have answers.
And there's something slick at that point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very difficult to find that out. You have to be very well read. You have to be studied on it. You have to be, you have to have people guiding you through that process. And you just can't do it on the fly. You can't do it on the fly.
Yeah, it's a lot of that doing it on the fly thing, materializing all around there, bro. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, Sosa. Sosa gone. He said he was dead.
I think that the interview with the
Gotta
Egyptologist.
close out.
Yeah, the interview with the Egyptologist.
I gotta go support my Chinese brothers. The Chinese food, man. Support Chinese business, man.
Oh man.
Black history, man. Chinese food has fed many black families over the generations, man. Shrimp fried rice and chicken wings, man. So honor Black History Month, man. Y'all probably go out there and get you a shrimp fried rice and fried chicken, man. Shrimp Szechuan, wherever y'all like. You feel me? General style. I know that's what y'all want. Yeah, I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
Helped you build that Red Bull together.
That's right. Yeah. Remember that argument we had that day?
Hey, Sosa and Unc, I'm watching the chat. I'm completely confusing Babylon Dunn. What I'm saying. It's like I'm
in his name. It's Babylon.
It's in his name.
I'm speaking in a completely different language. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't understand anything I'm saying.
Yeah,
he's scared to hit that link. He know. Babylon. Look at the way he spelled his name.
He's the Babylon Dunn.
He's the Babel Dumb. He's the Babel Dumb. Babylon Dunn.
He's like, I don't know what Brendan's talking about.
Babylon Dumb.
What, research? What? Answering questions, asking questions. What is he talking about?
Silly master's degree. That's white parents' degree.
What is that? I don't
know. Hilarious.
Making up words and turn like
what is that word? What word is that?
Right. Speaking
of Babylon Dunn hit the panel one time. You normally get up there, they go crazy.
No, he's scared now. He know they
I rock with Babylon Dunn.
He went crazy to me.
On physics, I rock with Babylon Dunn because he knows what he's talking about. It's just ancient Egypt. Or history, I don't think.
Oh yeah. He died. No, he was getting one minute.
A little bit confused there, right?
So it seemed like he was getting good for a minute. I was like, okay, you okay? I see you. Okay. He was kind of. I ain't talked to him lately. Did he get put off Smash Show? He might have did. So he was doing good. When you get put off Smash Show, that means you was doing good. You actually said something that made some sense, yo.
Babylon Dunn got put off Smash Show?
I think he did one time. Yeah.
Damn.
I think he was kicking it. Yeah.
Damn.
I think he.
Yeah,
you did something. You did something right.
You ain't perish if you ain't eject yourself or he kick you out.
You did it right, bro. You read that paragraph right, yo, but they don't read paragraphs right. They think the latter means go back 3 pages. That's crazy.
Yeah, you should have watched that clip. You should watch.
I am. I'm gonna get him. I got my editor. I'm gonna have a conversation with my editor, man. So when I'm gonna do it after that. I got some. Oh man, I'm definitely. That's crazy right there, yo. Oh wow. Crazy. Is this it right here? Yeah. All right, Sosa, I'm out, man.
All right, y'all.
Peace to Sosa's World. Peace.
For sure, man. Thank everybody for coming out, man. We're gonna do this again. Another day, man. I might go live on tonight on Community Skeptics, man. If not, man, we'll see. We'll be right back at you on another day, man. Peace, y'all.
Peace. Yeah, it ain't the friendly environment when I'm doing it. That's why I stayed away for a while, so that you had a peace.